Comme il est 11.
As it is 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to the order paper. Private members' business, the debate at second reading, S218.
Heritage Month Act in the name of Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moves that Bill S.
Mr. Jennis is not in the chamber.
Excuse me.
Mr.
Mr. Kent, seconded by Mr. Reid, moves that Bill S218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to speak in support of Bill S218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. But as much as I am honoured to sponsor this proposed legislation in the House, legislation which recognises the many significant contributions to Canada's social, economic and political fabric by Canada's Latin American community, I do so with a measure of sadness. And that is because, Mr. Speaker, this legislation was conceived and lovingly fashioned by our late colleague, Senator the Honourable Tobias Nverga. And before I address the specifics of the legislation and the overwhelming logic behind it, I'd like to speak, if I may, to Senator Nverga's memory. Senator Nverga, Tobias, known to his friends as Jun, was the first Canadian of Filipino descent to be appointed to the Senate. Born in the Philippines, he represented Ontario in the Upper House after his appointment in 2012. His was a proud and a very positive voice, not only for the Filipino community, but for a host of others in the Greater Toronto area and across the country. Senator Nverga was a passionate champion of multiculturalism. He believed that Canada's wonderful, ever-developing diversity to be our country's greatest strength. He was respected by Senate and House colleagues alike for his kindness, a warm sense of humour, and his unparalleled work ethic. He was a tireless advocate for people with disabilities. Tobias, Senator Nverga, served as a Catholic school board trustee in Toronto and became known in the Toronto region for launching the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation. He was co-chair of the Canada-Philippine Interparliamentary Group and inaugurated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag-raising here on Parliament Hill. During his years in the Senate, he was a member of several standing committees and participated in a variety of important studies on issues ranging from First Nations northern housing to maritime search and rescue operations. As well, he was an executive member of the Parl Americas group and invested his energy in forging closer ties with parliamentarians throughout Latin America, helping them to strengthen democracy and governance through political dialogue and parliamentary cooperation. And it was Senator Nverga's work with Parl Americas that moved him to propose the bill that is before the House today. Senator Nverga died Thursday, November 16th, while on parliamentary business in Colombia. Despite his tragic and untimely passing, Senator Nverga's Latin American Heritage Month bill does live on. It was passed in the other place a couple of weeks later, and it was sent to us in this House. Now, when Senator Nverga first spoke to Bill S218, he reminded colleagues that he came to Canada as an immigrant, one of many in the upper chamber, fortunate to have been welcomed to Canada. He referred to the spectrum of celebrations held across Canada by communities of various national, ethnic, and linguistic origin. He highlighted the 2 decades-plus annual celebration of Black History Month, recognized by this House in 1995 and by the Senate 13 years later. He explained that designation of Black History Month has done much to educate and to familiarize Canadians with the stories, the history of an important demographic too often absent in school curricula previously. He mentioned as well Asian Heritage Month, passed and proclaimed in 2002, marked annually ever since, when non-Asian Canadians learn of and experience the sounds, the entertainment, the tastes of Asia and the contributions Asian Canadians have brought to Canadian society. Those examples, Senator Enverga argued, just two wonderful examples of designated heritage months to which he believed a Latin American Heritage Month should be added. Now, some of my colleagues in the House may remember that Senator Enverga introduced a bill in the 41st Parliament, Bill S-228, to create an Hispanic Heritage Month, matching such designation by the province of Ontario and by the City of Toronto. That bill died in the election of 2015, and Senator Enverga, after consultation with members of the public, reconsidered reintroduction of that legislation and decided to change the focus in this bill to Latin American as a geographic and linguistic community, which add not only the Lusophone and Francophone communities, but also those of indigenous peoples of the Latin American region. This was not a snap decision, Mr. Speaker. Senator Enverga pondered long and deeply the issues of self-identification of the diverse Latin American community in Canada, and he became convinced that a Latin American Heritage Month would better enhance our understanding of the complexities involved, and he believed would respect the spirit of the Canadian Multiculturalism Act of 1988. Mr. Speaker, Latin America is of our hemisphere. The region is generally understood to consist of the entire continent of South America, all of Central America, Mexico, and the islands of the Caribbean, whose peoples speak a Romance language or have a Romance language among their various national official languages. For the purposes of this bill, Senator Enverga envisaged the widest possible interpretation so that Bill S-218 would cover those who identify as Spanish and Portuguese speakers from South and Central America, as well as those whose heritage is of the Francophone and Hispanic Caribbean islands. Now, using that broad and very inclusive measure, Mr. Speaker, you can see that Canadians of Latin American origin can be found far and wide across our great country, from coast to coast to coast. And in the absence of absolute census numbers covering that broad and somewhat imprecise measure, we might estimate a probable demographic well above 500,000 men, women, and children. What we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Latin American community is one of the fastest growing cultural groups in Canada today. Statistics Canada reports that between 1996 and 2001, the number of individuals reporting Latin American origins rose by 32% at a time when the overall Canadian population grew by only 4%. Again, in terms of actual numbers, demographers can only estimate that between 600,000 and perhaps 1.2 million Latin Americans, again from the broadest possible measure, live among us. These numbers are particularly interesting given that there was only a very small Latin American population in Canada before the 1960s. It was in the 60s and 70s that Canada recorded the first significant migration of Latin Americans. Their motivation, sadly, in too many cases, was to escape social and economic turmoil, dictatorships and conflict, most recently another wave fleeing Venezuela's corrupt and repressive regimes under first Hugo Chavez and now the brutal Nicolas Maduro. These Latin Americans represented significant loss to the countries that they left, but they've been a boon to Canada. Their educations, their skills, their adaptability have been of great benefit to Canada's labour market, to our economy, and to our culture. Now, Mr. Speaker, the top three South American countries with the highest population living now in Canada, according to census statistics, are Mexico, Colombia, and El Salvador. These three countries from South America with the smallest populations now living in Canada are Puerto Rico, Panama, and Costa Rica. Most Canadians of Latin American origin live in Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, or Alberta, with almost half making their home in Ontario. Canada's Latin American population is young. Again, Statistics Canada tells us that almost 50% of those with Latin American origins living in Canada are under the age of 25. Seniors make up less than 5% of those reporting Latin American origins, compared with 12% of all other Canadians. Virtually all Canadians of Latin American origin are functional in one of Canada's 2 official languages. They are slightly more likely than the rest of our population to have university degrees. And working-age adults of Latin American origin, Statistics Canada tells us, are somewhat more likely to be employed than the rest of Canada's adult population, fully 64% of adults of Latin American origin. Now, Latin America as a region is considered the 4th largest source of immigration to Canada. But again, compared to the United States, as a matter of fact, in sharp contrast to the United States, the demographic is not measured or appreciated nearly as much as their counterparts in the U.S. And that's where Senator Enverga's Bill S-218 stands to deepen not only our appreciation and celebration of our Latin American community, but to more precisely measure the actual numbers and their regional contributions to our economy and culture. Canada's Latin American population is a vibrant and multicultural community composed of a range of subgroupings, first-generation artists, musicians, writers, and athletes, as well as leaders in science, health, and business sectors have led to second and third generations that are adding their talents and skills to the mix. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know you enjoy a party, and there are any number of events across the country that celebrate the multidimensional Latin American community, but one perfect example is Toronto's annual Salsa on St. Clair. Last year's party on a closed-off Midtown street drew hundreds of thousands of people, attracting more musicians, dancers, families, and Latino aficionados than ever before to enjoy the sounds and sights and tastes and dances and all of the color of the Americas. Now, Mr. Speaker, Senator Enverga's Bill S-218 would designate the month of October each and every year as Latin American Heritage Month. Now, let me explain the logic of this designation. October is a very significant month right across Latin America. It is the month that marks the end of the annual season of independence celebrations from Mexico to Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. October 12th marks the Dia de las Culturas, the Day of the Cultures in Costa Rica, the Dia de la Resistencia Indígena, the Day of Indigenous Resistance in Venezuela, the Dia del Respeto a la Diversidad Cultura, the Day of Respect for Cultural Diversity in Argentina, the Dia de las Americas, the Day of the Americas in Uruguay and in Brazil, the Feast Day of Our Lady of Aparecida, the Appearance, and the Dia de Criancas, Children's Day. Puerto Rico and Chile also wrap up their independence celebrations coming up to October, and many other countries, including Mexico, end October with the 3-day celebration of the Dia de Muertos, the Day of the Dead, a celebration of ancestors. And of course, we can't forget the Hispanic influences in Senator Enverga's own country of origin, Canada's large and vibrant Filipino community, although fiercely proud of the independence won from Spain, which we celebrate every year in my riding of Thornhill, still observe All Saints' Day and the Day of the Dead, and many other cultural legacies of colonial days maintained among their newer national traditions. Mr. Speaker, when Senator Enverga originally approached me to ask that I sponsor his bill in the House, he explained that as a former Minister of State for the Americas, he thought that because I understood the wonderful mix and complexity of Canada's communities composed of those among us who originated from Latin America, I'd be able to put voice to the message that led to passage of S-218 in the other place. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I have communicated the Senator's worthy dream. I, too, believe that declaring the month of October to be Latin American Heritage Month would fulfill a wonderful opportunity to celebrate another dimension of our uniquely Canadian multicultural society. And I urge members of all parties in the House to support Bill S-218. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I, too, would like to pay recognition and respect to Senator Tobias Enverga for introducing this bill, and I'd like to thank the member for sponsoring this bill. It is incredibly important. as he mentioned in his speech, Senator Enverga recognized the importance of Asian Heritage Month, Black History Month, looking at the rich color, vibrancy, and culture of those groups, and now has introduced Latin American Month, which includes the Caribbean, which I'm from. As mentioned, I came here in the 1970s, so I could attest to a lot of the things that my honourable colleague has talked about. As it is the fastest growing group in Canada, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could speak to the importance or how important it is for Canadians across the country to learn and understand about multiculturalism, the intersectionality, the heritage, and the history of this group in our Canadian context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question and for her fond remembrance of Senator Enverga. And indeed, the Heritage Months that have been recognized by the Parliament of Canada, by the Upper House, by this House, have at their heart, I believe, the unspoken intent of intercultural recognition, acceptance, celebration of this wonderful diversity of our country, and provides occasion on an annual basis to maintain that memory among subsequent generations, second, third, fourth, when there may be a tendency of those, in this case of Latin American heritage, to lose some of the contact with language, with culture, and I think that in fact Canadians of Latin American origin, as those of Black origin, Asian, we passed a bill just recently for Jewish Heritage Month, do celebrate and maintain all of the best of their individual cultures and languages, but at the same time they share them and enable all Canadians to join in this case, the annual celebrations that would take place in the month of October. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And as we know, the Latin American community have contributed greatly to Canada, and particularly not just as immigrants, but also as temporary foreign workers. Yet many of the temporary foreign workers who come, and particularly those who are seasonal workers, they do not qualify for benefits to which they pay into, for example, employment insurance. To really honor the community and their contributions to Canada, would the member agree that we really should be aligning our government policies to ensure that those who pay into those programs should be qualified, and more to the point, to really move towards the point that if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question that regularly comes to the surface at a time when temporary foreign workers from Central America and from South America come north to Canada to assist in the harvesting of crops, to the working in, for example, the meatpacking industry in Western Canada, and too often are discriminated against not only sometimes by the uninformed in the communities around where they are employed temporarily, sometimes in less than appropriate and comfortable housing and conditions. But this House in the last 10 years, 15 years, has considered on any number of occasions providing, enabling, granting broader rights and benefits to those who, as you say, are good enough to come to Canada to work, but have not, in too many cases, have not been granted or received the subsequent benefits they should have, or the opportunity to perhaps make their residency in Canada permanent, as, for example, Latin American students now can accomplish much more easily than in the past.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage, responsible for multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today in this House to speak on Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, which will recognize the contribution of Latin American communities to Canada and establish October of each year as Latin American Heritage Month. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage and with responsibility for multiculturalism, I am pleased to inform this House that the government is supporting this bill. And in so doing, let me start by paying tribute to the late Senator Tobias Verga, the author of this bill, a strong senator, a great Filipino-Canadian, and a champion of multiculturalism. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canadians of Latin American origin have been part of the Canadian mosaic for decades. This bill recognizes the richness of these Latin American communities and their significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of Canada. Given the strong and growing presence of individuals of Latin American ancestry, this bill is a meaningful way to remember and to educate the public about the contribution of Latin American Canadians and to celebrate and promote Latin American culture and traditions with all Canadians.
Formal recognition of Latin American Heritage Month is significant because it aligns with what all of us know, that in Canada our diversity is indeed our strength, that as a country we are strengthened by in many ways by our shared experiences, by the diversity that inspires both Canada and the world, and by the way in which we treat one another. Official recognition, Mr. Speaker, is also consistent with other similar commemorations that reinforce the importance of cultural communities to Canada's identity. As a few examples, and have been already mentioned today, we've previously supported the establishment of February as Black History Month, May as Asian Heritage Month, for example. A new Latin American Heritage Month in October would complement these other celebrations and recognize the contributions of this important group in Canada. Mr. Speaker, in 1971, Pierre Trudeau declared multiculturalism as official policy in this country, a first of its kind anywhere in the world. In 1982, upon repatriation of our Constitution and the enactment of the Charter, Section 27 was enacted, which included references to the preservation and enhancement of the multicultural heritage of Canada and the important role this plays in protecting the rights of every citizen. Recognizing the past and current contributions of Latin Americans who immigrated to Canada and have contributed to this country is in keeping with our country's commitment to an inclusive, multicultural society. Mr. Speaker, let me reinforce the fact that our multicultural heritage is a reflection of our commitment to equality and the fundamental freedoms that are grounded in human rights. In 1988, Mr. Speaker, Canada became the first nation to proclaim a Multiculturalism Act. We're celebrating the 30th anniversary of that legislation this year. This law requires that we promote the multicultural heritage of Canadians. It also requires that we work to ensure that all Canadians are equal in our economic, social, cultural, and political life. But our government has taken this approach one step further, Mr. Speaker. Formal recognition of Latin American Heritage Month directly supports Canada's approach to multiculturalism, an approach that seeks to recognize and promote the cultural and racial diversity of Canada, one that acknowledges the freedom of all members of Canadian society to preserve, enhance, and share their cultural heritage. But in going one step further, Mr. Speaker, we have addressed this issue in Budget 2018. In the most recent budget, we announced nearly $50 million in new funding to support programming that actually empowers communities as well to combat racism and discrimination. $23 million has been dedicated to multiculturalism, $19 million in addition to the Black community, and $6 million to the collection and dissemination of data on racialized persons. These funds will allow us to craft a new national anti-racism approach and give meaning to the official language contained in the Multiculturalism Act. But now let me return to Bill S-218, the Latin American Heritage Month bill before us today. The question that immediately comes to mind is why October, Mr. Speaker? Each year during the month of October, peoples of Hispanic origin around the world pay tribute to their shared culture through celebrations such as Hispanic Day, the Day of the Cultures, the Day of Resistance, and the commemoration of Hispanic Heritage Month in North America. The latter celebrates the presence of Hispanics in North America, starting with the arrival of Christopher Columbus on October 12, 1492. October is also recognized as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, and in the United States. Bill S-218 underscores the importance of this community to our entire country and builds awareness at the national level. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say a few words about Latin Americans and who they are exactly. They are my constituents in Parkdale High Park, who hail from all parts of the Americas in which Spanish or Portuguese is the main language. They are the folks in Toronto who run Salsa on St. Clair, the Argentinian community at Folklorama in Winnipeg, or the Peruvian community at Folkfest in Saskatoon. Hispanic is a more narrow term, Mr. Speaker, which is defined as of or connected with Spain or Spanish-speaking countries. Lorsque le sénateur
When the late Senator Tobias Enverga introduced this bill in the Senate and explained that he consulted members of the community and the public and gave consideration to a more inclusive and neutral wording, as a consequence, the bill referred to the geographic linguistic community of Latin America, which adds Lusophone and Francophone communities and the indigenous peoples of the region, as opposed to the more common reference to people of only Hispanic heritage. This bill, S-218, uses a broad definition of Latin America, which refers to a group of nations that includes Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela, as well as Puerto Rico, the French West Indies, and other islands.
Pointed out by Senator Enverga, many, if not all, Latin American countries also have a shared colonial history, stemming from the time when Spain and Portugal were world powers. The first wave of Latin American immigration to Canada occurred between 1970 and 1973, with the arrival of approximately 68,000 immigrants. Today, Canadians of Latin American origin represent one of the largest non-European ethnic groups in Canada. They are constantly a growing population, again, as was referenced earlier in today's debate, that represents more than 544,000 Canadian individuals and counting, Mr. Speaker. The majority of Latin Americans in Canada are Catholics, representing more than 60% of the Latin American community. Latin Americans are a diverse group within a diverse nation, which we now all call home. As a government, we are proud to support Bill S-218, which promotes and upholds our diversity and strengthens our multicultural and our pluralistic society. At root, we firmly believe that we will only succeed as a nation when we move from simply tolerating differences to truly celebrating differences, Mr. Speaker. Bill S-218 is an important step to allowing us to do just that. I urge my fellow parliamentarians to honor the memory of the late Senator Enverga and to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak in favour of Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. This bill will enshrine October of every year as Latin American Heritage Month in recognition of social, economic, and political contributions that the Latin American community has made to Canada. Before I speak further on this bill, I would also like to recognize that this bill is before us today due to the tireless work of Senator Enverga, who we were all saddened to lose in November last year. Senator Enverga was the first Filipino-Canadian appointed to the Senate and was deeply respected for his advocacy work for persons with disabilities and Canada's multiculturalism. The bill before us today is an example of his dedication to honoring a diverse Canada, and it is a pleasure to continue that work in this House. Close to 40,000 people in the Lower Mainland have Latin American heritage. The community is vibrant and diverse, and every year there are plenty of wonderful events and activities highlighting and celebrating their culture. This year, from June 27th to July 8th, Vancouver will celebrate Latin American Week. Carnival du Sol, a free family-friendly festival at the end of June and the beginning of July, is always one of the biggest attractions. This year will be the 10th annual Carnival du Sol and will feature close to 400 performers showcasing singers, dancers, bands, and incredible food. Latin American Week will give people the opportunity to attend cooking classes, dancing classes, a fashion show, and plenty of arts and crafts highlighting the diversity of Vancouver's Latin American community. Then from August 23rd to September 2nd, Vancouver will have its 16th annual Latin American Film Festival, showcasing contemporary Latin American and Latin Canadian filmmaking. I encourage all Canadians to check out similar events in their communities or communities nearby, as festivals and events like these happen across Canada each year. If there isn't one in your community, I invite and encourage you to come to Vancouver and to check out ours. I and my New Democratic Party colleagues are proud supporters of Canada's multiculturalism and have long supported celebrating the unique heritage of Canada and Canadians. Our great diversity has allowed Canada to be built through the contributions of so many different ethnic and religious groups, and those with Latin American heritage are most certainly among them. Canada's rich cultural mosaic is one of the things that make Canada what it is today, and a huge strength that we should all celebrate and be proud of. Events like Vancouver's Latin American Week and Latin American Film Festival put on display for all of us the richness of our society. The opportunities to speak to this and attend events like those mentioned are just one of the many reasons I've been honored to be the NDP critic for multiculturalism. The other hat that I wear for the Democrats is critic for immigration, refugee, and citizenship, and I feel that it is important to examine bills like this from that lens as well. This is because actions speak louder than words. Recognizing Canada's diverse cultures and heritage is important, but it is even more important to recognize how we treat the people who are of that culture and who have that heritage. According to the 2016 census, over 1.4 million Canadians identified as having Caribbean, Latin, Central, or South American origins. However, this number does not truly reflect how many individuals with Latin American heritage are in Canada and contributing immensely to Canada's society and economy. This is because while none of Canada's top 10 source countries for new permanent residents are in Latin America, seven of the top 20 countries for temporary foreign workers annually are. Mexico and Jamaica are the top countries of origin for temporary foreign workers in Canada. Additionally, Guatemala, Trinidad and Tobago, Nicaragua, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines and Brazil held top spots in 2017. These countries alone account for almost 37,000 temporary foreign workers in Canada on positive labor market impact assessments from January to September. The Seasonal Agriculture Workers Program sees an additional 30,000 laborers come to Canada each year, primarily from Mexico, Jamaica, and other Caribbean countries. People from this program provide vital contributions to Canada, working long, hard hours in Canada's agriculture industry, ensuring that our crops are harvested and sent to market. I do not believe that we can truly recognize the contributions of Latin Americans to Canada without recognizing the immense contributions of Latin Americans who, due to our immigration system, how it functions, come here every year to provide vital services while lacking a pathway to actually make Canada their home. While these programs are structured to fill temporary needs, some research have shown many agricultural workers have been coming to Canada for 10 years or more. Neither the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program nor the Agricultural Workers stream of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program offer a pathway to permanence for these people and force them to leave their families back home while in Canada. While doing this incredibly important work in Canada, these workers often find themselves excluded from workplace protections that Canadians take for granted, and even if they're paying for it. The Seasonal Agriculture Workers Program, the workers within it are not eligible for employment insurance despite it being deducted from their paychecks, and they're excluded from most aspects of the Employment Standards Act, to name just two issues. If we're to celebrate Latin American heritage in Canada and designate October to be Latin American Heritage Month, we need to match these words with actions. Let us not just recognize the importance of diversity and the joy of attending beautiful festivals and celebrations, but to examine how our policies prevent the people whose heritage we say we appreciate from actually staying here in Canada and calling it their home. Let us use this opportunity to realign our policies to recognize how much we rely on Latin American people in Canada by ensuring that we provide them with the ability to actually become a Canadian citizen. I've always said that if you're good enough to work here, you're good enough to stay. That approach should be the foundational principle for Canada's immigration policy. In recognition of the contribution of the Latin American community, let us begin that work. Let's make sure that all those who come to contribute to Canada in their permanent fashion, in a temporary fashion, and particularly for the temporary foreign workers, it is time that we honor them by ensuring that if they're good enough to work here, they're good enough to stay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to speak to this important bill recognizing Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada. I do want to start, as other colleagues have, by recognizing the incredible work on this particular initiative and in general by the late Senator Tobias and Verga. Many good comments have been made about his work. I personally remember him as a person of just contagious joy, and that's my enduring impression of him. Yes, of course, the important work he did on initiatives like this, but as being someone who was so full of goodwill and who had also such an evident rich love for his family and was always proud to have his family with him at different events. So I want to associate myself with the words of my colleagues about Senator Verga, and also thank my colleague from Thornhill for the excellent work he's done on this in this bill. I know that issues in Latin America are close to his heart. He's done a great deal of work around human rights issues in Venezuela, and coming out of his work as minister with a particular focus on the Americas. So I think it's very appropriate that he's picked up this particular initiative. It's one that I know is close to his heart as well. Mr. Speaker, a few comments about Heritage Months in general, because this is a question I sometimes get from constituents. Well, what's this Heritage Month thing all about? Why do you have them? Why is it even necessary? And I want to defend the idea of having Heritage Months for a number of different reasons. First of all, I think these are important points of recognition and appreciation, of acknowledgement of the contributions that different cultural communities bring to Canada, and certainly so people understand there's no associated cost or government spending. It's not a month off work or anything like that, Mr. Speaker. It's simply a point in time, these different Heritage Months, at which we recognize and appreciate contributions. I would also say that these Heritage Months provide a particular opportunity for cultural sharing. Arguably, people from the community named are going to be aware of their own culture and heritage at all times of the year regardless. But when you have a designated Heritage Month, that's a point in time for everybody else to pay particular attention and recognition, maybe to be reminded that this is an opportunity to learn about and learn from the particular aspects of a culture and become more aware of it. And it's not as practical to say we should just be aware of all cultures at all times, although certainly in a lot of ways we should. But having these specific points of noting and reminding ourselves is worthwhile as part of that process of ongoing cultural sharing and education. Of course, I think these Heritage Months also provide us with an opportunity to note and listen to the experience of Canadians from diverse backgrounds. In particular, we know that Canadians from visible minority backgrounds may experience prejudice that others do not, and using these times as an opportunity to reflect on that, be sensitive to that, and learn about the experience of others is very valuable. I would say that it's not enough to say that you're simply blind to difference. It's important to affirm equal dignity, but also it's important to notice and understand the particular challenges that people may face and to work to improve the situation of people in the context of whatever their particular experience is. And that requires us to listen, to recognize that other people's experience may not be the same as ours, and it may not even be something we observe because their experience is their experience. So these Heritage Months and other such points of acknowledgement are important moments for us to, again, notice that experience and be very sensitive about listening to what the experience of others may be that's different from our own. Now, Mr. Speaker, on to the particulars of S218. This is a bill that in particular calls us to recognize the contributions of people here in Canada from Central and South American backgrounds. Obviously, this is a very diverse region in and of itself. We're talking about, for the most part, people who may come from a Spanish-speaking background, but people from a wide variety of different linguistic as well as cultural backgrounds. I was reading an article recently in The Economist that spoke about Italian speakers in Brazil. This was something I didn't know, but certain small linguistic dialects that exist in Brazil that may have close relationship to forms of Italian, forms of German, and of course many different indigenous languages and backgrounds as well. And that diversity certainly is reflected in the Canadian experience as well. We are enriched by the contributions of the wide diversity of peoples that come here from different backgrounds. Other colleagues have mentioned the importance of October in terms of a number of different holidays that are mentioned, various feasts and celebrations that have their roots in different cultural backgrounds that come from that part of the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, members may know that I'm a Catholic, and probably the most recognizable Latin American person is in the world today would be Pope Francis, who comes from Argentina. And I think it's worth briefly reflecting on his work as someone whose experience, I think, quite particularly reflects that kind of experience coming from Argentina and seeing the poverty that exists in parts of South America, and being very convicted to bring our attention to the need to fight for justice, to do all we can to help the poor and the marginalized. I think many people, Catholic but also non-Catholic, have been greatly inspired by his work, by his challenge to all of us to be more sensitive and responsive, certainly to the experience of those who are struggling, and to do all we can to be attentive to the needs of the poor. Another figure that I'd like to mention, someone that Pope Francis has highlighted, is the late Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, someone who, again, was an example of a leading Catholic figure who spoke out against injustice, and he's someone who's kind of moving forward through the process of beatification. Oscar Romero was actually assassinated in the midst of celebrating Mass. He was in the middle of serving a Mass. People were in the church, and someone came in and killed him. And there was never a conviction for his crime. But he was one of these people who was fearless in speaking out about the importance of justice, of universal human dignity, and who did so in the context of an environment of great political conflict and tension, and certainly oppression of those who are vulnerable. So these are a number of figures that I wanted to highlight as people that have been an inspiration to me, certainly, and come from this part of the world. Many people who come to Canada, regardless of where they come from, and certainly not all, but many come to escape conditions that are less than ideal where they are, whether that's poverty or whether that's some form of political persecution or oppression. And we welcome and benefit from the contributions of those who come out of those situations. And at the same time, many of those who come will inspire us and challenge us to play a greater role as individuals, as a country, in our pursuit of justice around the world. And I'm so glad that many members of Parliament, certainly our HoC has been very active on, for instance, issues of human rights, human dignity in Central and South America. And I know a great deal of that is inspired by people who come here who have connections in some ways to that persecution. And they share their stories. They talk about what has happened in those contexts, and they call on all of us as politicians, whether we come from that background or not, to commit ourselves as well to be part of that fight against oppression, that fight for justice and human rights. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank Senator Enverga, as well as the sponsor in this place, of bringing this important bill to our attention. These Heritage Months are an opportunity for us to recognize the contribution of Canadians from diverse backgrounds, in particular to see these as moments of cultural sharing and opportunities for greater cultural understanding. Also to meditate on the examples of leading figures from these communities and to seek to be taught by their wisdom and by their experience, as well as to enjoy the benefits that come from our cultural diversity. So I commend this to the consideration of members of the House. I hope all members will vote for this bill. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've enjoyed listening to my colleagues across the way and on this side of the House in regards to talking about really and truly what Canada is all about. Our Prime Minister often talks about Canada's greatest strength being that of diversity. I've heard that spoken on many occasions within this House, and I think that you would find virtually unanimous support that diversity is one of those things that makes Canada who we are as a people. And we have before us a bill that's come from the other place. And the sponsor of the legislation talked about Senator Verga, made reference to the fact that the late senator was a co-chair of the Philippine-Canada Parliamentary Friendship Group. I'm the other co-chair and have had the opportunity to work with Senator Verga for a number of years now. When he was actually first appointed to the Senate, he had taken a very keen interest in the Philippine-Canada Parliamentary Friendship Group. And so I'm not surprised in terms of that the late senator, had brought forward this piece of legislation, because I believe he understood the importance of Canada's diversity and how important it is that we recognize it and celebrate it. I had the opportunity with the senator to talk a great deal about the Philippines and that special relationship between two countries that ultimately we want to see further advance. We heard comments about the issue of things such as working visas. I would argue that there is so much more to relationships between countries than just immigration. We try to expand upon that through issues of trade. And we have seen a great deal of trade agreements, trade discussions that have taken place in Latin America. For most people to be aware that what we have, Mr. Speaker, is a Latin American countries. There are many of them. I was just trying to make a quick note of some of the countries that I am aware of. Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, El Salvador, Panama, Cuba. These are just some of the countries that make up that Latin America region. And that's why I think the senator captured the essence of the celebration that we need to recognize. It goes beyond any one country. In fact, it is a region. It is a region in the world that is ultimately led to so much benefit for Canada as a society. I often have had the opportunity to talk about what I believe is one of the greatest shows on earth, and it's all about multiculturalism. It takes place 2 weeks every summer in the city of Winnipeg. We call it Folklorama, Mr. Speaker. You will find that the Latin American area or countries are in fact well represented. I think of the Brazilian pavilion as an example, Mr. Speaker. It is a pavilion of high demand. People want to go and get and experience Latin American culture and their heritage. And what you will see is a great display of entertainment in the form of music, dance, the heritage costumes that are showcased, to the types of food and alcohol that is consumed. You will get a good sense in terms of just how much that culture and that heritage is truly appreciated and valued. I am a big fan of recognizing Heritage Months, Heritage Weeks. We have inside this House had the opportunity to highlight different ethnic or cultural regions around the world in a very positive way. And what I have found in my years here, but also I would suggest to you in provincial legislature, is there is a great deal of goodwill from members on all sides of the House when it comes time to recognize those wonderful positive attributes of what makes Canada the great country it is, that being our diversity. So we have before us a piece of legislation that has been brought over from the other side, saying that let's recognize the month of October as the month to give that extra attention to a heritage community that has contributed so much to the development of our country. In fact, if you take a look at the base population, I believe, is well over 500 million people that call Latin America their home. And there is over hundreds of years the development of that heritage. Canada kind of took the shortcut, Mr. Speaker. We are a relatively young country, and we have seen thousands of individuals that have made the decision to come to Canada and call Canada their home. Now, having said that, I am often afforded the opportunity to go out and speak on to numbers of people in different types of cultural settings. And one of the things that I highlight, especially last year when we were celebrating Canada's 150th birthday, was the fact that what makes me proud to be a Canadian is the fact that we have that multicultural attitude. We're not that melting pot. Rather, we recognize and value that diversity. And I will often say to individuals, whether they're from Brazil, Philippines, India, anywhere else in the world, that because you have chosen to adopt Canada as your home, it doesn't mean that you forget about your birth country or the country where your ancestors have come from, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would encourage those individuals to appreciate that heritage and share that heritage amongst the broader community here in Canada. And for me, that's what, for example, Folklorama is all about. It recognizes and individuals that participate in Folklorama share that heritage from that part of the world with the broader community. We get over 250,000 people that will participate in those 2 weeks of activities. But more importantly, what we will see, and we could use the Brazilian pavilion as an example, you will have young people that will get involved in showing and expressing their heritage, Mr. Speaker, and sharing that. And it doesn't just occur during those 2 weeks. Often what you will find is those volunteers, the thousands of volunteers that make up Folklorama, their concentrated efforts happen to be during those 2 weeks. But it's year-long, where you will see activities that are held, practices that are conducted. In fact, we have individuals that are invited to participate in celebrations of multiculturalism around the world. And many of our performers in Folklorama, in the many different pavilions, are invited to participate. So by designating a month, for me, the way I look at it, as it provides those individuals that make up that rich and vibrant community, that have the heritage in which they want to continue to share, to make available, it provides yet another platform, a month that has been recognized that is important to that community. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, I believe what we will see is an enhancement of activities of Latin American countries during that month. And I believe that that is a healthy thing. Because as a result, not only in, for example, in Winnipeg, will we see that particular community highlighted through things like a Folklorama, but now I believe you'll see additional events in celebration of that heritage, and there's so many things how Canada has benefited by that particular community, celebrated and shared with the broader community by the House of Commons working with the other place, the Senate, in recognizing it and dedicating the month of October for that. Mr. Speaker, if I could conclude my remarks, I just wanted to share the introducer's comments in regards to Senator Enverga, a great Canadian Filipino who understood the importance of celebrating Canada's diversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Il reste environ 4 minutes.
There are 4 minutes remaining before the end of the time for private members' business. So I will then recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, I'm really proud to stand up and speak to this particular piece of legislation. I would like to recognize my colleague opposite for sponsoring the bill, but also, again, to recognize the late Senator Enverga for this particular piece of legislation that is critically important. As mentioned, Latin American Month is critically important to recognize not only the rich colorfulness, experience, and culture of a particular community like we do with others. Black History Month, Asian Heritage Month, in this place we recognized the Jewish community not too long ago, not just to recognize the experience and culture of those various groups, but also, and I don't want to put words in the late Senator's mouth, but to look at the challenges that those groups also face. We cannot be blind in understanding that these various groups do face challenges when they come to this country, so it has to be a holistic and a comprehensive understanding and learning during these months. And in fact, I think we could do it throughout the year. I think the month gives us a catalyst, but throughout the rest of the year, after October and beyond, to understand a little bit more once we start to do that cultural sharing, to understand a little bit more about each other and to celebrate with each other. So really proud to stand to speak to this particular piece of legislation, because I do think that, as our Prime Minister says, diversity is our strength, but with that strength comes understanding, comes a willingness to not just be there for part of the celebrations, but also the understanding of the challenges that are faced as well. As mentioned, this particular group is one of the largest growing, coming here in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. Again, I was part of that group from the Caribbean, coming here in 1975. My parents coming to Canada again to ensure that we had better economic, social standing especially for us as their children, and then for myself as an immigrant, making sure that my children have a better opportunity. And Canada has afforded us those great opportunities, and we're very thankful for that. And the opportunity to celebrate is one that we shouldn't take for granted. But Mr. Speaker, as we talk about these groups that are within our country and understanding the great sense of responsibility that they have here, it is also important for us to recognize that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, that as we go through celebrating these particular months, it brings us together as communities. It allows us to learn a little bit more about each other. And Bill S-218 supports our commitment to diversity and inclusion. As we saw in Budget 2018, this budget not only looked at things from a from a gendered lens, it also made investments in multiculturalism, ensuring that we had an anti-racism strategy, investments in the Black community, investments in ensuring that we had disaggregated data to ensure that the limited resources we have are able to contribute to looking at some of the barriers that I mentioned earlier that some of these communities face. So while we are celebrating, we also have to be very cognizant of the fact that we do have to make policies and investments to ensure that our communities that face challenges have the resources that they need to be able to overcome those challenges. So I do thank the honourable member across the way and the late senator for introducing this very important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 6 minutes remaining when the House resumes debate regarding this motion. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper, or to the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Resuming debate on motion number 19. Budgetary policy and the sub-amendments proposed by Mr. Caron. Resuming debate.
For Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Rivière de Mille. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak on Budget 2018, which lays out the government's plans to build on previous budget and invest in our people, our communities, our resources, and give our citizens the best opportunity to drive economic growth going forward. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to chair the Finance Committee as we held pre-budget hearings across Canada in the fall. And I want to, first of all, thank all members on that committee and those who subbed in of all parties for their work, their research, their witnesses' selection, and their resolve to make recommendations to the government. Not always, as you know, do we agree on committees, but we did have many a good discussion, and I think everybody's heart was in making the best report we could for the government's consideration. A special thank you as well, Mr. Speaker, goes to the many witnesses who spend endless hours preparing briefs and the many who appeared before the committee. If there's one thing that you recognize when you travel in pre-budget consultations across this country, and we've seen some over 300 witnesses, you see the tremendous potential that there is in this country. And both federal and provincial governments have a role to play in terms of assisting businesses and the people to give them the best leg up and the best policy format of which to build economic growth from. Mr. Speaker, not all our great ideas that were in the pre-budget consultation or policy suggestions got in a report or, in fact, in the budget. But they provide food for thought for both this budget and for future developments, whether it's policy or budgets in the future. And I certainly want to thank the Minister of Finance and Finance Canada for seriously considering the recommendations that we did put forward. Many are woven through the budget proposals that are in the budget itself and will assist in achieving equality and growth, as the budget is entitled. The budget proposes to invest, looks to make Canada a leader in on a number of fronts, and I think provides a good foundation for our kids and our grandchildren in going forward. And one in particular that we heard a lot about in our pre-budget consultations was investing in science research. It really became known as the Naylor Report. There wasn't a stop that we made as a finance committee that issue wasn't raised. They wanted to, the witnesses wanted us to expand and research. And I want to quote from the budget itself because I think this is one of the most fundamental policies put forward in the budget. Canada's quoting from the budget document, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Fundamental Science Review, led by Dr. David Naylor. He said, while Canada spends more on higher education, research and development as a share of gross domestic product than any other group of the G7, the review identified a number of challenges that require urgent attention. These include declining funding per researcher and the need to fundamentally shift how, when, and where Canada invests, encouraging more global collaboration, fostering more interdisciplinary research, and better supporting research that has the potential to be groundbreaking. In response, the government has proposed measures to make Canada's research environment more responsive, agile, and modern in order to attract the world's best researchers to Canada and to take Canadian research to new heights. So in the budget, historic investments were proposed to support researchers. This includes more than $1.7 billion for over 5 years to support the next generation of Canadian researchers through Canada's Granting Councils and Research Institute. It also includes $1.3 billion over 5 years for investments in the laboratories, equipment, and infrastructure researchers rely on to this day. And what we said in our pre-budget report, Mr. Speaker, was use the Naylor report as a framework for long-term support of science and research. We also added agricultural research into the mix. I go through that somewhat long explanation, Mr. Speaker, because I really think that's where some of Canada's greatest potential is. We've always, as a nation, been good at research, somewhat poor at commercialization. We're innovators, and we need to certainly get on top of the commercialization aspect. But that investment will make a difference in our children's future. Not necessarily in the budget, but also announced as by the government and tied into this whole research component is the announcement of the developing of superclusters in a number of areas, ranging from superclusters in oceans research to agriculture research. And that builds on the potential that this country has. I think another great move, Mr. Speaker. The budget as well establishes programs to address the gender wage gap and make progress towards equality in the workplace. Another good move to find that potential that's out there in terms of getting others in the workforce, bringing some more equality, and expanding our workforce and our business community, giving them the opportunity to grow and develop and strengthen our economy. That's another good move in this budget. So simply put, Mr. Speaker, the government is investing in Canadians in a responsible way. These growth-generating investments in people, in communities, and in the economy are being balanced by sound fiscal management, investing while at the same time driving down the debt ratio as a percentage of the economy. The government is taking the next steps towards equality and a more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive Canada, where science, curiosity, and innovation are working to drive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this past week I happened to attend what was called the Globe Forum in Vancouver. And the theme there was, quote, the Leadership Summit for Sustainable Business. Over 4,000 people attended, and the thrust of the conference was climate change and economic leadership. I bring this point up in the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, because what struck me at this global forum was the need to find balance. And I also raise it because at that conference, There was a lot of talk about the oil and gas industry and renewable energy. And I think if there's ever an area, and one of the things that struck me at the conference was the desire to use our current natural resources as we have, in terms of we're so fortunate to have oil and gas in this country, to use that in a way to accept those resources, to try and always strive to build better technology, less greenhouse gases, etc., but use those investments and the returns to also improve on the renewables. And I say, although it's not really a part of this budget, it is a part of the government philosophy that we need to use what we have to build for the future. I see him running out of time, Mr. Speaker, and because there's so much to talk about in this budget, especially as it relates to Atlantic Canada. There's improvements in broadband. There's improvements in pre-apprentice training, in skills development, assistance for the regional development agencies, which are extremely important in my area in terms of assisting the business community and communities themselves in gaining economic opportunities and growing their business in the future. In fact, last week I announced that the Thompson Potato Company new technology which will add value to their potato product as it goes in the market. And Mr. Speaker, that's what this budget is all about, underlying our economy, strengthening our economy, and giving businesses and people the opportunity to grow that economy for the country as a whole and for themselves as a business. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that is in this budget, of course, is funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I had the pleasure of being in that member's part of the country. I visited Prince Edward Island on the last break week, and it's a beautiful part of the country, and it's a place that I was very pleased to be able to talk to people about the Canada Summer Jobs Program, the importance of that program, as well as the negative impact of the Liberal Values Test attestation. I'll just share one example with the member, and frankly, I'm sure it's an example that he knows. I visited with the leadership of the Atlantic Baptist Housing Association. Their headquarters is in Moncton on the other side of the Confederation Bridge, but they operate facilities in Prince Edward Island and throughout the region, and they are no longer able to access the Canada Summer Jobs Program because of this mean-spirited values test attestation policy. And I'm sure the member would agree that groups like this, who do good work in and around his riding, should not be targeted, and I'm sure he would say that they're not the intended target. So I want to ask the member if he thinks that groups like this in his constituency and elsewhere should be able to access important summer jobs funding regardless of whether or not they check the box. Is he supportive of groups in his riding who are doing charitable work, non-political, non-activist work, who simply want to be able to have the freedom to do that without having to check a box that goes against their values?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, just yesterday morning in my office, I was going through some of the proposals for the Canada Summer Jobs that have come forward, and there's always more than there's money available to assist with. But I do want to say how important the Canada Summer Jobs program is. And this government, early on, increased the funding to Canada Summer Jobs so that we can, in fact, get more people, more young people to get that experience in the workforce, the chance to get a leg up so that when they go to apply for a job later on, they not only have an education, they have experience. And so what I've seen in my riding, Mr. Speaker, with Canada Summer Jobs is because of the efforts of this government, this Minister of Finance and this Prime Minister, that we're able to add many more people to gain that experience as a result of Canada Summer Jobs than was the case in previous times.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'd like to hear my colleague on the Liberal side of the House, his details about the government's commitment to pay equity legislation. It was over 40 years ago that the first Prime Minister, Trudeau, promised pay equity, that women would be paid equal pay for work of equal value. It never has been legislated by any Conservative or Liberal government. In this budget, given that the NDP successfully encouraged the government to add it to their agenda in a vote in this House 2 years ago, we really thought in this budget there would at least be money for implementation. There's nothing. The government didn't even take up the a very strong encouragement by the Canadian Labour Congress at a minimum to fund the establishment of a pay equity commission and some of the implementation mechanisms, if not actually setting money aside to pay federal workers fairly and to implement legislation. Why is there zero money for pay equity in this budget?
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Well, I think if there was ever a budget, Mr. Speaker, that emphasized women and their potential in the workforce or being entrepreneurs or being researchers, this budget is certainly it. I would just refer the member opposite to page 110 and the things that are being talked about on that page, helping women-owned businesses grow, increasing access to capital for women, enhancing data and knowledge for women entrepreneurs, improving access to federal business and innovation programming. Those are all areas. And last week, Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity to talk about or to meet with people involved in the skills trades, pre-apprenticeship training for women that are involved in those areas. So I think it goes without saying that this budget goes a long way to giving women more opportunities in the economy and in the business world.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable colleagues, it's an honour for me to rise today and speak to government investments outlined in Budget 2018 in the areas of science and research systems.
Growing middle class is driving economic growth, creating new jobs, and giving Canadians more opportunities to succeed. Examinons ce qui a permis de nous rendre.
Let us look at how we got to where we are today. Less than 3 years ago, facing very low growth and a stubbornly high unemployment rate, our government chose to invest in order to strengthen the middle class. Our government chose to invest, Mr. Speaker, in order to grow our economy. Canadians know that the prosperity of a country does not flow from austerity. Our government is committed to making investments that will strengthen and grow the middle class. These are investments that will cast a solid foundation for the future of our children.
Speaker, Canada has the fastest growing economy in the G7. The International Monetary Fund has argued that Canada's economic policies should go viral. Government investment in people in the communities is delivering greater opportunities for the middle class and for all Canadians.
Since November 2015, Canadians have been working hard to grow our economy, and they have created more than 500,000 jobs and reduced the unemployment rate to an historically low level. During the 2015 election campaign, people told me that life was difficult. In these households, there was always one person with precarious employment. Now I can say that what I'm seeing on the ground is that the economy is going a lot better. There are good jobs, and unemployment has hit a historic low thanks to our government's policies. Budget 2018 focuses on this investment plan rather than on austerity, while retaining control over the budget, being responsible, and improving our budget outcomes.
Canada is a country of innovators, from pacemaker to peanut butter to walkie-talkies, from Canada Arm to life jackets. In ways, great and small, we Canadians have made the world around us better through our ingenuity. We have always understood that better is possible. Let's say it again. Better is always possible. And time after time, we have used curiosity, courage, creativity, and collaboration to create positive change for ourselves and the world. But progress does not happen without commitment and effort. Excusez. Depuis la publication en 2017,
Mr. Speaker, since the publication in 2017 of the Naylor Report and its recommendations, our government has heard the message from the research community in Canada about the importance of investing in research in our country. In Budget 2018, our government is proposing new investment to support researchers and innovators in Canada. These investments will include increased support for women, for underrepresented groups, and for researchers starting out on their careers. The government will be contributing, on the one hand, funding of approximately $1.2 billion to the granting agencies in Canada in order to support basic research that is led by researchers. Mr. Speaker, this is the most significant funding provided for basic research since the creation of these granting agencies. This investment will provide increased support and training opportunities for approximately 21,000 highly qualified students and employees in Canada. The funding will also include an updated policy, as well as greater importance being granted to international research and interdisciplinary research, including the creation of a dedicated fund for research that supports those goals.
Speaker, we know that we need to compete globally for top talent. To attract and retain leading researchers at post-secondary institutions across the country, the government is also proposing new funding for the Canada Research Chairs program. This funding will provide more flexibility to improve the program so that it better supports researchers and could result in additional chairs for research and a sizable increase in funding for early career researchers. To ensure that Canada's researchers have the tools they need to make scientific breakthroughs and drive innovation, the government is taking a significant step to provide ongoing, stable funding to the Canada Foundation for Innovation with investments in research infrastructure. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I had the good fortune of sitting on two standing committees, Official Languages and International Trade. During a recent trip to Asia with the International Trade Committee, the people we met said that they knew our universities and they were aware of the excellent institutions that we have in Canada. But we need to continue to support our researchers. In Budget 2018, our government will be making unprecedented investments in research and researchers, $4 billion, Mr. Speaker, that will fund the equipment that Canadian researchers need in order to be able to carry out successful research. With better equipment and better laboratories, Canadian researchers will be equipped with what they need in order to innovate in areas such as aeronautics, automobiles, diagnostic tools for childhood diseases, and they will also be able to meet the challenge of quantum computing. Mr. Speaker, we will also be strengthening the work of our government researchers thanks to this investment. There are thousands of scientists and a network of federal laboratories that strengthen Canada's capacity when it comes to research, including collaboration with businesses and agreements with post-secondary institutions. In my riding, SMEs are already working with universities and researchers to find solutions to their practical problems. I could name a few. For example, Elastoproxy, which makes joint gaskets. Kinova, which makes robotic arms. AP&C, which manufactures titanium powder for 3D printing. But in order to find solutions for our SMEs, we need to support basic research, which occurs well before practical solutions can be found. In Budget 2018, our government is proposing to support the renewal of federal science by launching the first stage of an ambitious plan to renew federal laboratories. These investments will open the doors to increased cooperation throughout government and throughout our research systems in general.
Speaker, in a knowledge-based economy, a government must work to predict ideas of Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs. Ensuring Canadian intellectual property rules are up to date and reflect the world we live in is fundamental to creating and retaining wealth generated from Canada's research, development, talent, and training. In Budget 2018, our government will be announcing measures to contribute to a new intellectual property strategy to help Canadian companies use their idea to grow and succeed.
The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development will announce the details of that strategy over the coming months. Mr. Speaker, this innovative spirit that defines Canadians has contributed to the creation of industries and jobs that have strengthened the middle class in Canada and that have helped it grow. Today, this same innovative will is still creating new jobs and new export opportunities for growing industries, while at the same time it's transforming jobs within existing industries.
In 2017, our government launched the Innovation and Skills Plan, an ambitious effort to make Canada a world-leading center for innovation to help create more good, well-paying jobs, help strengthen and grow the middle class. In 2018, our government is taking the next steps to transform Canada's innovation programs, rules, and regulations, making them easier to access and to use. This is expanded support for Canadian companies that want to scale up and take their innovations to the international marketplace.
Mr. Speaker, the innovations that we are achieving today will create exciting new jobs for today's workers and a better future for our children and our grandchildren. I am certain that this budget will lead to excellent economic outcomes today and in the future in my riding. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said better is always possible. After reading this budget, I have to agree. We can do so much better indeed, and we will after 2019. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a particular question about the deficit figures. There was a commitment in advance of the last election to run three deficits that would not exceed $10 billion, and then in the fourth year to balance the budget. Of course, that commitment is not often repeated now by the government. So I want to just understand, did the government intend to not honor this commitment at the time they made it, or did they simply change their mind after the election?
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that Canada has the best debt-to-GDP ratio throughout the G7. But I'd like to come back to the economy. Earlier on, I said that during the 2015 election campaign, can you hear what I'm saying? Yes? Now, when I was knocking on doors during the campaign, I was talking about the economy. And in 2015, there was precarious employment in the Lower Laurentians, in my riding. And people were telling me life is difficult. After 3 years now, we can see a difference. Unemployment has gone down. There is more investment in aeronautics, which is a strong sector. There are many companies that are doing better. So this is a budget that is leading towards a better future.
And comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
My friend for her speech. I think it's always good to try to find the good within the not so great to start with, and I think the government's final decision to admit that there is a funding gap between First Nations children and non-First Nations children is important, and that the gap will then be filled so that Canadian kids are given an equal opportunity regardless of who they are. I'm very specific, and this affects the place where I come from very much, northwestern British Columbia, 38% First Nations, and the disparity between opportunities for young people is stark, and it manifests in many ways. Now, the government has committed to filling that gap so that kids have that equal opportunity, but they won't tell us what the gap is. Now, the reason, and I put this question to my friend, a commitment to do something, but without telling us what that commitment will actually look like is important. Because there's been so many broken promises over the years, as you know well, Mr. Speaker, and as First Nations people know all too well. So my specific question to my friend is, now that the government has committed to fulfilling the gap, filling it back so that it's equal for all, will the government also just simply tell us what the gap is so that we can hold them accountable? so that First Nations families and all Canadians can know whether they succeeded or failed in keeping this promise.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very, very relevant question. Yes, there is a lot of work to do. You were speaking about children. Well, I'm going to talk to you about the children in my riding. The Canada Child Benefit has made a huge benefit. Earlier, I was telling my other colleague that the economy is going better. Well, obviously, the Canada Child Benefit has made a huge difference to families' lives. In my riding, that represents more than 10,000 children, and for families, that's more than $600 per month. That helps the economy, and what it means is that people have more money at the end of the month in order to pay for extracurricular activities, for example. So the Canada Child Benefit will also be increased, and I'm very pleased to have heard that. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent remarks. She is a very passionate spokesperson for the aeronautics sector, and especially in the Lower Laurentians and in Quebec in general. So I'd like to ask my colleague to expand a little on our achievements, our investments, and our achievements in the aerospace industry as a government. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the aerospace industry in the greater area of Montreal is very, very present, very important, and it represents many jobs in various businesses. For example, Bell Helicopter, Bombardier, L3, that we hear a little less about, but L3 is responsible for the maintenance of F-18s. And did you know that L3 is responsible for maintenance for American F-18s in Mirabel, which is in my riding? So things are going well because there has been a lot of investment in innovative procedures, for example. I've gone to various press releases with Minister Baines, and all these things have an impact in my riding. Earlier, I talked about APEC. Well, they manufacture titanium powder, which is responsible for 3D printing. That also helps the aerospace industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, the federal budget has two main purposes. One, it's a financial accountability record, and two, it's a vision statement of sorts over our country. And I would like to discuss both of these elements in my speech. When we spend more than we make with regards to the financial accountability mechanism, it's called a deficit. And when it comes to revenue streams or making money, there are only two ways that a government is able to do so. One, they can develop the natural resources that are within that country and then get those commodities to market. And two, they can tax the people that live within the country. These are the two ways that a government has in order to generate revenue. If they don't do enough of either of these, it results in deficit spending, and it results in a debt load that then is incurred by the Canadian public in the forms of further taxation. This government appreciates that model. They appreciate taxing their people to the point where they find it very difficult to live life. A conservative approach would be to develop natural resources, such as our oil and gas industry, which is something that the Trans-Canada or Trans-Mountain Pipeline would allow us to do, something this government, unfortunately, does not take a stand for. Now, moving forward on this budget, I would have to say that all in all, the policies that were brought forward in 2018 budget actually make life very difficult for Canadians to live. Budget 2018, it could have been great. It could have been really great, actually. The Liberals have inherited a great fortune. The world economy is thriving. The Canadian dollar is actually down, which is actually excellent for our trade market. Entrepreneurs are working hard and they're creating jobs. They're doing a phenomenal job, women and men across this country taking risks and starting up local companies. A responsible government then during this time would take advantage of this, and they would put money aside for when times get tough so that there's some revenue in the bank, or some money in the bank, I should say, to take care of the Canadian public in those times of downturn. But instead, this government actually broke their electoral promise, and instead of balancing the budget, or at least bringing it closer to balance, they actually decided that they would incur another $18 billion worth of deficit. Now, when asked about the need for deficit spending, the Liberals responded by saying that they actually need to invest in infrastructure. But the problem with this is that when we look at the budget closely, we actually see that they cut infrastructure spending here domestically by $2.1 billion. In fact, they cut it here, but Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased to know that they're willing to take $35 billion and put it into overseas infrastructure in order to help places like China. Now, it's the Canadian people who will have to foot this bill. And so we have to ask the question, does this help Canadians? And the truth is, it doesn't, not at all. Now, the Prime Minister had the audacity to tell veterans that there's just simply not enough money in the budget or in government coffers in order to help veterans who have served this country faithfully. But yet somehow there's enough money to send overseas and invest in their infrastructure projects, again, places like China. Now, Canadians expect better. And like the Liberals have said, better is possible. Better is always possible. And so Canadians expect the government to implement policies that will create jobs. They expect the government to respect the rights and the freedoms of Canadians. They expect the government to steward tax dollars, to stand up for victims, to defend families, to advocate for the most vulnerable, including our seniors and those who live with a disability. They expect the government to invest in health care and to deliver services with excellence, all while stewarding the taxpayer dollar. Now, Canadians are hardworking people with great potential that absolutely deserves to be realized, and it should be this government and any government that should facilitate that for the Canadian public. Now, this government had the ability, once again, to facilitate that prosperity, but unfortunately, they've wasted that opportunity in 2018. Now, Mr. Speaker, I should mention to you that I will be splitting my time with the member from Markham Unionville. Thank you. Now, this government failed to deliver what matters most to Canadians. At a time when the government should be focused on making life more affordable and getting out of the way, they're actually focused on putting barriers in place of Canadians starting businesses, in place of investments coming into Canada. They're actually standing in the way of resource development. And so the Prime Minister is failing Canadians. Now, according to an Ipsos Reid poll that was recently released, it said that nearly 50% of Canadians, nearly half of all Canadian families, are within $200 a month of not being able to pay their household bills. So that's their mortgage, their car payment, the food on the table, their clothes on their back. They're within $200 a month of not being able to make ends meet. And why is that? It's because this current government is making life more expensive. On average, a Canadian family is spending $840 more per year in taxation than they were under the previous government. Now, that is music lessons for your kids. That's sports for your kids. That's going on a weekend family vacation as a family unit. I mean, $840 is a significant amount. Life is being made more expensive. Now, permit me to talk a little bit about my riding of Lethbridge. I'm very pleased to represent the people of Southern Alberta in Lethbridge, and one of the things that we were looking for in this budget was infrastructure dollars. As I mentioned, those have been cut. Now, specifically, we could use roads, we could use bridges, we could use social infrastructure. We're a growing community, families are vibrant, things are going well for us. But unfortunately, in this budget, as previous budgets from this government, we've been left in the cold because of our size as a community. Where this government places all of its emphasis on large urban centres, that's just simply not us. Now, when it comes to agriculture, this is a sector within my area that is very strong, and it's a sector that keeps us afloat. We're very thankful for our egg producers. Again, in this budget, there was absolutely nothing for the egg sector. When it comes to small businesses, entrepreneurs, women and men who are taking risks, who are creating businesses in order to facilitate job creation in this country, which then allows families to provide for themselves. Again, this government is choosing to punish these women and men who are incredibly hardworking and risk takers. And so these women and men they're no longer going to be able to do income splitting between spouses who co-labor in order to run a business. They're no longer going to be able to do passive investments in a way that is economically sensible. Instead, they're going to be taxed through the roof on a good portion of those passive investments. Now, that said, I'll give credit where credit is due, and that is one thing that took place was Canadians actually stood up against this government and spoke out and said that these changes were punishing and inappropriate. And so this government actually finally came back with a conservative promise, I might add, and they said that they would reduce the taxes that small businesses have to pay on a yearly basis. And so it's come down to 9%, where that's the promise. Now, I'll give credit for that. Now, the federal government must do everything that it can to facilitate an environment of economic prosperity where businesses want to stay and they want to grow and they want to create jobs, because this is what sustains us as a society. Now, when they do things like put a federally imposed carbon tax in place, it actually drives businesses south of the border, which is something that has actually happened in my region recently. 2 fairly decent-sized companies have moved south just because simply the policies look much better down there. Now, what this is doing then is it is actually costing us as Canadians, and it's making life less doable. Now, the last thing I want to talk about with regards to this budget is, in addition to serving as a financial record, it also serves as a vision statement. And one of the things that this government did is they put a lot of emphasis on women. Now, as Conservatives, we absolutely believe that women are equal, that they deserve equal pay for equal work. If you were to look at a bar graph, you would see that under our government, the pay gap between men and women shrinks to the greatest extent when a Conservative government is in power. We're very proud of that record, and we'll continue to work on that going forward. But one of the things that this government does that is very poor, what I'm hearing from women across this country, is the fact that this government has attempted to, or put forward a statement that women, that forces women into the workplace full time and tells them exactly where they need to be placing their time and their energy. So it needs to be put into STEM, or it needs to be put into leadership, or it needs to be put into technology, when actually women would just love to have the choice left up to them. They'd like the opportunity to choose to work full-time or part-time. They'd like the opportunity to work within the field or the sector that most interests them, that they place value on, rather than the sector or the field that this government places value on. Now, what happened to a woman's autonomy? What happened to her choice? What happened to creating equal opportunity for men and women to thrive alongside one another, for our society to be robust, for us to pursue the things that we're most passionate about, rather than having a government dictate what those passions should be? So as Conservatives, we support working women and working mothers. Whether that work takes place in the office, or in the lab, or on the farm, or at home, those women should be celebrated for their choice. They should be celebrated for their passions, for their dreams, for their abilities, for the way that they are contributing to society as a whole. Mr. Speaker, autonomy must be granted, freedom must be protected, and choice must be recognized. In this budget, this government failed.
And comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Sackville.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chesty-Cook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for her speech, a very passionate speech, and made some very good arguments. However, I'd like her to expand on something she said. She talked about 2 aspects, of course, of not having deficit financing. We can invest. She talked about the revenues, either bringing revenues in or taxing people. And but you know, the deficit financing, I look at their government and their records the last 10 years and see the weakness. So, you know, when they were doing their budget, or when the campaign was moving forward, she was, and her party were saying that they were going to have no deficit and they were going to make some major cuts. So our government invested, and it takes money to make money. So our government invested in the people. So we put the child care benefit, which is one of the greatest investments for young families that's been ever, I believe, put forward. So that was a strong investment. We've invested in veterans, we've invested in seniors, we invested in young families, we invested in women. So I'd like her to tell me, if she was going to have no deficit, can she tell me which of these programs her government would have cut? Because those would have to be some major cuts in those areas. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Honourable Member's question is the premise on which it's based. And that is that we have to spend a ton of money from government in order to create money. That's just simply not true. In fact, the government is the worst at being able to steward money in order to generate money. Instead, let's take down the barriers, let's cut the red tape, let's put policy in place that will help entrepreneurs start businesses, that will invest in our economy, that will attract further investment from other countries, and that will get our nation back on track and create jobs for hardworking women and men across this country so that they can provide for their families. Let's go into our natural resources sectors and let's develop those. Let's incentivize the development of those instead of standing in the way of pipelines, which is preventing the commodity from getting to market, which then means that we don't have the revenue that could be bringing into our country, which then means that families across this country have to pay for this government's ill choice.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House, over many, probably decades now, has said wonderful things about the importance of an issue like pay equity. We have pay equity here in Parliament, that every MP is paid the equal amount regardless of their gender. Yet we don't have pay equity legislation that exists across the country. Now, my friend's party I would argue, has never been a champion for pay equity legislation. They had many years in office, both the previous administration and prior ones, and didn't move the needle forward. But my question is that this government came in with much promise to do something about it for women who on average are making 75 cents on the dollar for what a man does of equal pay. That's the stats we have, and my friend can maybe argue alternate facts. But the reality for many women going to work in the workplace right now is if doing the same job as a man will, on average, be paid less. So here's the opportunity for the federal government, who has this power and this power only, to regulate federally directed industries, telecoms, banking sector, and other jurisdictions. Now, this allegedly feminist prime minister said, "I got this." He put hand on heart and told Canadian women and men that we were going to do something about it. Now, the natural course, 2.5 years into the government, to do this, the vehicle was a budget. Not only did they not do anything to legislate pay equity, they didn't even fund a pay equity commission to get to legislating pay equity. So can we, at some point, get to a confirmed and unified position in this House that legislation directing federally regulated industries that require equal pay for equal work, men and women, should become the law in Canada? Yes or no?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women and men who work the same job deserve the same pay. Full stop. Full stop. And I invite the honourable member to look at the Stats Canada data, and he will see that graph will show that under a Conservative government, the wage gap between a man and a woman decreased the most when a Conservative government was in power. Again, let me reiterate, a man and a woman working the same job deserve the exact same pay. We will always, always take a stand for that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in House today to discuss Budget 2018. The Liberals really can't help themselves, can they? Another year goes by mismanagement of taxpayers' money. This budget is complete disregard for businesses and hardworking families across the country. This budget represents big government and little incentive for businessmen and women to set up shops or continue operating in Canada. I cannot believe how the Liberals expect our economy to grow when they're creating less competition and scaring business out of our country. The Liberals continue to give with one hand and take with another. Businesses will continue to choose to operate anywhere else but Canada if the Liberals keep down on this road. Just like we have seen from the proposed tax changes earlier this fiscal year, the Liberals don't do what is best for business in this country. This budget means less money in the pockets of Canadians and more debt and on the backs of our children. I would never manage my family budget like this. So how can the Liberals justify managing the country's budget like this? This out of control debt and deficit is going to leave our children to pick up the tab. What I see from this budget is missed opportunity. This could have been a way to deal with real good for Canadian families, but instead the government has continued to rack up the debt. We know the recipe for job creation: lower taxes, open competition, free trade, responsible spending for taxpayers' money. That is what the government should focus on. The government is taxing Canadians to death as it is. This is only going to get worse. The Conservative caucus demand a real plan to create jobs, fight to keep more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and push the Liberals to live within their means and not borrow billions of dollars the country does not have. The previous Conservative government lowered taxes a total of 180 times, bringing the tax burden to the lowest level in 50 years. By the end of our mandate, the average family of four was saving almost $7,000 per year, contrary to what the Liberals tell you. Lower and the middle-income Canadians benefited the most from our tax plan. I have said this before, and I will say it again. We created jobs. During the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. We balanced budget. After running a targeted stimulus program that created and maintained approximately 200,000 jobs, we kept our promise to balance the budget and left the Liberals with $3.2 billion surplus at the end of 2015. We lowered taxes. We reduced taxes on the lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family of four saving almost $7,000 per year. There are several issues that I would like to take the next few moments to address. We know that Budget 2018 provides for the expansion of tax information sharing with foreign law enforcement authorities in 35 countries, including the United States, the European Union, Brazil, Belgium, France, Israel, Russia, and China. This Liberal government new information sharing measures fail to protect Canadians' privacy and civil rights, something the PM is obligated to do by law. Canadians' confidential information must only be shared with trusted allies. This is problematic. In addition to the out-of-control spending and double whammy of debt and deficit, now we have a potential privacy issue on our hands. The second issue I would like to address is health care. There were many disappointments overall in the budget 2018 for health. I am deeply concerned about the removal of palliative care from the federal budget and the fact that this government has failed to deliver on the PM's promise to support home care for Canadians. Budget 2018 has also failed to support drug treatment centers to address the growing opiate crisis. Spending $1 billion on the legalizing of marijuana does nothing to parents who are becoming increasingly concerned that their children are being exposed to dangerous opiates. Budget 2018 restored autism support. This was a result of strong advocacy from Conservative caucus. However, Budget 2018 does not do enough to support Canadians struggling with dementia, PTSD, and other mental issues. Canada's aging population does not need a $75 million pilot project in health minister's home province. They need a real solution to address their actual needs. The Liberals are not adequately addressing the serious drug addiction problems in Canada. This was a missed opportunity. I will remain focused on bringing forward solutions that address the health priorities for Canadians and policy that put people before the government. You cannot throw money at the wall and expect results. This government needs a real plan for Canadians. High debt and revolving deficit are not the solution. The Liberals fail to address the health priorities of Canadians, especially our aging population, and those coping with addiction and mental illness. The Prime Minister has all but abandoned his pledge to support our aging population with more home care. The PM is spending billions of dollars on foreign pet projects, but has no plan to combat the opioid crisis. This is not right. We continue to see inconsistencies and contradictions from the Liberals. The PM's healthcare priorities fail to actually make a difference in the lives of Canadians. In fact, the government is spending nearly $1 billion to legalize marijuana, and a third as much as addressing the opioid crisis that is killing thousands of Canadians each year. Spending $80 million to entice Canadians to quit smoking, while simultaneously spending $1 billion to legalize marijuana just doesn't make sense. The budget 2018 was such a missed opportunity. The world economy is roaring, but the Liberals are failing to run this opportunity into result for us. The third issue I would like to address is Canada's North and the implication they will face as a result of this budget. The Prime Minister is raising taxes on over 90% of middle-class families in the North, and this budget announces new taxes hikes on local businesses. I wish the government would be more focused on bringing forward solutions that put hardworking people before government. But sadly, they are not. The PM's imposed carbon tax will find its way into everything Northerners buy every day. The communities that can least afford it are the ones that are going to be the most implicated by this reckless decision. The reality is, never has the Prime Minister spent so much to achieve so little. It is critical that government translates meaningful result on the ground. We saw last month the Finance Minister spoke for 36 minutes introducing this budget. In that time, Canada's national debt increased $1.44 million with another $18 billion in deficit. Spending this year alone, never has the government spent so much to achieve so little. The numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. We need to think about what is best for all Canadians, not just Liberal voters. As always, I will advocate for low taxes, support for families, and safe communities. This government and this budget just aren't doing that for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell honourable member that the February job report came, which showed 283,000 jobs added in Canadian economy compared to 12 months earlier. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, all that job growth came from full-time work. And Mr. Speaker, since we came to power, the Canadian economy has added 600,000 jobs. The member referred to personal finances. Yes, in my personal life, I don't like credit card debt, but I do like mortgage, because a mortgage allows me to create an asset which will yield returns over a long, long period of time. And in the government too, Mr. Speaker, it is not the debt that is important. No rich country, no developed country has ever repaid the debts back in full. The debt will always go up. But the key factor is the debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio, Canada is low and is going lower currently at around 28.5%. Would the member not like that low debt to GDP ratio, which is the best amongst all G7 countries?
Bravo. Good.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member's question. Let's take one thing at a time. Let's talk about the job creation. When we were in power, the U.S., we always go side by side with the U.S. Their jobless was 8%. Now they're less than 3.5%. We came down to 7% job creation. Net 200,000 jobs were created in that window. We have the opportunity to do something with the U.S. economy. We have failed to show any meaningful stuff when we're creating a job. Let's talk with the debts. Mr. Speaker, when I pulled in this morning, I was looking at I said something looked different. Something looked different. I kept walking, then I realized, oh, the rink is gone. $5.7 million was sitting there for a couple of days. $35 billion. The foreign infrastructure for the foreign countries. This is, you guys, this government is out of controlling when it talk about spending taxpayers' money. This is the real problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose one of the questions and one of the things Canadians were looking towards in this budget, well, some of them may have been looking for affordable childcare because that was promised by the Liberals, or pay equity because that was also promised by the Liberals. But one of the things Canadians didn't anticipate, because few of us did at the time of the last federal election here in Canada, that we would have Donald Trump as president of the United States. Now that that is the reality, one of the expectations of this budget was that the so-called Plan B would start to be unveiled. What happens when a trade war were to be initiated from our largest trading partner? The budget has an anticipation quality to it. It lays out the plan for the next year. We have seen the threat and then the temporary withdrawal of major tariffs against aluminum and steel from the Trump administration, but I haven't checked Twitter in the last 5 minutes. They could be back on the table. We don't know. That's who we're dealing with. That's not within the control of the federal government, obviously here in Canada, but what is in control is support for those industries who are particularly threatened by a volatile president sitting in the White House. There is no contemplation of what happens if NAFTA were to be abrogated or to be torn up by this president, and Canada will be left with the free trade agreement just between the two of us. The lack of planning is the concern. Many thought the budget would start to present what Plan B looked like. I'm wondering if my friend in the 300 pages of this budget was able to find what the Liberal Plan B is if our trading relationship were to fundamentally change with our largest trading partner in the States.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member's question is, you're absolutely correct. I 100% agree with you. This budget does not do anything for the hardworking Canadians, especially in the steel and aluminum industry. This budget is not well thought through. There is nothing in 328 pages. Something talk about this, the hardworking Canadians, and I absolutely agree with the honourable member. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to speak in this House. I will share my time with the member for Don Valley East today. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we've repeated it. Budget 2018 is part of our government's plan to stimulate the economy in a way that benefits the middle class and all the men and women who are working hard to become part of it. Thanks to this plan and to hard work, to ingenuity and the creativity of the public, Canada created hundreds of thousands of jobs since November 2015. The national unemployment rate is close to its lowest level in 40 years. Since the beginning of 2016, Canada has shown the same strong economic growth among G7 countries. Thanks to this budget, following a record participation of more than 1.5 million people during pre-budget consultations, our government is working to ensure equality and a Canada that is more competitive, diversified, and inclusive, where everyone will have a real and fair chance to succeed. We are working to reward curiosity and to promote creativity, which we need to both innovate and to maintain our competitive advantage in a worldwide economy which is changing ever faster. With this budget, We are implementing initiatives that will ensure the advantages of economic growth are felt by both women and men equally. It is important to take into account the different experiences of Canadians. That is why we're going to start putting gender at the heart of government decision-making. For example, we're going to make significant efforts to reduce the gender pay gap by highlighting salary practices in sectors under federal regulation and by passing a proactive equal pay system, the details of which will be revealed later this year. By creating parental benefits under EI, we're creating a new incentive to share benefits which will support the role of being a parent while adding additional benefits weeks when parents want to share their parental leave. We are going to support businesses that are run by women to help them to expand, find new clients, and have access to new opportunities for export. Mr. Speaker, making sure that every Canadian, both men and women, have a fair and equal chance to succeed is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. Canada's prosperity depends on it. As a government, we are firmly decided to help the next generation of Canadians to overcome obstacles that have been slowing us for far too long, because we know that we cannot continue to grow the middle class if half of us, which means women, are constantly dealing with limitations. Mr. Speaker, this budget is that of researchers and innovators as well. Our great country has been at the forefront of scientific discovery and innovation for some time, from open heart surgery to the Canadarm and the discovery of insulin, just to name a few. The current budget has historic investments in the next generation of researchers. This will lead to discoveries that will be even more important, and I hope that they will benefit not only Canadian men and women, but the entire world, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that the government has a role to play in order to support Canadians in developing the skills that they need to take advantage of economic opportunities that are available both now and will be available in the future. Research contributes to the emergence of a workforce that is able to seize these opportunities with both creativity and confidence. In real terms, we are going to invest in the training and support of the next generation of researchers, which represents a significant proportion of women, by granting additional funds to granting councils for fundamental research. We will also make sure that they have the infrastructure and the support necessary by investing significantly more in the Research Support Fund, chairs of research, the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, and colleges and polytechnical schools. This budget also casts the foundations of the future strategy for digital infrastructure. This tool will stimulate progress in computing and lead to the creation of data. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want economic growth to go with the protection of the environment. They know that the quality of their lives today and their future economic prosperity depends on the commitment to protect our natural heritage and to preserve a healthy environment for future generations. Furthermore, the extraordinary beauty of nature, parks, and wild spaces is at the heart of the Canadian identity. Whether it be to set up a campfire with our children, to hike with our friends and family, or to swim in clean, refreshing water, we all have an interest in preserving the natural environment, which is one of the pillars of our identity. In order to do so, we have already earmarked billions of dollars as part of the framework for the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. But we're not going to stop there. In Budget 2018, we propose further investment in order to stimulate the growth of a healthy, sustainable economy. We are going to invest historic amounts into the conservation of nature by protecting ecosystems, landscapes, and biodiversity in Canada, as well as our species in peril. We will develop a federal carbon tax system, extend financial support for clean energy, establish better rules for regulatory processes, and environmental evaluations. Mr. Speaker, we are on the right track. Thanks to different budgets based on the consolidation and growth of the middle class, and thanks to hard work, ingenuity, and creativity among the public, Canada created nearly 600,000 jobs since November 2015. The national unemployment rate is now at its lowest level from the last 40 years. Since the beginning of 2016, Canada has even shown the highest economic growth rate among G7 countries. Thanks to this budget, created for and by all Canadians, we are meeting the challenge of equality by asking difficult questions and by starting to suggest solutions. We will continue to work hard to implement our plan to invest in the middle class and in all those who work hard to become part of it. This is a plan that makes people a priority. It's going to leverage the hard work of Canadians. This will keep us firmly turned towards the future to ensure that our children have better opportunities to fulfill their dreams, get good jobs, and give back to the community. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my fellow citizens, and I heard what they had to say during pre-budget consultations, which we held in Shefford. And that means that I can strongly support the budget tabled by my colleague, the Minister of Finance. This budget, and those that preceded it, have implemented various measures to consolidate the middle class, such as the Canada Child Benefits and lowered taxes that allow households in my riding to get millions of dollars back. Once again, I am very proud to represent the interests of the people of Shefford, and I will continue to do my best to respond to their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to salute my colleague from Shefford. I would like to ask, when he was trying to be elected, what was the objective of the Liberal government when it came to coming back to balanced books? The Honourable Member for Shefford. It is my pleasure to answer my colleague's question. I'm a member for the region of Canton de l'Est. That's okay, it's not that far. Canadians and people in the riding of Shefford chose in 2015 to make responsible investments into Canada. They decided to choose a government that supported that goal. In my speech, as indicated in my speech, we have something positive before us. 600,000 jobs that have been created since November 2015. A historically low unemployment rate and the fastest rate of economic growth among G7 countries. Our debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, is the lowest of all G7 countries, and our deficit to GDP ratio is low, 0.08%. It's enviable, and we're heading towards 0.04%. Canada's economic situation is enviable throughout the world.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a feminist budget, a gender budget, this 2 weeks ago's budget was sorely lacking in funding for new childcare spaces. We've got the International Monetary Fund, the Conference Board of Canada, the Bank of Canada governor, all saying universal affordable childcare as a publicly funded program would get women to work, would largely pay for itself as it has in Quebec. And so I'm concerned that the government's budget, although it has the label of a gender budget and names women all kinds of times, has not funded in new childcare spaces yet in this term. It's had 2.5 years to do so, and there was no new funding in this budget to create new childcare spaces where women who want to go to work can take their children now. It's deeply unaffordable, costs more than rent in some communities. Can the member please explain why this fundamental program for working women was left out from dollars in this budget this year?
Honourable Deputy Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gives me the opportunity to mention again that this budget is indeed an important one for gender equality in Canada, probably the most important one that has been tabled in Canada's history. And I would remind my colleague that 3 extremely important measures were implemented and will be developed over the next few years. $1.7 billion, $1.7 billion that we are investing for women's economic growth, to allow them to grow and start their own businesses and to export more. Those funds are specifically for them, and we're very proud of it. There are women entrepreneurs in my riding, no matter what type of business they're in, they want to see these things implemented quickly. And I would mention to my colleague other measures that we took for EI, for example, additional weeks of parental leave to ensure a smooth return to work after pregnancy. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, for a long time, Canada's prosperity and the high standard of living Canadians enjoy was based basically on the natural resources, including the forestry resources, the minerals, the fossil fuels, and to an extent with the manufacturing in basic industries like the steel, aluminium, then in auto and aviation. But the future, Mr. Speaker, is not these industries, but it is going towards the knowledge-based economy, global-based knowledge-based economy. Can the member kindly highlight the investment this budget is making to foster innovation in Canada's economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the jobs of the future will rely on our ability to adapt, innovate, and keep our competitive advantage. And so we are investing $3 billion. That's an unprecedented amount in order to support the new generation of researchers. And this is very important. And I'd just like to remind my colleague that that includes $511 million for regional economic development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, it's a privilege and a pleasure to rise in the House to speak to you about Budget 2018. Over the past 2 years, our government has invested in Canadians and in the things that matter most to them. In 2015, the economy was sluggish, and despite the previous Liberal government leaving the Conservatives with a $13 billion surplus, they had nothing to show for, did not invest in the economy, and left us with a deficit. Our government decided that investing in people is the best way to boost the economy. We are now seeing our investments paying off. Our economy has added 500,000 jobs. Our unemployment rate is the lowest it has been in 40 years. And the Canadian economy is the fastest growing of all G7 nations. We are following through with our promise to reduce the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%, which will save small business owners an average of $7,500. Canadians in 2015 made a choice that to discard the failed austerity measures and to vote for a government that provides hope. They were in favor of rejuvenating the economy. And how are our investments helping? Through Budget 2017 and 18, our government has made targeted and strategic investments for economic development. I'll focus on 4 of these and talk about its impact on my riding. The first is our investment in housing. My riding of Don Valley East sits on the perimeter of downtown Toronto. The high demand for housing has driven up rental rates and has made it more difficult for Canadians to live and work in the same area. The government's investment in housing is a critical step to encourage a stable supply of affordable rental housing for middle-income households. Budget 2018 is investing $3.75 billion over the next 3 years in the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. This initiative is expected to generate the construction of more than 14,000 new rental units across Canada. Further, our government's national housing strategy is investing over $40 billion over the next 10 years to create over 100,000 new units and repair 300,000 housing units across Canada. This means that 530,000 households will benefit from this investment, and it will reduce the pressures on many municipalities. As well, 435,000 households will benefit from the maintenance and expansion of community housing in Canada. My riding has a large number of these houses, 68 such projects that will benefit. Through this investment in affordable housing, we hope to alleviate poverty, as one of the root causes of poverty is lack of affordable housing. As well, with this investment, we will be helping seniors, single moms, and people with disabilities to have access to good and affordable housing. The second area is investment in infrastructure. Budget 2017 committed over $100 billion in infrastructure investments. Over $100 million of this is being invested in infrastructure projects in and around Don Valley East. One example is the Eglinton crossover LRT that crosses many ridings, including mine. This investment will help connect people, reduce traffic and travel times, and in turn, increase productivity and economic opportunities. It will also give families time to spend with each other in a cleaner, greener environment. The third area is equality and growth. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 is a family-friendly budget that makes significant progress towards equality of opportunity and growth. How? By taking leadership to address the gender wage gap, supporting equal parenting, and introducing a new entrepreneurship strategy for women. The Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy is a comprehensive approach to addressing critical growth stages and other challenges that women entrepreneurs face. Our investment will help them grow their business and remove barriers to their success. A study by the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC Economics, estimates that the size of the Canadian government would increase by 4% if there was equal representation of men and women in the workforce. In addition, a McKinsey study shows that by boosting women's participation in technology and in workforce, it would add an additional $150 billion to our economy. These figures are substantial, and it would mean more middle-class jobs and more Canadians who would have the ability to pay their bills and save for retirement. Mr. Speaker, Canadian women are among the best educated in the world, yet they earn less than men, are less likely to participate in the labor market than men, and are more likely to work part-time. A study that I did as a chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women stands true today. Women earn 30% less than what men earn for doing the same job. When women have the support and opportunities to fully contribute to Canada's economy, the entire economy does better. One example of our government's policy measure is the Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, which was introduced in Budget 2016. This is making a positive difference for millions of Canadians in my riding. In my riding, there are many women who have to stay at home due to the high cost of childcare. The CCB has now made it possible for them to go to work. Over 3.3 million families are receiving more than $23 billion in annual CCB payments. Last fall, the government proposed to strengthen the CCB by providing an additional $5.6 billion starting in July 2018 in support of Canadian families. The CCB is making a large difference in Don Valley East, where nearly 10,000 families received an average annual payment of $7,500, alleviating thousands of children out of poverty. When poverty is alleviated, people are able to contribute more to the economy. And the fourth and the last area I'd like to talk about is the youth. The investment in youth is an important one. As I go around meeting youth from my constituency youth council, I hear that strong, good jobs for the future are important, especially when they graduate and have a student debt. Our investment in youth initiatives are paying off. Last year, the government invested $725,000 in Canada's Summer Jobs Program in my riding, creating jobs for 262 young people and providing them with 60,000 hours of valuable work. Last week, I had an opportunity to visit STEM, innovation in my riding, where our government's investment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is giving impetus to young women to lead. I was amazed at the creativity and innovative technology these young people demonstrated. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the government's investment in equality, housing, and infrastructure are providing the boost needed to keep growing the economy and supporting all Canadians who form the bedrock of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, investment in infrastructure is very important because this is the investment that yields return over a long period of time. And the debt, Mr. Speaker, is important to create investment in infrastructure. But the debt has to be at a manageable level. The Canada and the Government of Canada has managed it very well, and it has kept the debt to GDP rate low, and it is committed to keeping it lower in the future too. Will the member not agree with me? The prudent policy of the Government of Canada to keep the debt to GDP low in the medium to long term.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And he has a very solid analysis of what a debt to GDP ratio should be. And as an accountant, I believe that that is an important aspect to show that we are on the right track. For example, when we took over, in '93, when the Liberal government took over, the IMF called the then Conservative government's mismanagement the economic basket case. Canada was the economic basket case. It took prudent management. It took prudent fiscal responsibility that led to us leaving the next government with $13 billion in surplus. So I think the Conservatives can never claim that they are prudent economic managers because, according to economists, they have never been able to manage the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government. Oh, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Pardon me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the words from my friend opposite. I do have a couple of questions regarding her speech, in particular, the part where she talks about affordable housing. Now, Speaker, as we all know, the money starts well past the government's mandate for affordable housing, nor does she also mention the issue about the reason why people need affordable housing. Many of them are not able to access properly employment to allow them to get out of poverty. Now, this government completely ignores that fact that the best solution for poverty is a job. We have people in Alberta suffering because of the government's inaction to get pipelines built. And if you want to help the steel industry, Speaker, one way is to build pipelines. And we are completely lacking that leadership on this side of the House. And so, Speaker, I guess my question is, isn't a strong economy something that will get people out of the poverty situation they find themselves in? But mostly, Mr. Speaker, especially here in Ontario, most people were driven into poverty because of bad government decisions, especially in regards to electricity. That is putting more and more people into poverty, and yet more unemployment is what that government is promoting.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his good question. And it allows me an opportunity to read something for him. Because he says that jobs are required. And he believes that a government that came in 2 years ago is responsible for some policies of the previous government. So here is a quote from economists. Far from unleashing business boom, Harper has in fact presided over the weakest economic era in Canada's post-war history. For example, from 2006 through 2014, Canada experienced the slowest average economic downturn since the Great Depression. Harper wasn't even close to the next worst prime minister, another conservative, Brian Mulroney. So we don't, as Liberals, we don't really need lessons from the other side on how we manage the economy. We had made investments in 2006, and that was, interestingly enough, defeated by that government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate hearing from the member. However, the federal government has been asked by the Parliamentary Budget Officer how it will spend $186.7 billion in infrastructure money over the next 12 years, after the budget shows about 1/4 of the planned spending for 2016 to 2019 would be moved to future years. The whole basis of this government's deficit spending was on infrastructure to get Canada's economy going, and yet that's the area that they're drawing back. What is the rationale for that?
Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Honourable Member, and bottom line is, as an accountant, I know that when you have to spend money, you spend it in tranches. You do not spend lump sum because it's not possible to spend anything lump sum. So you have to be good economic managers to know exactly where. So we have invested $7 billion, for example, in affordable housing. We have invested for childcare. We have invested in various components of the economy, and we will keep on doing it in strategic and targeted investments so we can get people out of poverty into good paying jobs and increase the middle income people. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Durham. Mr. Speaker, we're gathered here today to consider the government's budget. Now, this is the third budget, and once again, it does not honor the government's commitment. It does not honor the promises made to Canadians, and it is completely dismissive of any healthy fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've ever seen a government spend so much to achieve so little. And it is the leader of the official opposition who said that and who will be, in 2 years, leading this country. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government came to power 2 years ago saying that they would have a small deficit and get back to a balanced budget by 2019. And they said that that deficit would be used to invest in infrastructure. Now, I'm going to consider this with you, Mr. Speaker. Not only do we not have a balanced budget, we also have infrastructure that has been completely dismissed by the government. And it's the PBO who said this, not us, Mr. Speaker. We have an $18 billion deficit. Now, at first blush, a deficit is proof that you're spending too much. It's proof that you have out-of-control spending. It is proof that you're irresponsible and that you're passing that debt down to future generations.
We are, as a family, we have a budget, a family budget. Yes, for sure, sometime we will go to the bank and having some money to buy a house. That's quite normal. But we don't go to the bank to have some money to buy the food. And that's exactly what this government is doing. So if, as a family member, we are doing that, it's because we are in deep problem. We cannot control the spending that we have in our hand, and we spend too much money. Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas un chef de...
Mr. Speaker, there's no one at the head of a family who can constantly use just its credit line. But that's what this government is doing. One can only recall the sad reality of the 70s that led to debt, Mr. Speaker, and the 15th Prime Minister of Canada, who established deficits in Canada during times of crisis, has the same name as the Prime Minister today. So, no way of controlling public spending, and we have no idea of when we're going to end up with a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, these people committed 2.5 years ago to a balanced budget in 2018-2019. Well, 2019 is an election year, but at least they had a plan. You could either be for or against. And the public voted for these people who had committed to a balanced budget in 2019. Now, what's going to happen next year in 2019? Well, we're going to have another deficit. And what's going to happen in 2020? Yet another deficit. And what about 2021? Yet another deficit. And 2022? Yet another one. What's going to happen in 2023? Yet another deficit. So as far as you can see in the future, as far as anyone can see, only deficits on the horizon. So there is no plan for a return to a balanced budget, and that's irresponsible.
Elected under the HoC, with the confidence of the people of Canada, saying we will get back to zero deficit in 2019. And today, just a year and a half before the election, they have no plan and no idea at all to get back to zero deficit. This is totally irresponsible, and this is not fair to the Kenyan people who voted for them in belief that those guys will get back to zero deficit in 2019, and they fail in this promises. So that's totally unacceptable. Autre point, Monsieur le Président.
Now, another point, Mr. Speaker. This budget means that from now on, 90% of middle-class families will be losing or will be paying more taxes than 3 years ago when we were in power. The Fraser Institute, Mr. Speaker, conducted the analysis and has determined that Canadian families will pay $2,000 more in taxes. Why is that? Well, because the government canceled tax credits. They canceled the tax credit for public transit. These are the same people who keep talking about public transit, green space for And they're the ones who canceled the tax credit that, as Conservatives, we put in place for people using public transit. What's also worrisome, Mr. Speaker, is seeing that as part of these announcements, the billions of dollars being spent by the government, the $3 billion, there's nothing earmarked for negotiating NAFTA. These are difficult negotiations, and nothing set aside for competition from our main competitor and main trading partner, the United States, are currently doing. Now, we all acknowledge, all realize that the current administration in the U.S. is a very protectionist administration. Now, we can disagree with that, but they were duly elected. They are fulfilling the mandate for which they were elected. But what we've noted and what we can see is that the U.S. administration is protectionist. What is our government doing to respond to that? Absolutely nothing. Nothing in the budget to confront or face these economic challenges. Well, we saw last week, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister go here, there, and everywhere to meet with people from the steel and aluminum industries. Well, that was all fine and well, but what steps were contained or placed in the measure to deal with this situation with the United States? Nothing, and nothing for NAFTA either. So, Mr. Speaker, we're disappointed in this budget. Now, I'm proud to represent the people of Louis Saint Laurent, and the people in the Quebec City region have expressed and told me clearly that they're not happy with the budget. The Liberals I faced off against in the last campaign campaigned on a number of campaign points, and there's been no action taken. The National Optics Institute that was seeking money, $25 million, to take action. The government committed to giving them $25 million, and they never did. Another institute at the University of Laval for the North, which has its headquarters in Laval. They wanted to create a Nordic Institute. The people opposite, the government opposite, committed to providing funding there as well. And when it comes to the Quebec port, which is the wealth of Quebec, the government or the Liberal Party committed to supporting the Port Authority to expand it as part of Quebec 2020, but they didn't do it. This is their third budget, and there's still nothing for any of these initiatives. Now, we've also got the Quebec Bridge. It's an architectural jewel. It's a feat of engineering. And according to the Liberals, the issue of maintenance was supposed to be resolved in 2016. Well, it's now 2018, almost 2019, and the issue has not been resolved. So for the Quebec City region, people are very disappointed. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say, well, people are saying, wait, Canada's economy is going well. Now, they inherited an exceptional economic situation that we left them. We faced the worst crisis since the Great Depression. We were the first G7 to have good, strong growth. We put forth a balanced budget. So the members opposite were very fortunate to have inherited a good situation, a house that had been put in order from the Conservatives. Now, they've benefited from a good situation for a good economy in the United States. Most of our exports go to the U.S., so if things are going well in the United States because we export to the U.S., things will go well here as well. The same is true for the weak dollar. For a country that exports its products, that helps. There's the issue of oil as well. So these are the issues the government has control over, and it's mismanaging them. It's running up deficits. There's no plan to return to a balanced budget. But over the issues that they don't control, the strength of the foreign economies, for example, well, in those areas we're doing well. And that's what's creating wealth here in Canada today. Now, one final point, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we are angry to see this government refuse to talk about balancing the budget and answering our questions about it. The PBO has put forth a report last week. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also has stated that perhaps they need a budget plan, to get back to a balanced budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting, and I disagree with most of what my colleague and friend across the way has said. You know, we look at it and we say, Canada, we're investing our energies in our middle class. We recognize the importance of a healthy middle class means a healthier economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that we did in government is we reduced the middle class income tax, putting hundreds of millions of dollars into disposable income to the pockets of Canadians. We invested in the poorest of our seniors through the guaranteed income supplement. We lifted tens of thousands of children out of poverty, all of which put money into the pockets of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Those Canadians spent that money. They are the cultivators of our economy. That is one of the reasons why the economy is doing as well as it is. Can the member tell us, does he have any remorse in terms of voting against those tax breaks, for voting against supporting our seniors, and voting against taking children out of poverty?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Some remorse of those who have voted for the Liberal because they have been destroyed by them. They voted for this party who said they will get back to zero deficit, and that's not the case. Let's talk about fact, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member talked about the fact that we give more money to the middle class. The reality, based on the Fraser Institute, is that the middle class pay, for 90% of them, more taxes than before when we were in office. Let's talk about fact, Mr. Speaker. He said the high-income people pay more tax. That's not the case, Mr. Speaker. Based on the Minister of Finance Department in 6 months ago, the report said that the highest-ranked people, those who have more money in their pocket, pay less $1.2 billion of taxes, thanks to this government. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you this. I'm very proud to be on this side.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for his usual excellent speech where he elucidated in great detail the problems with this Liberal government. I was interested to hear the parliamentary secretary in his question, though. Typical Liberal, they think government spending creates wealth. It's the only thing that will ever lift the middle class. Notice how, Mr. Speaker, they never talk about a climate for business or investment where real wealth is created. In fact, the business climate in Canada is getting so bad, the CEO of Suncor said, we're not investing anymore. I think it's down some $15 billion in investment in our economy. Can my honourable friend explain to the Liberals why their economic strategy is so wrong and what we need to do to create wealth?
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, what we recognize is that those who create wealth, those who create jobs, this is not the government. This is the middle class, and first and foremost, the small and business owner. This is where we must put all our help to them. But what this government did to them? They attacked them in the last summer and in the last month. Against them, a lot of decision to tax more their business people. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, le directeur parlementaire du budget has concluded in his report a few days ago, that 400 people pay more taxes. I will give the number right. 900 familles qui ayant
900 families are now, 1,000 families are paying more in taxes.
Of this government. They say many times that they want to help the backbone of our economy, the small and business community. That's exactly the reverse that they have done. And so this is why the economy could be so great, better, if it was not the Liberal policies.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if the member knows that according to recent rankings from both Forbes and US News, Canada is the best country in the G20 for establishing business. Also, Mr. Speaker, KPMG's 2016 Competitive Alternatives report ranked Canada ahead of all other G7 countries in terms of having the best overall business cost advantage related to the US. Does the member know that no developed country will ever repay its debt. The key is not the absolute amount of debt, but the relative amount of debt compared to the GDP. Is the member not proud to have Canada the lowest debt to GDP ratio amongst all G7 countries?
The honourable member.
Speaker, we recognize the strongest people when times are tough instead of when times are easy. Actually, wild world situation on economic is good. When we were in office, the wild world economy was wrong and was tough. We had to address, as a government, we had to address the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. And us, the Conservative government, we were the best in the world to get back on the track. That's what they inherited, and we are very proud of that.
Before we recognize the honourable member for Durham in resuming debate, I'll let him know that there isn't quite time for his full 10 minutes, so we'll interrupt just before the 2 o'clock hour, and then of course he'll have the remainder of his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise after my colleague, the honourable member from Louis Saint Laurent. He brings both knowledge and passion to this House, and we're very fortunate to have him on the team. Watching the reckless spending of this Liberal government, in his 2.5 years here, he's raised repeatedly the fact that the Liberal Party of Canada broke their core election promise to Canadians, which was that they would balance the budget over the course of their mandate and never run a deficit of more than $10 billion, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister broke that central promise within a few months of forming government. And this budget shows they haven't learned the lessons, Mr. Speaker. The most troubling quote from the budget delivered a short time ago by the Minister of Finance was near the end of his speech when he said, I quote, "With this budget, we are doubling down on our plan to invest in the middle class and people working hard to join it," end quote. Now, the middle class and those working hard to join it is the trope that they throw out all the time, Mr. Speaker. The Fraser Institute has shown that the middle class are paying more under the Liberal government. 80 to 90% of middle-class families are paying more. So despite the rhetoric, and we have a Prime Minister who specializes in rhetoric, their record is atrocious. They are doubling down, Mr. Speaker. It's a quintessential Liberal double-double. Deficits and debt, Mr. Speaker. And we know deficits are future taxes. So what this government has committed Canada to is a long-term structural deficit going out to 2030 that will start piling up debt on our children, on Canadians' grandchildren, that will almost double the debt over the projections from the Department of Finance, and guarantee more tax increases in the future, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the semantics of the Liberal government are critical to watch because they use language. I was just at Immigration Committee where the first time I've ever heard the Immigration Minister use the term illegal border crossers. He likes to say they're irregular, Mr. Speaker. Well, his own department is suggesting Canadians will be spending up to $3 billion on these irregular crossers because the Liberals won't fix the Safe Third Country Agreement, Mr. Speaker. The word invest, in the minister's quote that I read, he's going to double down on investments. They use the word invest 456 times in this budget, Mr. Speaker. For comparison, they mention the Canadian Armed Forces, 0. So it shows their priorities. That's the largest department of the federal government. Just this morning, the Minister of Defence and Foreign Affairs committed our Canadian Armed Forces in an awkward and incomprehensible way to a mission in Mali, Mr. Speaker, at a time where 162 UN peacekeepers have died in Mali because it's a combat zone, not a peacekeeping mission, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Armed Forces, our men and women, were mentioned 0 in this budget. But investment, which is code language for spending, Mr. Speaker, is mentioned 456 times. They've doubled down on excessive spending, excessive deficits, debt, and higher taxes for Canadians. The election promise they made that I started my remarks out with. The Prime Minister of Canada changed the Liberal Party's view on deficits midway through an election campaign. He had said previously they were the party of Paul Martin. But then when he wanted to outfox the NDP, he said, no, we're going to run deficits because we're in a recession. Well, there was no recession, Mr. Speaker. He either didn't understand the economy or misled Canadians. They then said, we won't run a deficit any more than $10 billion. As I said, they broke that promise within months, Mr. Speaker. Their first two deficits had deficits in the $20 billion plus range, almost $30 billion, Mr. Speaker. We're still doubling their projected goals at a time the economy is doing well. This is not a time you run massive deficits, because I said, Mr. Speaker, those are future taxes on Canadians that are going to slow our economy down and hurt middle-class families. They have increased spending in a little over 2 years, Mr. Speaker, by $58 billion. It's really unparalleled, even compared to the previous Trudeau Prime Minister, who I can mention by name because I'm speaking about Pierre Trudeau. It's almost unparalleled in 2 years, 20% increase in spending during an economic positive growth period. Are Canadian families better off, 20% better off? My friend from Welland is crying out. I know the people in Welland aren't 20% better off. I know they didn't vote for $30 billion deficits. They didn't vote for higher taxes on families, higher taxes on small business, higher taxes through CPP premiums, higher taxes through a carbon tax. In Welland, in Cobourg, in Kingston, they didn't vote for that. They voted for the promise of no more than a $10 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker. I'd recommend, rather than heckling, some of the Liberal members go into the coffee shops in their ridings, where people think a double-double is cream and sugar, not double deficits, double spending. The Liberal double-double, Mr. Speaker, is coming at a time that the U.S. economy is cutting taxes on small business. This Prime Minister and Finance Minister waged a war last year on small business, Mr. Speaker, and are increasing a carbon tax at a time we're already uncompetitive. So shipbuilding in Welland is going to be closing up as a result of this Liberal government. So I hope members do more than heckle here. They should heckle in their caucus, Mr. Speaker. They should say, Prime Minister, stop this reckless cavalcade of spending. Stop raising taxes on small business, on farmers, Mr. Speaker. Stop raising taxes on businesses that are creating wealth and jobs, Mr. Speaker. So in this budget, where investment is mentioned 456 times, gender 358 times, Canadian Armed Forces 0, Mr. Speaker, it shows their priorities.
The honourable member Durham will have 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining in his speech when the House next undertakes this topic. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
I rise today to pay tribute to legendary Ottawa comedian Mike MacDonald, who passed away on Saturday. A renowned stand-up comedian for over 40 years, Mike's unique comedy routines inspired a generation of Canadian comedians. In addition to appearances on Just for Laughs, late-night talk shows, hosting the Geminis and the Canadian Comedy Awards, Mike MacDonald also starred in several movies, including Three Fugitives, The Funny Farm, and Mr. Nice Guy. Raised in an Air Force family, Mike used his ability to make people laugh to bring joy to the Canadian troops based in Kandahar. Mike MacDonald also spoke out about his own struggles with mental health, using comedy to help people view mental health in a more positive light and end the stigma. In fact, he was scheduled to MC a fundraiser for first responders' mental health in my riding on Wednesday at Algonquin College. Mike MacDonald spent his life making us laugh. Even as we mourn his untimely passing, we will always remember Mike MacDonald with a smile.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize the beginning of the Baha'i Nowruz celebration. Canadians of the Baha'i faith in my community and across Canada will be celebrating Nowruz to mark the beginning of the Baha'i calendar year. Organizations like the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is in Oshawa will be hosting celebrations to commemorate this very important event. Just like New Year's Day, Nowruz is a great opportunity for families and communities to come together in celebration of their culture and, of course, their shared values. It also serves as a great reminder of the overwhelming diversity that exists right here in Canada. On behalf of my Conservative colleagues, I extend my best wishes to everyone participating in the Nowruz celebration. May the coming new year bring you nothing but health and happiness. Happy Nowruz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle Aymar Verdun. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the St. Patrick's Day Parade in Montreal, even if the itinerary had to be changed. Due to construction over the last few years, the joy and incredible atmosphere which surround the parade every year was present once again this year. St. Patrick's Day has been celebrated in Montreal since 1759. A parade has been held every year since 1824, which shows the importance and deep roots of Irish culture in Montreal. To date, it remains the biggest parade of its kind organized in Canada.
Day celebrations were brought to Canada by Irish immigrants. This year marks its 195th anniversary. On this special day, I want to take the time to recognize the structural role the Irish community has played in the foundation of Canada and how much it has contributed to its values and heritage. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, it is with much sadness that I rise today on behalf of my NDP colleagues to pay tribute to a former Member of Parliament, colleague and friend, Bev Desjarlais. Bev passed away on Thursday at 62 years young. Bev was elected to the House of Commons for the riding of Churchill in 1997 and re-elected in both 2000 and 2004. She was a hard-working and dedicated MP who has always stood up for her constituents. She later worked for the Department of Veteran Affairs, advocating and working on behalf of all veterans. I had the honour of having an office across the hall from Bev, and for years she provided me with guidance, advice, and laughs. For any other MP or staffer, she was known as an unofficial Hill Social Director. Bev could send you to any meeting or event, and you would leave with much more than what you arrived with. Over the last weeks, former and present colleagues had the honour of sharing messages with Bev. Former party leader Ed Broadbent said it best this week, quote, "I found in Bev a warm, spontaneous, unpredictable, gutsy, caring woman who fought for what she believed. What more could someone want?" Indeed, Bev was strong, passionate, and had convictions in everything she did. We all learn from Bev Desjarlais and carry with her for all of our lives. On behalf of the NDP, we'd like to send our condolences to Bev's family, her 3 sons, Chris, Stephen, and Patrick, her grandchildren, brothers, and sisters. God bless you for sharing Bev with us and for Canada.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, March 8th was International Women's Day. This year's theme is My Feminism. I had the tremendous honor of awarding a Certificate of Merit and to decorate 8 exceptional women in the riding of Bourassa. These women, heads of businesses, community organizations, Golden Age clubs, as well as social development officers, all of whom promote living in harmony and walk the path of equality for everyone every day. I am extremely pleased to introduce them to the House of Commons of Canada. They are Amina El Kiraoui, Manuela François Saint-Cyr, Rose-André Hubard, Isabelle Laurin, Ruth Bibel, Jean-Françoise Niwemfora, Palmina Panicella, and Rosalia Barbieri. Please join me in congratulating these 8 women, winners of the Member of Parliament Medal. Thank you.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, as part of their climate and green plan, the government of Manitoba has invested an incredible $102 million to create the Conservation Trust Fund. The Conservation Trust will reduce emissions, grow the economy, and invest all revenues back into the province with a made-in-Manitoba approach. This allocation, Mr. Speaker, is a truly historic endowment that will release an estimated $5 million annually into the local economy to support projects and programs that conserve and enhance natural resources and increase resilience to drought and floods. The Made in Manitoba approach also acknowledges the importance of conserving Manitoba's vast natural landscapes, and these investments will play a significant role in the conservation of wetlands and other wildlife habitats. This Made in Manitoba plan also reduces more emissions compared to the federal plan at a lower cost to individuals and the economy. I strongly encourage this Liberal government to learn from Manitoba and adopt similar measures that will have a real and tangible outcome for Canada's environment and economy.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand in this House today and speak about a simple but powerful idea that providing Canadians with the opportunity to realize their full potential isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for our economy. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable that in 2018, women in Canada earned 69 cents on average for every dollar earned by a man. That's why I'm proud that through Budget 2018, our government is announcing it will introduce proactive pay equity legislation, which would apply to about 1.2 million employed Canadians in federally regulated sectors. Taking action on pay equity will move the dial for women, but we know much more is needed, such as the government's investments in early learning and childcare, better training and learning financing, enhanced parental leave flexibility, pay transparency, and the continued appointment of skilled, talented women in leadership positions. We are taking action on the gender wage gap, and I hope my colleagues in this House will continue to support this too.
Honorable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, I salute my mother, Giuseppina Diorio, and one might ask, why is she here today?
My mother came to serve my fellow colleagues the white lasagna she cooked herself, as she does regularly for the charitable organizations she chooses to devote herself to. When my mother found out that members of the opposition would not have access to our lobby, she committed to coming back to prepare them a special meal as well. The House did not sit on March 8th. I would like to seize the opportunity to highlight the accomplishments and exemplary courage of both my mother and my grandmother, two heroes who are not well known.
Buon onomastico e dal fondo del mio cuore, grazie per aver fatto di me l'uomo che sono. Tanti saluti a Nicky e Silvane da ICTV. Una lunga vita a voi tutti.
Brava. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight the incredible athletic performance of someone from Beauport-Limoilou who honored our country on the international stage. On December 16th in Iceland, he participated in the biggest obstacle course race called the Spartan Race Iceland, where he got the medal for the Ultra World Championship 2017. He gave a truly great performance. Only 100 of the best athletes in the world participated. He survived 21 hours and 45 minutes of events, including 18 hours and 30 minutes of nonstop races covering 62 kilometers in the cold and over mountains. Today, he's getting ready for his next international competition, which will happen in a few days, and will represent Canada in France. On behalf of all citizens of Beauport-Limoilou, I would like to congratulate Mr. Dumont for his courage and to congratulate him for his medals awarded in the past and that will be awarded in the future. Thank you.
Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Worldwide Quilting Day, and I would like to highlight a group of women who are using their skills to create spectacular pieces of work. The Material Girls of East St. Paul, led by Fran Howard, are a quilting club that have come together to share their common love of making beautiful works of art. Founded in 1999, they have worked on many projects, including the East St. Paul Centennial Quilt. The group often puts their talents on display by participating in quilting shows, 3 of which they've hosted. Working together has helped these women share their ideas and techniques, but most importantly, has made quilting more enjoyable through socialization. This combination of both talent and sense of community embodies the people of Kildonan and St. Paul, making the most out of any opportunity in any season. Keep up the great work. Your positive spirits are impossible not to admire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, as you know, young Athena Gervais, 14 years old, passed away on March 1st on school grounds in Laval, in my riding. Toxicological tests are ongoing. they should soon reveal the details surrounding her death. This tragedy leads us as a society to review the support offered to our young people, as well as the regulation of drinks with a high percentage of alcohol, in order to offer young people the best future possible. Young Athena is the symbol of all of Canada's youth. Let us make sure that this never happens again. My thoughts go to her family, her mother, whom I had the opportunity to meet, her father, present here today on the Hill, her sisters, and all her friends and loved ones. Mr. Speaker, this situation concerns all of us, and we should all sincerely reflect on it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Cal Maskery was serving time for violent crime. One day, in the depths of despair, he saw Billy Graham preaching on television. He decided to turn his life around. Cal met his wife, a local volunteer, while still in prison. They got married on the day of his release. Cal wanted to help people, so he founded Harvest House Atlantic in Moncton, where he remains the executive director. Harvest House is a community hub for those in need. It now includes an emergency shelter, step-up housing, addictions recovery, and skills training. Harvest House is supported through donations and through some government programs like the Canada Summer Jobs Program. But this year, Harvest House had their application rejected as incomplete because Cal would not sign the values test. This values test and the vote tonight is not about politics or ideology. It's about people like Cal and the communities they serve. It's about addicts who need help. It's about seniors who need housing. It's about young people who set out on a path to lifelong service. And it's about charitable organizations who want to serve their communities. These are the people we're fighting for.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From March 11th to 17th, it was the 30th edition of Quebec's Intellectual Disabilities Week. The intent is to raise public awareness about the reality of people with an intellectual disability and the positive contribution they make. Thousands of people throughout Quebec and Canada are affected by intellectual disabilities. I had the opportunity to welcome a group of participants for the Outaouais Association for Community Integration, including Mulligan on the Parliamentary Hill, to watch Question Period. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit the center, and I could see in the eyes of the participants the impact that this organization has had on their lives. I would like to seize the opportunity to recognize the work of organizations throughout the country, such as APICO and Gatineau, who are doing great work to support and to assist people with intellectual disabilities, as well as their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, March 20th, we will celebrate the International Day of the Francophonie. This will be an opportunity to highlight the considerable contribution of Francophone communities and Francophiles here and throughout the world. If I mention it a day in advance, it's to invite everybody in this House to join us, as tomorrow all New Democrat MPs will speak only French during Question Period. We invite members of other political parties to do the same. More than a symbol, we are demonstrating our commitment to the Francophonie. We are going to demonstrate that all matters of public interest can be reflected upon and resolved in the language of Molière. As Yves Duteil said so well, French is a beautiful language with splendid words, which carries its history and its accents. It's a beautiful language, those who know to defend it. It offers us the words we were missing to be able to understand each other, and is the strength we need to live in harmony. I extend the invitation to all parliamentarians. Tomorrow, let us speak French.
Order. I think we're all happy to see back the next person who will speak, back and looking well, the member for Caribou Prince George.
And now I'm just going to be a mess. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say a heartfelt thank you. It's been almost 2 months to the day since my health took an abrupt turn, and to say it's been difficult would be an understatement. It has, to say the least, have been incredibly humbling. To my team, To my friends and colleagues from all sides of this House, and indeed from across the nation, I want to say thank you. Your words of encouragement, your cards, your fruit baskets, your flowers have meant more to me and my family than you may ever know. To the doctors and nurses at the University Hospital of Northern British Columbia, thankful. I'm thankful for all the work that they do. And Mr. Speaker, I've seen the conditions that the men and women work in, and Mr. Speaker, we can do better for them. To my colleagues, we lead busy lives. It is easy to lose sight of what is most important. The work we do here in this House and in our ridings has meaning. Every meeting, every speech, every event, every text, every call. It is easy to get caught up in the whirlwind, but without our health, we have nothing. So stop. Take time to reflect. And above all else, please, please take care of yourself. And in closing, to my wife, Kelly, and my entire family, your strength when faced with the unimaginable is simply amazing. Thank you for your patience, your love, and your support. Words cannot express my love for you.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Abstention.
The Canadian Paralympic Committee for the Winter Games in Pyeongchang this year was greatness is rare. It's true because with only 55 athletes on the population of 35 million, it's only 0.0000157% of the population of Canadians who make the cut represent us with Team Canada. But it's also false because greatness was far from rare. With Team Canada this year, our team earned a record of 28 medals this year. Our best performance ever, and Canadians just missed the podium several times with 9 fourth-place results and 5 more in the top 5. And we can also believe greatness will be even rarer, with next time with 20 athletes winning their first ever Paralympic medal in Pyeongchang. We can say without a doubt that Paralympians represent greatness better than anyone. Vous êtes une source d'inspiration.
You are a source of inspiration, and we are all very proud of our Paralympic athletes. Go, Canada, go.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the government has announced that Canadian soldiers will be taking part in a mission to Mali. And in his own words, the Prime Minister has acknowledged that this is putting soldiers in harm's way. Now, Mali is the UN's most dangerous peacekeeping mission that they have currently, and the UN is experiencing the worst spate of UN peacekeeping fatalities in the organization's history. The Prime Minister would have been advised by his people as to the nature of the risk to soldiers and as well the likelihood of casualties in this mission. Can the Prime Minister inform the House as to what the risk is to soldiers of a fatality?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, 2 years ago during the election campaign, we committed to re-engage Canadian soldiers in UN peacekeeping missions. We know that it's something that's important to Canadians and it's important to the world that we be helping out in the best ways we can. That's why we are happy to respond to a direct request from the UN and from our allies to provide logistical and support helicopters to their mission in Mali. We will continue to work with the members opposite to determine the best way to move forward on debate in this House. We look forward to talking about that more in the coming days.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to see stability brought to conflict-ridden regions of this world, but the reality is there were 162 fatalities of UN peacekeepers in Mali alone. Less than 2 months ago, the UN Security Council was advised by the Undersecretary of Peacekeeping Operations that the objectives in the Mali mission were in question and were urged to reassess this mission. I know the Prime Minister is happy that we're going to Mali, but quite seriously, there is a real threat to our Canadian soldiers. Will those being deployed in this war zone be allowed to actively engage targets?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are committed to contributing in ways that bring the most value to the UN mission in Mali. We believe it's important for Canada to play a role in peace operations around the world. But the safety of our men and women in uniform remains paramount during all operations. We always act to mitigate as best as possible the level of risk Canadian Armed Forces personnel face while on operations. The personnel we will deploy on peace operations will be equipped with the appropriate equipment and will receive the necessary training for their assigned missions, although, of course, we cannot altogether eliminate the risks.
Honourable Member for Milton.
I understand that we can't mitigate the risk, Mr. Speaker. The question I'm asking is this. What is the risk associated with our Canadian soldiers? They deserve to know this. This is the most dangerous mission in the world right now. This is something we're sending Canadian soldiers into without any information at all from this government. It's absolutely deplorable. Canadians deserve to have the answer. How many soldiers are projected to be lost in this mission?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we've committed to open information and discussions with the members opposite, with all members in this House, on the nature and the moving forward of missions like this. The previous government chose to wrap itself in the flag and use special forces as photo ops while not informing the House about anything. What we are going to be doing is remaining open and responsible with all members in this House as we move forward and re-engaging in UN peacekeeping missions to support our allies to move forward on peace in the world. That's what Canadians expect, and that's what we're going to deliver.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, it's all very well to speak about the previous government, but the previous government always held debates on its missions throughout the world. The Prime Minister decided to send our peacekeepers to Mali to maintain peace that has never existed, but Mali is a war zone. The Prime Minister has shown that he's not too concerned about Canadian safety, and now he's going to send our troops to a country at war. I want to know if the Prime Minister can tell us what the chain of command will be for the troops being deployed will be. The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the safety of our men and women in uniform is our top priority in any of our operations. We always take any necessary steps to mitigate as much as possible the risks that our military members are exposed to during their operations. The personnel that we will deploy in our peacekeeping missions will be well equipped and will receive the training that they require in order to be successful in their mission. We have full confidence in the abilities of our armed forces and in the impact that Canada can have for the better in the world. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, I think the Prime Minister really needs his notes because he doesn't understand what's going on. And that's why the Prime Minister actually just makes his decision behind closed doors, but he should submit these decisions to parliamentarians. Now, it goes without saying that we trust our military members to be able to undertake any mission, but this is Mali on a pseudo peacekeeping mission from Canada. I'd like to know if the Prime Minister can tell us what the rules of engagement will be. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we are going to act transparently. We want to have a good debate in this House. And we have already approached the opposition to discuss how we will proceed with this debate. And we will be finalizing these plans over the next few weeks. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata, Basque. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has finally made an announcement on a peacekeeping mission. After 2 years and a half in power, after repeated appeals from the UN and from our international allies, and the failure of our government to deploy troops in Colombia when they were needed, there are still some details that are lacking. For example, when the mission is going to begin, or how many women will be deployed. Was 2.5 years not enough
to start providing answers to these questions? Why so little clarity? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, as we said during our campaign, we want to contribute to international peacekeeping missions. We announced our commitment to send operational forces to Mali, including Chinook helicopters and Griffin helicopters. Members of the military will also assist with medical evacuations of soldiers and will provide logistical support during this mission. We know that it is important that Canada be present in order to ensure peace and stability throughout the world. We have already approached the opposition to discuss how we will proceed with the debate in the House, and we look forward to beginning these conversations. The Honourable Member.
Government made grand promises that Canada would return to UN peacekeeping, but you wouldn't know it from our current contributions. At the end of last month, Canada had just under 40 troops and police officers on UN missions, a record low in the history of Canadian peacekeeping. Today's announcement likely falls short of meeting the peacekeeping commitments the government made. So my question is, when will the government reveal exactly how they intend to fulfill the promises they made over 2.5 years ago?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit of an interesting turn of events when the Conservatives think we're doing too much with our military and the NDP don't think we're doing enough. As I've said, we are pleased that we're moving forward on peace operations with the UN, re-engaging with the UN the way Canadians expect us to, the way we committed to 2 years ago during the election campaign, and I very much look forward to working with the opposition members to figure out a way to move forward on debate regarding this mission so that all Canadians can be apprised of what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Member for Essex.
While Canada is exempted for now from the U.S. President's global tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, the President stated very clearly that he will use the threat of future tariffs to get what he wants in NAFTA renegotiations. Our steel and aluminum industry, forestry, aerospace, paper, what's next? $64 billion could be lost and 500,000 Canadian jobs are at risk. Yet all the Prime Minister has done is pay lip service. Canadians need to know how many more tariffs or threats of tariffs this government will allow before they take action.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to say once again what a pleasure it was for me to be able to spend time with steel workers and aluminum workers last week across the country. The hard-working steel workers at Stelco, aluminum workers at Alma have been working hard to continue to deliver, and I was very pleased to be able to meet with them, to listen to their concerns directly, and to reassure them about the path forward we're taking. We have continued to defend the industry in this country. We will continue to, whether it's moving forward on pipelines, whether it's moving forward on protecting our steel, we will continue.
The Honourable Orator, the member for Essex.
When will this Prime Minister get his head out of the sand? Just last week, President Trump bragged that he made up figures while talking to the PM about supposed trade deficit the U.S. has with Canada. And the PM says that he has full confidence in the President being straight with him. Our Prime Minister is not being taken seriously by our largest trading partners, and Canadians are worried. Does the Prime Minister still believe that the President is being straight with him? And when will the PM be straight with Canadians and tell them exactly how he plans to protect their jobs?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was a real pleasure to speak with steelworkers in Hamilton about exactly how we were standing up for their jobs. We've been working with the American administration over the past year to ensure that we are standing up for Canadian jobs. We are standing up for Canadian interests, and we are moving forward in a responsible way to renegotiate NAFTA in ways that will improve it for Canadians, for Canadian workers, and for our partners. We're going to continue to take this approach that is working with the American government, regardless of what the NDP proposes.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years now, we've been asking hundreds and hundreds of times to the government when we will get back to a balanced budget, and we have never gotten an answer. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not the only ones who are fed up. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, in a scathing report published last week, said that the government has completely lost control and that it has no plans for returning to a balanced budget. Can the Prime Minister reassure Canadians and tell us when we will get back to a balanced budget as the PBO is demanding?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the Canadians had a choice between the austerity being proposed by the Conservative government, results of which we know what they were, the worst growth since the Second World War, the worst record on jobs, and the plan that the Liberal government was suggesting. For example, investing in infrastructure, giving more to those who need it most, and fostering growth in our economy, investing in science, as we've just done in this budget. And the results speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. 600,000 jobs over the past 2 years, the majority of those full-time. And that's what we're proud of. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. 2 years and a few months ago, the Prime Minister gave his finance minister a mandate letter. And what did it say in that letter on page 7? It said, balanced budget by 2019-2020. I wasn't the one who said that. It was the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister stand up and tell Canadians that he is going to honour the promise he made to them and get back to a balanced budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier in my response, our plan is working, and we're going to continue with that plan to ensure growth in Canada, responsible growth in Canada. And we are going to make sure that our debt to GDP ratio continues to go down. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Carleton.
D'ici la fin de mandat,
Well, Mr. Speaker, they made a promise.
They'd eliminate $3 billion in spending after they did a comprehensive review to find waste. And having done that review over the last 2 years, they've come to the conclusion that there's not a single penny in waste that they can cancel. In fact, it gave them ideas on how they could spend even more. Mr. Speaker, will they keep their promise to eliminate $3 billion in annual spending waste by the end of this term? Yes or no?
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we are always vigilant, working across government to ensure the best value for tax dollars while we make important investments in the interests of Canadians today and in the future. Mr. Speaker, the innovation review that we led, in fact, working with ISED, actually resulted in a more responsive and focused and targeted approach to innovation writ large across the Government of Canada. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, we will not do what the Conservatives did, for instance, when they cut 700 pay advisors to save $70 million on the eve of an election, destroying the pay system for the Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the Liberals claimed that their deficit spending would go to infrastructure, but now the Parliamentary Budget Officer reveals that a quarter of that money has lapsed and just disappeared into the massive Liberal spending hole. And now this, and I quote, Budget 2018 provides an incomplete account of the changes to the government's $186 billion infrastructure spending plan. PBO requested the new plan, but it does not exist, end quote. How do you spend $186 billion with no plan?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, we are proud of the relationship that we are able to build with our provinces, municipalities and territories to deliver a historic infrastructure plan. And under our plan, Mr. Speaker, we have approved more than 4,100 projects with a combined investment of more than $35 billion. These investments are creating jobs for the middle class. They're helping build us a stronger economy, move us to our green economy, as well as improve people's living conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Let's review the fiscal promises. They said they'd cut $3 billion in waste. Instead, they found billions of dollars in increased spending. They said the deficit would be just $10 billion. It's been double that. They said the budget would be balanced by 2019. Now they say that won't happen for another 25 years, during which time they will add, or some government will add, $500 billion of deficits. Mr. Speaker, they said the middle class would pay less. Instead, the Fraser Institute says 80% are paying more. With all these broken promises, how can the Canadian people believe anything this Prime Minister says about their money?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member the first thing we did was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. The other thing we've done is we've made the Canada Child Benefit a new and more progressive program to give more to those who need it the most. That has lifted 300,000 kids out of poverty. And what we've said to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is that we would succeed where they have failed. We have grown this economy more than they ever could in the decade that they were in power. We've got the fastest growth in the G7, and we'll continue on that path, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, they said the deficit would be just $10 billion. It's been nearly 20. This year, the deficit will be 3 times the size they committed in their platform. And they are unable to find a single penny in savings necessary to eventually return us to a balanced budget. So why doesn't the member just rise now and admit what the parliamentary budget officer has already suggested and what Canadians already know, which is that they will never balance Canada's budget?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have a very responsible fiscal approach that has been applauded by people all over the world. When the economy was sluggish, like the one we inherited from the previous Conservative government, it was intelligent to make investments where the need was, for example, in infrastructure and communities, to stimulate growth and to stimulate the economy. That's what we did, and we're making sure that our debt to GDP ratio is going down. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, aluminum plays a very important role in some of our areas, including Jonquière, and we are very proud of that. Despite President Trump's temporary exemption, workers in our regions are still concerned, and they're worried about their uncertain future. Workers deserve a clear path and hard work on the part of this government. Like the Quebec government is currently doing, will this government immediately implement an action plan? The Honourable Minister for Global Affairs. Our government worked very hard to obtain an exemption for Canada on steel, aluminum, and we will continue to work very hard until these tariffs disappear completely and permanently. Our priority is to get the best outcomes possible for Canadians and their families.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is claiming to have made a significant commitments to the budget to end pension theft, but this is just not true. There were no answers from the Prime Minister during his PR trip last week about changing the laws to protect workers' pensions. Workers have had enough talk. It's time for action. We can and we must end pension theft now. When will the government outline a real plan for the protecting of workers' pensions, like the one I've already presented them in Bill C-384?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, as we've made clear, our heart goes out to those serious workers, and we are taking their advice. We're taking advice from all sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, to look into how we can better the situation of pensioners in this country. We've made that promise, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work in that regard, and we'll continue to examine any suggestion that comes with it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the plot surrounding the Atwall scandal continued to thicken even while the House was away, courtesy of Jaspal Atwall himself. Mr. Speaker, he held a press conference where he directly refuted the Liberal government's claims about an Indian conspiracy. Mr. Atwall confirmed that he asked the MP for Surrey Centre for an invitation to the Prime Minister's event. Mr. Atwall confirmed that the Liberal government got him that invite and that he has never spoken to the Indian government. When will the Prime Minister rise in this House and apologize to India for this diplomatic incident?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's national security agencies are impartial and nonpartisan. They are highly professional and competent. We trust them always to promote and protect and defend the national interest of Canada, and I am confident they have done that at all times.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the person at the centre of the Atwall scandal doesn't believe the Prime Minister's wild conspiracy claims. The Liberal MP for Surrey Centre doesn't believe the Prime Minister's claims because he apologized and accepted responsibility. Even the Foreign Minister, Mr. Speaker, doesn't believe the Prime Minister because she admitted to apologizing to the Indian government, calling the Atwall invitation an honest mistake. Mr. Speaker, it appears there's only two people who still believe in the Prime Minister's wild conspiracy theories: the Prime Minister and his National Security Advisor. When will the Prime Minister allow the National Security Advisor to brief this House in the same way they briefed the press gallery?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issue with respect to the invitation has been clearly discussed and responded to. The invitation should never have been issued, and when it was discovered, it was rescinded, as it should have been.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A known terrorist found guilty of an assassination attempt was invited to the Prime Minister's dinner. We have, on the one hand, a Liberal MP saying he was the one who invited him, and on the other hand, the Prime Minister who's saying that this was supposedly a conspiracy on the part of the Indian government. How can the Indian government organize a plot against a Canadian mission when a Liberal member is saying that he was the one who invited this person, this terrorist? If the Prime Minister has proof, what's he waiting for to come and table it? What's he waiting for to answer these questions so that this affair can be cleared up once and for all?
Mr. Speaker, 2 points very specifically. Number one, the invitation should never have been issued. When it was discovered, it was rescinded. Number two, whenever senior government officials with long experience issue opinions and advice and recommendations, they do so impartially and always acting in the best interests of Canada to defend the Canadian national interest. They have done that at all times.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about just anything here. The Prime Minister's senior security advisor referred to a plot on the part of the Indian government. And it was the Prime Minister who spoke about this. The Indian government has categorically denied this. Imagine, here we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs speaking about an honest mistake. An honest mistake? 19 MPs and ministers on vacation in India. An invited terrorist, a half a day's worth of work in 8 days. And all this paid by who? Paid by taxpayers. And they're talking about an honest mistake? Will the Prime Minister apologize to the Indian government and to the Canadian public?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman overlooks the fact that during the course of that mission, there was about $1 billion worth of trade and investment identified, about 6,000 Canadian jobs created, a number of different initiatives that went forward, including an agreement resolving a fumigation dispute with respect to Canadian pulse crop exports to India. And at the end of the mission, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of India expressed his satisfaction with the success of what had been accomplished.
Order. The member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, there are 300 workers in my riding at the Powell River Catalyst Paper Mill who make the products that were recently slapped with a 22% punitive tariff by the U.S. government. Those tariffs directly threaten the mill, meaning 300 good-paying Canadian jobs in a small community that needs the mill's payroll, taxes, and investment are at risk. These workers know the government's words on the unfair tariffs aren't worth the paper they're written on. Where is the leadership, the real action our workers need from this government to protect their jobs?
Mr. Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply disappointed with the unjustified preliminary rates announced by the U.S. Department of Commerce. Canada's forestry industry sustains good middle-class jobs and provides economic opportunity for rural and Indigenous communities across our country. We will continue to work with all our partners across Canada to defend this vital sector against unfair and unwarranted U.S. trade measures and practices.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
300 workers, Mr. Speaker, and those talking points help none of them. The federal government has so far failed to come to the defense of workers in British Columbia whose jobs are at risk with U.S. tariffs on groundwood paper. These are good-paying, family-supporting jobs in my riding, and the industry also supports thousands of indirect jobs throughout British Columbia. What is this government going to do to stand up to this unfair U.S. trade action, and when? Will the Liberals finally show some strength in international trade talks and protect Canadian jobs?
Here, here. Good question. Mr. Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the preliminary rates announced by the U.S. Department of Commerce are unjustified and they are unacceptable to Canada. We stand with our forestry industry and we are taking every possible action, including in international arenas, to support and defend our forestry industry. We stand with Canadian workers, we are fighting for them, and we will succeed.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, March 20th, Ottawa will host a round of negotiations for Mercosur, a free trade agreement between Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, and Bolivia. Canada is seeking to sign a free trade agreement with this economic community. Mercosur, with the main objective of diversifying our international trade markets with these countries, which have similar objectives and strong growing economies. I'd like the Minister to provide us with an update. The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank the member for Rivière-des-Mille for her excellent work. I was in Paraguay recently to launch negotiations, and thanks to our trade diversification process, Canada will succeed in the decades to come. With Mercosur, we are pursuing our trade negotiation process. It's the most progressive ever, and for the first time, this will result an impact in a study of the impact on work, human rights, Indigenous peoples, and gender balance. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this morning we talked about freedom in this country, but the Liberals and the Prime Minister are attacking this freedom of religion, among other things, by using a dogmatic ideological approach. They're attacking the most vulnerable and depriving people of jobs. When will the Prime Minister and the Liberals support our motion? We've got to vote today so that the Employment Summer Job Program remains a program to create jobs and not an attack on freedoms.
Jobs program has always been to provide young people with good quality job experiences where they can gain that valuable experience and help them prepare for school. And unlike the Conservatives, who have funded groups that have promoted anti-abortion, groups that distribute graphic images, that discriminate against the LGBTQ community, we are going to ensure that we do not support groups that actively undermine Canadian rights. We predict a successful year ahead. We know that the number of applications are on par with last year. We look forward to doubling the Canada Summer Jobs opportunities for young people in this country again this year.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last week the approval list for Canada Summer Jobs came out to the MPs. Compared to last year, 36 fewer organizations in my riding even applied. At least 15 of these organizations told me that they didn't because of the Liberals' values test. Sure. Instead of funding groups who provide housing and childcare, the Liberals have dumped money into for-profit organizations and retailers. Will the Liberals admit this is wrong, vote in favour of our motion, and support Canadians who are trying to help their communities?
Minister of Employment.
Canada's prosperity relies on ensuring that young people get the experience that they need for the jobs of today and tomorrow. And that's why the Canada Summer Jobs Program has been so critical in ensuring that young people get that oftentimes first well-paying job that will help them identify their career path and gain those skills that they need. We predict a very successful year ahead. The number of applications received and currently are under a review are on par with 2017. We know that we are going to continue to help young people get that experience and thrive going into the future.
Honourable Member for Order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the minister referred earlier to an organization that I know received tens of thousands of dollars from the Liberal member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills. But that choice by that member doesn't have anything to do with our motion today, which speaks to non-political, non-activist groups, which for reasons of conscience and their conscience rights in Section 2 of the Charter, do not want to check this box. Now, will the minister support our motion, which allows these charitable organizations to continue to provide this vital work? Will she look at the motion and support it on the basis of its its support for non-political, non-activist organizations.
Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Summer Jobs Program serves a critical purpose in this country, and that's to make sure that young people get quality job experiences, oftentimes for the first time in their young careers. And that's why we're going to make sure that funds don't go in any way that actively work to undermine Canadians' rights. Young people are counting us to stand up for their rights, to deliver this program in a way that is fair and equitable and respects all Canadians, and that's exactly what we'll do, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
You know, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the minister, she's just not answering a very direct question. We have a motion before the House today which says that non-political, non-activist groups should be able to access the Canada Summer Jobs Program regardless of their private convictions. We believe that it's a violation of fundamental charter rights to force an organization to disclose their private convictions if that has absolutely nothing to do with the activities that they're involved in. And if the government's sincere about not targeting faith-based charities, they could do one very simple step to reassure those organizations. That's support our motion today. Will they?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the process this year asked organizations to commit to the fact that the core activities, their core mandate, and the job description for which they were applying would not in any way actively undermine the rights of young Canadians. And in fact, we have had resounding applications, the same as last year. We anticipate that over 70,000 young people will have excellent job experiences across the country in a variety of different sectors that will help them gain the skills they need, determine their career paths, earn a little extra money. Mr. Speaker, we're incredibly proud of the fact that this government puts youth success at its forefront and knows that it's critically connected to our economic success.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, many main travel routes in rural regions aren't even covered by a cell phone service at all. So it's all fine and well to invest for 5G, but during that time, nothing will be done in the regions. The Liberals are so out of touch that the word cell isn't even in their most recent budget. So if the minister is ready to pull his head out of the sand, I'd like to invite him to go on a little road trip with me. He'll realize that just a few hours from here, we fall into a void. How much longer will it take for rural residents not to be considered second-class citizens by this minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, communications and cell phone service and high-speed internet are essential, not a luxury. Our government acknowledges that we require these services in the regions and in large cities, and that's why we want to ensure that Canadians have access to this technology regardless of their postal code. It's a question of equality of opportunity. Our program will deal with this issue and will enable our communities and our businesses to benefit from opportunities being offered by the global digital community.
Saint-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. In his most recent budget, the PBO called on the government, the Liberals in fact, to flesh out how they will spend the billions in infrastructure to prevent further delays. He also forecasts that some amounts won't be spent on time. The PBO goes as far as to say that the Liberals have no plan for spending billions of dollars over the next 12 years. The municipalities have been waiting far too long and can no longer await anymore. So, on their behalf, I ask the government, where is the plan to prevent delays?
Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we work very closely with Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with provinces and territories to develop a historic plan that is investing more than $180 billion to build the necessary infrastructure that has been neglected by the Harper government for a decade. We have approved 4,100 projects with a combined investment of $35 billion. Last week, we signed 3 bilateral agreements with the province of Ontario, New Brunswick, and Northwestern to deliver historic investments so communities get the infrastructure they need and deserve.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, serious concerns are being raised about China-owned telecom company Huawei having access to 5G technology. Recently, a U.S. Senate committee heard compelling testimony from 4 of their agencies, including the FBI and the CIA, that says that Huawei poses a serious cybersecurity threat. Does the Prime Minister recognize that there may be a threat to Canadian cybersecurity, and what is he doing to stop China-owned Huawei from spying on Canadians?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity is an extraordinarily important priority for the country and for this government. As the honourable member will have noticed in the last budget, the Minister of Finance has set aside something in excess of $700 million for investments over the next number of years, including the creation of a new cybersecurity centre, one which will have particular attention to the critical infrastructure of this country, which we must indeed protect and defend by every means possible.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
It's not just our allies sounding the alarm, but national security experts in Canada are also. Ward Elcock, former CSIS director, told the Globe and Mail, "I would not want to see Huawei equipment being incorporated into a 5G network in Canada." And Dick Fadden, former national security advisor, is saying that we don't want Canadian infrastructure to be available to Huawei. With what these Canadian experts are saying, will the public safety minister commit to a reevaluation of Canada's ties with China-owned Huawei?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have just completed a national security review of our cybersecurity systems. That has included every dimension of those systems, including how best to protect critical infrastructure, and we will take every step necessary to make sure that that critical infrastructure, which is vital to Canada and vital to our relations with countries around the world, is properly protected and defended. There is nothing more important than that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, amid a busy schedule of family vacations, the Prime Minister squeezed in some visits to Canadian steel plants. In Saskatchewan, he visited Evraz, where they manufacture pipelines. The Liberals' abdication of federal leadership on the Trans Mountain Pipeline is hurting Evraz, the prairie oil and gas sector, as well as the Canadian steel industry. Can the Prime Minister reassure Canadian steel workers that construction on Trans Mountain will start this spring?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we continue to say, the environment and the economy go hand in hand, and we continue to support the energy sector in a variety of ways, including the approval of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And I'd like to add a number of other pipelines as well, Mr. Speaker. The expanded export capacity for the Alberta Clipper, Nova Gas Pipeline, Line 3 replacement project, and our support of the Keystone XL pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on. Our government has approved the Trans Mountain expansion, and we stand by that approval. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Order.
Last month, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development released the results of our government's poverty reduction strategy consultations in a What We Heard report. I hosted one of those consultations in my riding, where I heard from Canadians living in poverty and frontline workers about what it's like to live in poverty in our country. Can the Minister please tell this House how Budget 2018 will help low-income Canadians get the support that they need? Thank you.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to congratulate the member from Toronto Danforth for her strong commitment towards reducing poverty. Budget 2018 introduces the new Canada Workers' Benefit, which is going to lift tens of thousands of lower-wage Canadians out of poverty and will also benefit more than 2 million vulnerable Canadians. Budget 2018 also introduces automatic enrollment, which will ensure that eligible Canadians do actually receive the benefit. Mr. Speaker, starting in 2019, the new Canada Workers' Benefit will help more vulnerable Canadians work harder and succeed in joining the middle class.
The
honourable member for Mégantic-Clérat. Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister, a budget balances itself, and the result is there's billions in deficits. Western grain producers are facing a second crisis. They're unable to deliver their products. The Minister of Agriculture thinks, like his Prime Minister does, that the crisis will resolve itself, and he's refusing to take action. As a result, deficits for everyone and millions in losses for all agricultural producers. Producers are in town, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister personally commit to taking action instead of believing in fairy tales and waiting for the crisis to resolve itself?
Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we all want our Western grain producers to deliver their goods to world markets as quickly as possible. That is why the Minister of Agriculture and I have spoken with CN and CP. We told them that they were not doing acceptable work at present, and we asked them to show us how they plan to deal with the problem as it currently exists. Over the past 2 weeks, the situation has improved considerably, and we will continue to monitor progress in the future. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Last Wednesday, Marielle Franco, a municipal councillor in Rio, was savagely assassinated. She was 38. She was a black woman, a lesbian, a socialist, and a human rights advocate. For years, she had denounced police violence in favelas, and for all of these reasons, she was killed, shot several times in the head. We can't remain silent on this attempt to assassinate hope. Will Canada show leadership and urge Brazil to conduct an independent investigation to shed light on this political assassination? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know full well, human rights, including the rights of LGBTQ communities, are very important components in our foreign policy. They're very important here in Canada, and we are working with our partners, our foreign partners, to defend those rights for all. We will continue to do this very important work. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, our government knows Canadian farmers are key drivers of our economy and make important contributions in the fight against climate change.
The House on the important announcement we made to improve clean technology in Canadian agriculture this morning at Terryland Farms in my riding.
Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell for all his hard work for Canadian agriculture. Our government is committed to supporting clean technology in Canadian agriculture. Today, I was proud to join the member to announce an investment of $25 million to develop and adapt clean technology in Canadian agriculture. This will help our farmers stay on the cutting edge, grow our economy, and help more people join the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, Western Canadian grain farmers have asked the Liberals for one thing: help us move our grain. We have given the Liberals concrete action that they can take now to get grain moving. Instead, they stand up and defend the rail duopoly, and they have tarnished our reputation as a reliable trading partner. Time is of the essence, and the crisis farmers are facing is critical. Rail cars aren't being delivered, grain isn't moving, farmers aren't getting paid. Does the Agriculture Minister not grasp the seriousness of this crisis? Why will they not take action now to move our grain?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we want to get our Western farmers' grain to market as quickly as possible. Unlike the previous government, which for 10 years didn't do a darn thing to move grain and other commodities more efficiently. And by the way, they voted against C-49, and I would ask them to speak to their colleagues in the other House to speed up the process with C-49. In the meantime, the Minister of Agriculture and myself have spoken to CN and CP, told them that they have to do better. They are doing better, but we will watch them very carefully.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, a Canadian public servant working in Montreal, André Dion, will take legal action at the federal court to have his right to work in French respected. It has been violated throughout his career. It runs counter to Bill 101 and Canadian law, as noted by the Commissioner of Official Languages 8 years ago. That's the price Quebec must pay to be subject to the Canadian system. Will the minister enforce the right to work in French in Quebec in Canadian institutions?
Président du Conseil du Trésor.
Our official languages are at the core of our Canadian values. We will ensure that public servants across Canada continue to have the right to speak in both official languages. This is something that is absolutely fundamental, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to ensure that from coast to coast to coast, that Canadian public servants are respected, including their rights to speak both official languages.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, the Prime Minister portrayed himself as Davy's saviour by promising contracts. To date, the government still hasn't had any contact with Davy, despite the fact that representatives of suppliers urged him to do so directly. This is urgent for all Quebec, Mr. Speaker, but clearly not for the Prime Minister of Canada. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to honour his commitment? Permission from C-SPAN in Irving?
Minister of Public Services, Service Public.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Davy Shipyard is an important one. We continue to have discussions with the shipyard. We are doing our due diligence. And when we have a decision, we will share it with this House. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health will be holding consultations to put an end to the sale of sugary, high alcoholic content drinks, and that is a good thing. However, we must also act with diligence and thoroughness in order to prevent any new tragedies from occurring. As part of these consultations, will the Minister of Health focus as well on banning guaranine in these alcoholic drinks? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank the member opposite for the question, and I offer my sincere condolences to the family of the deceased girl. Protecting Canadians' health is a priority for our government. We will continue to work on this issue. I have ordered Health Canada to take measures immediately to limit these sugary, high alcoholic content drinks. We will be calling meetings with our provincial counterparts, our territorial counterparts, and other partners, in fact, to address this important issue.
We'll conclude question period. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, acknowledge the strength of the ties and values that Canadians and the British people share. B, condemn in the strongest terms the despicable use of a nerve agent on the sovereign territory of the United Kingdom in the March 4, 2018 chemical attack in Salisbury. C, recognize that the Russian state bears responsibility for this act and has shown a total disregard for the rules-based international order. D, call on Russia to cooperate fully with British investigators. And E, stand in solidarity with the British people and the United Kingdom, a key NATO ally and G7 partner.
Honourable. Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent of the House propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. Carried. The Honourable Member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the spirit of cooperation following the brutal chemical attack on British soil, there has been some basic discussions between the party with respect to a motion involving the death of a Canadian citizen, Mr. Speaker. So I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, condemn the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its Revolutionary Guard for the brutal oppression of its own citizens, which included the imprisonment and killing of a Canadian citizen, Kavus Syed Amami, who was killed in Iranian custody. B, call upon the government to immediately cease any and all negotiations or discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran until they accept responsibility for the death of Mr. Syed Amami. And C, stand with the people of Iran and recognize that they, like all people, have a fundamental right to freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, including freedom of the press and other forms of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association.
Here. The honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. There is no unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a parliamentarian, there are important things we do here that are also very solemn. The signature of a document, for example. When we sign a document, it is our honor that is in question. I ask unanimous consent to table the following document signed by the hand of the Prime Minister, a mandate letter to the Minister of Finance, dated 2015, where it is written, balance the budget from 2019 to 2020, end quote. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I believe you will find unanimous consent to allow me to table the following motion, that this House ask Health Canada to suspend the sale of sugary drinks with a high alcohol content and alcoholic energy drinks which contain guarine during the entire consultation period on this matter and until the coming into force of a new regulation. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to table the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that Thursday, March 22nd, 2018 shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents.
Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Income Sprinkling Using Private Corporations.
Point 22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Budget 2018 Issues for Parliamentarians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 65 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs entitled Indigenous Land Rights Towards Respect and Implementation. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. We know that no relationship is more important than our relationship with Indigenous people. This report identifies clear measures that must be taken to work towards reconciliation. I would like to personally thank the 89 witnesses who shared their stories with the committee both during our travels across the country and here in Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling, in both official languages, the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled The Creation of an Independent Commissioner Responsible for Leaders' Debates, pursuant to Standing Order 109. The government response is going to be tabled.
significant change suggested changes to debates during elections. So I think the public, when they see this, will be very interested to see the suggested changes in future debates in federal elections. Et Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 56th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on private members' business, pursuant to Standing Order 92, subsection 2A. The committee has decided to pass the report of the subcommittee and Bill C-385, an act to amend the Navigable Waters Act, British Columbian rivers is not votable.
East Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I should have gone to her following the tabling of the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to note that the official opposition did attach a dissenting report. We recognize that Canada's processes for comprehensive and specific claims are in need of revision. But this report, we felt, contained many lofty words and very few practical suggestions. Witnesses specifically said they don't want another report that sits on the shelf. They asked for an action plan, and we don't believe that this report lives up to the standards of an action plan. So what we did was include a number of very actionable items that I think and we believe will make things better in terms of resolution of these important issues.
And now in relation to the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the Conservative members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee did have a number of issues with the report surrounding the creation of a debate commission. And we have put forward a dissenting report which outlines those things, which I would encourage all to read. But not the least of those concerns are certainly the fact that the committee itself was undertaking this while consultations were being done by the minister separately, which were not taken into consideration during those. And so therefore we really believe that this is something the minister should be taking into consideration. We certainly hope that those comments, those suggestions, and those differing opinions will be taken into consideration when the report is looked at.
Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration.
The estimates C 2017-18 and the 17th report entitled Interim Estimates 2018-19. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Guildwood.
I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the two following committee reports from the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The 17th report, entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2017-2018, as well as interim estimates 2018-2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Return to tabling of documents so I can table a document.
Unanimous consent to return to tabling of documents. Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, Monsieur...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 109 of the Standing Orders, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the government response to the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Immigration in the Atlantic Provinces, Moving Forward to the Future. Thank you.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whereas Wileen Alexis Earle is in the care of legal guardianship of Canadian citizens for more than 8 years, legislation in the Dominican Republic, her country of birth, has stripped Wileen of her rightful citizenship. Haiti, the country of ancestry, is denied citizenship for Wileen for being born out of country, and as a state child of Haitian descent, Wileen is subject to violent immigration sweeps by Dominican government. And as an unwelcome stateless child in the Dominican Republic, Wileen has access to none of the basic human rights outlined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to please grant Wileen Alexis Earle immediate access to Canada via a temporary residence permit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South. In due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I rise today to table petition regarding the beautiful Gatineau Park. The petition was organized by CPAWS, the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, and signed by dozens of local residents. I am pleased to table this petition, and I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vancouver East.
The petitioners are calling for the government to oppose the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion project. The petitioner notes that the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion project triples the capacity of the Trans Mountain pipeline system to 890,000 barrels per day, and that it brings massive environmental and economic risks to British Columbia, that some 40,000 barrels of oil have already leaked from existing Kinder Morgan pipelines, and that it would only create 50 permanent jobs, and many of which would be filled by temporary foreign workers. It also further notes that none of the oil would be refined in British Columbia, but instead would be shipped by tanker to foreign markets, and that it increases the number of tankers coming into the Borat Inlet from 8 to 34 per month. And finally, it goes through densely populated urban areas, residential neighborhoods, and the traditional territories of 15 First Nations. So the petitioners are strongly urging the government to say no to Kinder Morgan.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to table this petition containing hundreds of signatures from residents of Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, calling on the Prime Minister to withdraw the attestation values test on applications to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. These petitioners add their names to the thousands of Canadians who have signed this petition already. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present two petitions on behalf of constituents in my riding of Scarborough-Guildwood. This is from the Somaliland expatriate community who wish to have Canada recognize Somaliland as an independent country, as well as contribute to international disaster and relief efforts in Somaliland. Somaliland was a former British protectorate. After an unsuccessful union with Somalia, they declared their independence in '91. For the last 25 years, Somaliland has established a new constitution and its own currency and bank. They've overseen the restoration of peace and an independent judiciary. In 2015 and 17, Somaliland suffered from a drought. The local population has suffered from the malnutrition, lack of water, and thousands of deaths. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's an honour to rise today to table a petition on behalf of petitioners from Courtenay Alberni who are on the front line of ocean plastics and are leading the charge to call on the government to work with municipalities, the provinces, and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution, Mr. Speaker. They are calling on the government to regulate single-use plastics, stormwater outfalls, microplastic pollution, a national strategy to clean up derelict fishing gear, extend producer responsibility, and address the root problem. Redesign the plastic economy through education, outreach, and funding for beach cleanups, Mr. Speaker.
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking this afternoon on behalf of a number of people in my riding who are very concerned about hospice palliative care. They believe it improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problems associated with life-threatening illness. Palliative care provides relief from pain and other distressing symptoms, affirms life regarding dying as a normal process, and intends neither to hasten or postpone death. Unfortunately, it's not specifically mentioned in the Canadian Health Act and is not accessible and available to all Canadians. So they are calling on this government to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered by Health Canada, the Health Canada Act, so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to funds under the Canada Health Transfer System to be used to provide accessible and available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories.
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in my house today to present three separate petitions, all on the same topic. The first petition with 110 signatures from people of Salmon Arm in my riding, another petition with 40 signatures from Vernon, and another petition with 60 signatures from Vernon and Coldstream. All of them calling on the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought and belief, and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I stand to bring voices from coastal BC, and particularly my island where I live, Gabriola Island, opposed to the establishment of 5 new commercial bulk anchorages. Each are to house 300-meter-long freighters. The petitioners cite that already the waters of the Salish Sea are more jammed up with freighters than we've ever seen before. Establishing 5 new anchorages in this sensitive area just to export Wyoming coal to China is a poor decision. Now, they urge again the Transport Minister to reject this application to prevent oil spills and to support local communities.
Oshawa.
I rise in the House today to present a petition with hundreds of signatures from Calvary Baptist, St. Hedwig's, Harmony Road Baptist, and St. Joseph of the Worker Parish in my riding of Oshawa. These constituents are calling on the Prime Minister and this government to reverse their short-sighted decision and remove the values attestation from the Canada Summer Jobs application. These organizations and many others have been providing quality summer programming in Oshawa for decades, Mr. Speaker, and they don't deserve to have their funding stripped because they disagree with the social values of the Liberal Party. I strongly urge the Liberals to listen to Canadians and remove this unfair values test.
For London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I have a petition that is asking the Government of Canada to reinstate the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal, which was given by Canadians to recognize Canadians who serve voluntarily in the Canadian Forces and to acknowledge the volunteerism of our veterans and troops. Now, you may or may not recall this, Mr. Speaker, but it was abruptly stopped in March of 1947, and these petitioners asked the government to bring it back so that we can once again recognize those who served so generously, so bravely, and so selflessly.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise today with a petition from residents throughout the southern Gulf Islands within my riding. The preamble of this petition states the deep concern of residents about the proposal of Kinder Morgan to expand and increase its tankers through the Salish Sea loaded with bitumen and diluent. The petitioners asked the House of Commons to extend what's being proposed now as a tanker ban on the north coast of British Columbia to a permanent ban on crude oil tankers for the whole west coast of Canada to protect British Columbia's other industries in fishing, in tourism, and our coastal ecosystems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 14 petitions with over 1,100 signatures from persons residing in and around my constituency, as well in Ontario communities of Corkstown, Scarborough, Oshawa, Whitby, and Ajax. The petitioners call upon the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief. They want the Prime Minister to withdraw his attestation requirements for applications in the Canada Jobs Program.
Honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 2 separate petitions on the same topic. Many of these constituents are upset with the Prime Minister's decision to take away federal funding from people and organizations who disagree with him through the implementation of the Liberal Values Test. As we know, Mr. Speaker, many of these groups have nothing to do with advocacy on social issues, but now must violate their beliefs in order to first receive government funding through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Speaker, these constituents believe that governments must enhance our freedoms, not try to control them. As such, they are asking that the government remove the requirement for applicants to make an attestation to qualify for Canada Summer Jobs funding. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by just over 90 residents of Manitoba. These Canadians represent only a handful of the thousands from every corner of the country who have been shocked by the Liberals' assertion that only those who agree with the Liberal Party values will have their Canada Summer Jobs funding applications considered. The affected organizations are pillars of Canadian communities, groups that do work like helping newcomers to Canada, running soup kitchens, running youth drop-in centres, and summer camps. The discriminatory values test hits at the heart of our communities in a very practical way, and as a result of this decision, many community organizations will not be able to serve our communities as effectively as they have in years past. This is, of course, also an affront to the rights guaranteed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are calling on the Liberal government to defend the freedoms of conscience, freedoms of thought, freedom of belief, and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I hope the Liberals respect these voices and do exactly that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if government's response to question 1430 to question 1471 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It agreed, and so ordered. Orders of, no, excuse me, I have a request for emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 52.2, I am proposing an emergency debate on the urgent situation of the possible future levying of duties on Canadian steel and aluminum exports to the United States. It was to my great relief that Canada was exempted from this recent action. However, as this is only a temporary exemption, any future tariffs would, if implemented, have disastrous repercussions on the Canadian steel and aluminum industries and the thousands of workers in those sectors. Since his election as president, Donald Trump has ordered billions of dollars of tariffs on Canadian industries. Almost every major sector has been targeted by the current U.S. administration. In fact, I posed 2 questions to the Prime Minister today on this very subject. The steel industry in Canada employs 22,000 workers directly and over 100,000 workers indirectly. And our aluminum industry employs 8,300 workers directly and over 20,000 workers indirectly. These are good-paying, family and community-supporting jobs across the country that we cannot afford to lose. It is necessary for members of the House of Commons to have the time and opportunity to fully discuss not only the implications of future tariffs, but also to propose and debate remedies and solutions to this growing problem. We must have the opportunity to address the increasing amount of Canadian jobs and livelihoods that would be negatively impacted in all of our communities. I would also like to note, Mr. Speaker, that there is no opposition day in the foreseeable future for the NDP, and it should also be taken into consideration that the next opposition day for the NDP won't be designated until March 28th at the very earliest, but in all likelihood won't fall until after the Easter break. This situation is far too critical to wait for that date. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, that you would find strong support from all parties in this House for a full debate on this issue that will have great impacts on all of our future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for considering this request, and if granted, I respectfully ask that the debate take place this evening. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for Essex for raising her request. However, I do not find that it meets the exigencies of the standing order at this time. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, considération d'une motion.
Government orders, consideration or resuming debate rather on the sub-amendment of Mr. Caron on the budgetary policy.
Honourable Member for Durham has 3 minutes remaining in his comments that were interrupted by question period. Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just in full flight responding to some of the heckles from my friends in the Liberal Party on my comparison of this budget to the Liberal double-double. I've said it's the Liberal double-double, deficit and debt, and there's no roll up the rim to win for Canadian families, because studies have shown that 80 to 90% of middle-class families, the families they claim to be helping, are paying more under this government. So, Mr. Speaker, high deficits, high debt are connected with taxes. Taxes are already going up, and large deficits, in many ways, are just deferring taxes to the future. So this is what the Liberal government seems to forget, is they're going to continue to make our economy less and less competitive. The budget contained 5 mentions of NAFTA with no funding attached to any of the industries that could be at risk, including those industries that the Prime Minister did his speedy little steel town tour because they almost blew the market access for steel and aluminum for Canadian workers. But my final few minutes I'm going to spend on the Canada Summer Jobs, Mr. Speaker, which dovetails nicely to the thousands of Canadians that have written condemning the Liberal government's approach to politicizing a summer jobs program. It's in the budget, Madam Speaker, at page 56. It says a summer job helps students pay for their education and gives them work experience they need to keep and find a full-time job
after they graduate. All members of Parliament know how impactful these programs are. They do great community service-related events for communities and help students defer costs of their university or college education at the same time. It's a win. Service clubs are involved, seniors' homes, faith organizations. All sides of this House have seen the great work that's done with this program. Never in the decades of operation of this program has there been a thought police approach to this program, where they're actually putting in a values screen. Why did they do that, Madam Speaker? Because the Liberal government wanted to exclude faith organizations from playing roles in their communities, even though, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's sunshine photo ops with the Syrian refugees that first came to Canada, they were all coming through private sponsorship routes from faith organizations, Madam Speaker. Excluding people in this way violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and violates the spirit of what the Canada Summer Jobs program is supposed to be about. So we've heard from thousands of people who've written petitions. We have a vote tonight. For the Liberals that are listening, Madam Speaker, I would like them to use their conscience. Do they have freedom of thought in this Liberal government? It's time for them to stand up for all charter rights. That includes freedom of conscience and religion, and recognizing that faith communities play important roles across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
You know, Madam Speaker, for years I sat in the opposition benches, and the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, ignored the importance of the Canada Summer Students program. In fact, Madam Speaker, one of the first things this government did in recognizing just how important our young people are to our country is we virtually doubled the amount of money going into the Summer Students program. And I would hope that members opposite would not be discouraging individuals from participating and applying for these important student jobs, because I would suggest to you that if they read the supplementary information, much of the information that the member is getting across is just wrong. My question is actually a little off that particular topic, and ask my friend and colleague why it is he believes that the Liberal government should take advice from the Conservatives when they ran nothing but deficits and accumulated well over $150 billion. Why does he not see the irony in terms of Conservatives giving advice on deficits?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I saw my friend Joe Oliver over the break from Parliament and commented that as Conservative Finance Minister, he would be the only G7 minister to have a balanced budget in this decade. That's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. That Liberal Party's own projections suggest that the way they're spending, there will not be a balanced budget in Canada again until the 2030s, Madam Speaker. So weathering the largest financial global crisis since the recession better than all of our G7 allies and competitors, having a balanced budget, running a deficit when there was a global recession with a plan to get out of it, is far different from running massive deficits with no plan at a time the global economy is rocking, Madam Speaker. This is a failure of the highest order, and my friends in the Toronto business community wonder if the finance minister is still the same person that used to work in the private sector with his attacks on job creators and his deficit financing. He seems to have forgotten how to read a balance sheet. On the summer jobs, Madam Speaker, that member knows church organizations, immigration support groups in his riding have involved people from faith communities. That was consistent from the Trudeau government through Chrétien, Harper, Mulroney. Why the values test now? It's to exclude Canadians of faith.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Durham. He's a great representative of his community, and he's really taken this issue of Canada Summer Jobs to heart. He knows the Prime Minister has made statements like he admires the basic dictatorship of China. The Prime Minister admires Cuba, and this precedent now that he spoke about in his speech of acquiring an attestation, I was wondering if he could respond to this as being a precedent. There's people in my community that are worried about if the Liberal government will go this far, Will they now require Canadians, for example, to receive CPP benefits, EI benefits, or to apply for a government job? Are they going to have to assign greater attestations that agree with the government of the day's policy in order to receive some type of government support? Could he please comment on how important this is as a precedent?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and neighbour, the MP from Oshawa, who I've learned a lot from as a member of Parliament, for his strong defence of families, of the role of faith communities, and for a balanced budget, Madam Speaker. There is a precedent for this type of thought police, this type of values screening. The precedent's found in the book 1984 by George Orwell, Madam Speaker, where you don't just oppose your opponents, you try and exclude them or defeat them entirely. So what Jerry Butts and the Prime Minister's office, they don't like people to hold faith convictions. They moved away from private sponsor of the Syrian refugee program to a government knows best, even though they're condemning a lot of those families to poorer outcomes that their own department realized. Faith organizations have a tremendous track record of all faiths, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, those people who might have faith organizations but do their work as a Rotarian or as a Lions Club. These organizations are the foundation of community. We should be encouraging that, Madam Speaker, not excluding them. So the precedent being set here not only contravenes the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it runs contrary to what parliamentarians should be doing, which is supporting Canadians to help grow their community and support the less fortunate before Ottawa knows best gets into the act.
Here, here. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to be able to share my time with the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood, and it's an opportunity that I'm very pleased to have to be able to get up and share my perspective on behalf of the good people of Lac-Saint-Louis on what I consider to be a pivotal budget, not in dollar amounts spent, but in terms of some of the long-term structural changes that this budget will gradually engender. Changes, Madam Speaker, that will benefit both economic growth and social justice. And as you know, Madam Speaker, Liberal governments approach governing with these two dual objectives in mind. Growth without justice is something that would be incomplete, and of course, to have social justice, you need growth, Madam Speaker. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is not a budget that is focused on describing large investments. Previous budgets, the economic update, talked about our investment of $180 billion in renewing Canada's infrastructure over the next 12 years. Spending, Madam Speaker, if I may take a moment to refer to that economic statement and those budgets, spending that is laying the foundation for productivity growth and economic growth. Spending that encourages the creation of networks and clusters that are at the very core of innovation. And I'm thinking more specifically in terms of my region of the country. I'm thinking in terms of the investment that the federal government will be making to make a new train system in Montreal a reality, the Réseau électrique métropolitain, which will link the south shore of Montreal with the West Island through the airport and through the Saint Laurent Techno Park. These are the kinds of investments that create opportunities for growth in the long term and medium term, Madam Speaker. Now, Budget 218 targets important objectives. As I mentioned, I believe it is creating structural change, but I'm pleased to say that it does so against the backdrop of declining deficit and debt ratios. For example, if one looks at the projections for the budget deficit in terms of percentage of GDP, we see that it will be going down from 0.9% to 0.6% and then 0.5%. The federal debt as a percentage of GDP will be going down from 31% to 28.4%. And that's important because many of my constituents have told me that it's very important that that deficits remain under control and that we pay back some of that debt that's been accumulated over the years, including by the previous government, Madam Speaker. Now, there's a very important investment that is being made in this budget that I would like to mention, and that is the decision to invest over $900 million over 5 years in fundamental science. In other words, this budget is responding to the recommendations of the Naylor report and to the scientific community that recognizes the importance of investing in fundamental science, that kind of science that doesn't tell you what will drop out of the process down the road because you just don't know. You could find out that your research has led to a completely unexpected result, an unexpected result that creates jobs and economic growth, that creates new companies, that hires new employees, many of them young, in the sciences, in the cutting-edge sciences, who will now, as a result, have good-paying jobs, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity. J'aimerais, Madame la Présidente, par rapport aux...
Madam Speaker, with respect to the investments that we'll be making in basic science, I'd like to thank one of my constituents, Dr. Terry Hebert, who is a researcher at the University of McGill. He's a professor in the pharmacology department, so he's at McGill. He's an advisor, and for several years he's been talking about the importance of pure science, applied science. And alongside two other associates, he was quoted in an article in Le Devoir, and he talks about economic growth of the future. And I'd like to quote, if I may, Madam Speaker, thanks to research in biology on membrane protein funded by the CIHR, we have implemented new strategies that have led to treatments for cystic fibrosis. When the research was underway, no one could have known that it would lead to the discovery of therapeutic models and promising therapeutic approaches, as well as the creation of local biotech companies or collaboration with pharmaceutical companies worldwide.
Science is laying the groundwork for economic growth tomorrow, and economic growth and scientific discoveries that will help in the treatment of disease, for example, Madam Speaker. Now, this budget does something else which is structural and which is very important for the future of the economy. It is increasing, it is working to increase the supply of labor. And I'd like to quote the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who was giving a speech at Queen's University, I believe about a week or two ago, and he talked about the labor market. As a matter of fact, the theme of his speech was the labor market and how we need to increase the supply of labor. And I'll quote from Mr. Polo's speech: "Economic growth cannot happen unless there are people available to fill the newly created jobs. Accordingly, a healthy, well-functioning labor market is critical." He goes on to say, after looking at a much wider range of labor market indicators, the bank has concluded that there remains a degree of untapped supply potential in the economy. So this budget is aimed at unlocking some of that untapped potential. It does so by focusing on some groups whose labor force participation rate is unfortunately too low for us to maximize economic growth. And one group is young people. Young people are one source of untapped potential, Madam Speaker. And Governor Polos says in his speech, the key point is that youth represent an important untapped source of potential economic growth. If the youth participation rate were to return close to its level before the financial crisis, more than 100,000 additional young Canadians would have jobs. Now, Madam Speaker, how is the budget helping with youth employment? Well, it's investing an additional $448.5 million over 5 years, starting in 2018, 2019, to continue increases in the number of summer jobs. The member opposite mentioned the Canada Summer Jobs Program. The government is investing in the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and that will be good for increasing the supply of labor from that particular demographic group. The budget also aims to facilitate greater labour force participation on the part of women. Governor Polos, again from the same speech at Queen's. An even more significant source of economic potential is higher labour force participation by women. While about 91% of prime-age men participate in the labour force, the rate for women is only about 83%, he says. He goes on to say, history suggests that this gap can narrow. Consider Quebec, where 20 years ago, the prime-age female participation rate was about 74%. The provincial government identified barriers keeping women out of the workforce and acted to reduce them, particularly by lowering the cost of childcare and extending parental leave provisions. Within a few years, proportionately more prime-age Quebec women had jobs than women in the rest of Canada. Today, Quebec's prime-age female participation rate is about 87%. I believe you will recall the Minister of Finance saying in his speech, Madam Speaker, that if men and women in this country had equal labour participation rates, GDP would be boosted by 4%, and we could compensate for the drag on the economy that is caused by the aging of the population, which of course takes people out of the workforce. So this budget, in order to increase the participation and to facilitate the participation of women, has introduced shared parental leave, which will provide an incentive for members of a couple to share the leave, so that they can manage their careers while they are growing their family. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 15 seconds. Well, all in all, I conclude that this is a good structural budget, and it will lead to positive results in the long term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to have listened to the comments by the member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I think I've gotten it right, because oftentimes in that region we get the riding names mixed up a little bit, but I have a great deal of in fact, I've worked a great deal on a constructive basis with this member. I hold him in high esteem. So my question for him is very simple. The member was elected on the promise of a balanced budget in 2019. 3 budgets have been brought down. 3 budgets where there are no options for returning to a balanced budget. And if nothing changes, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we won't see a balanced budget before 2045. Madam Speaker, with all the respect I have for my honourable colleague, can't he honestly and frankly say why why will he be voting for this budget when there's no hope of it being balanced, and how can he tell his constituents that that is the case?
Merci, Madame.
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. For some time, it's been some time now that we haven't worked together, but we did have an opportunity to crisscross the country to talk about election reform. We do need to target a balanced budget. The idea is to manage public finances, to stay the course on expenditures, and in the long term to focus on a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, there is good news, and what I mean is that more Canadians are working than ever before. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 40 years. So we need to look at the long term and balancing the budget. But the Canadian economy is thriving today thanks to the government's investments in infrastructure. We hope that if the price of oil goes up, we will achieve that balance sooner than if the situation remains the same.
And comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate my colleagues' speeches, my Quebec colleagues' speeches. He said a great deal about gender equality, pay equity, except that when we look at the budget, there isn't a cent that's earmarked for pay equity. Now, I know that the honourable member knows full well that in Quebec, the investments in Quebec eliminated the gap in Quebec, but at the federal level, there is still a big gap. So the question is very simple. How can the government talk about pay equity without putting a cent, without investing a cent into achieving it at the federal level? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we look at the situation, female-led businesses represent 16% of companies in Canada. So the budget earmarks $150 million over 5 years. This money will go to the regional development agencies to support companies led by women. The budget also grants $1.4 billion over 3 years to the Canada Development Bank for women entrepreneurs, and will also be providing over $200 million over 3 years to the Export Development Canada. So that too will encourage or assist companies, help companies owned by women. It will also help generate wealth for women and in the Canadian economy.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Lac Saint Louis for his excellent speech and him sharing his time with me. It's very generous of him. Madam Speaker, this is actually a very good budget. I realize that may not be a universally held position, and possibly it's a really bad for the opposition parties, particularly the Conservative Party's propaganda machine, but it is a very good budget, and it's a very good budget in terms of economic fundamentals. And I'd encourage you, Madam Speaker, to go to page 26 of the budget, which talks about our debt to GDP ratio and the progress that we've made literally over a great period of time. I'm looking down at the end of the chamber, Madam Speaker, and I see the honourable member from Kenora, who did arrive here in the bad old days, and that's when our debt to GDP was at its highest, which is at 69% debt to GDP. It climbed steadily from around 30% back in the 1980s through the Mulroney years until Chrétien Martin election of 1993, at which point the New York Times described Canada as an honorary member of the Third World because our debt was out of control. And while our Conservative colleagues might wish us to believe that at this point, unfortunately, this chart and these facts don't support that contention. For them, unfortunate for them, very fortunate for us and our nation. Now, Madam Speaker, since 1993, when both Prime Ministers Martin and Chrétien worked on reducing the debt and actually paid down something in the order of about $100 billion of debt, we've worked this down, we meaning the nation, has worked this down to around 2006 when it actually dipped under 30% of GDP. After that, it kind of limped along a little bit above, certainly in the 2008 financial crisis, there was a bit of a bump. The Conservatives at that point ran a deficit of $56 billion, claiming it was entirely due to financial turmoil. In fact, in part also due to mismanagement with respect to fiscal instability and reduction of revenues coming into the government. Thereafter, economic conditions settled down, and when the Conservatives left office, it was in and around 30% of GDP. Now, Madam Speaker, if you think that this is just simply you know, kind of luck or that we're just a blessed nation, which we are, I would invite you to think again, because if you compare, again in the same chart, our
fiscal performance to any other G7 nation. You'll notice that, for instance, Italy and Japan run debt to GDP well over 120%. Even the United States, who loves to lecture everyone about debts and fiscal responsibility, they're running their debt to GDP around 90%. And we, Madam Speaker, are around 30%. So, Madam Speaker, there is a large consensus, a broad consensus among Canadians of all political stripes that we do need to maintain a fiscal discipline in order to be able to give the services and programs that Canadians rightly are concerned about. Now, Madam Speaker, I've heard previous speakers say that we are, out of control with respect to the deficit, and it is true that there was a promise, a commitment made in the election to run a modest deficit. That at the time was quite quite radical because the opposition parties, the Conservatives and the NDP, were promising balanced budgets. But at this point, the leader of the day decided that Canada's economy needed a stimulus. Now, the stimulus, as it turned out to be, went from $10 billion, as was said out in the election, to an estimate of $30 billion. But if you look at the charts, Madam Speaker, it actually comes in at less than $20 billion. And the interesting part of that, Madam Speaker, is that we end up with a growth in the Canadian economy. Now, what my Conservative colleagues failed to mention when they talk in those numbers, namely 10 becomes 30, which actually ends up, in fact, as 20 and is projected to decline over the next 2 or 3 years, is that they neglect to mention that at the same time, our unemployment rate went from a high of 7.1% in 2015 to a historic low of 5.9% in 2017. So, Madam Speaker, it poses the interesting and nice question as to what is it that you want? Do you want to have a balanced budget at all costs and run your unemployment rate at 7.9%? Or do you want to provide a stimulus, possibly larger stimulus than was originally promised, but still a stimulus, and run the unemployment rate down to 5.9%? Now, Madam Speaker, I know that all governments say the same thing, that it's because of their fiscal management and brilliance that the economy is just humming. Well, the problem for the opposition, Madam Speaker, is that the economy is humming. My honourable colleague from Lac Saint Louis referenced the speech of the governor from Queens, at Queens. And there the governor said, well, there's still some space in the economy to improve without inflation, which is the dream of every central bank governor. And right now, the Canadian central bank governor has the job, the most envious job in the world. He's running an economy without inflation, with high or low unemployment, if you will, with a debt to GDP that's well within a manageable range. Again, looking at the charts on page 22, the average real GDP growth since 2016 Q2 is 3.2% in Canada. Germany, 2.4%. United States, 2.4%. Apparently, making America great again hasn't quite worked. In fact, if you want to live the American dream, Madam Speaker, move to Canada. So, Madam Speaker, all of these numbers probably in some respects make some people's eyes glaze over. Probably my wife is one of them. And they have to be for some purpose. And Madam Speaker, one of the purposes has been the redistribution of income, or of wealth, if you will, across the income spectrum. And I think probably the most significant income redistribution that's happened under this government has been the reprofiling of the Canada Child Benefit. In the budget at page 36, there's a commitment to raise the amount that's available for an income of $35,000 from $7,600 to almost $11,000. That is enormous, Madam Speaker. And in a family income of $70,000 from $4,000 up to $6,700. Now, Madam Speaker, in a riding like mine, Scarborough-Guildwood, where there's a lot of children and a low level of income among a lot of people, that is a significant and huge impact. And in Scarborough-Guildwood, Madam Speaker, that means something in the order of $100 million come into the riding each and every year. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, we can talk about tax cuts. You know, for those of us who have a good income, tax cuts are very attractive. But the beauty of putting $100 million into a riding like Scarborough-Guildwood is that that money gets spent. It gets spent on transportation, it gets spent on food, it gets spent on clothing, it gets spent on education. It's money that comes into the bank account of the constituent of Scarborough-Guildwood and immediately, because the incomes are low, gets turned around and ends up in the economy. So, Madam Speaker, I think that the government has initiated literally a fiscal revolution under the Canada Child Benefit. And I see as you're waving at me that I'm not going to get a chance to talk about the other revolution, which is the ability to redistribute under the working benefit. So thank you for your.
I'm sure that the member will have a chance to speak about that during his questions and answers. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I always enjoy following his wanderings through historical revisionism, and I would agree that the Canadian economy is humming, but it's not humming because of what this Liberal government is doing, Madam Speaker. It's humming because the world economy is humming. The U.S. economy is humming. And I think that the most remarkable thing about this budget, as many economists have pointed out, is that it is notable for its lack of economic analysis, something that the Parliamentary Budget Officer fully agrees with when he talks about the lack of detail on direct program expenses, the lack of detail on infrastructure spending, and pauses to remind the government that roughly a quarter of the infrastructure plan spending will lapse because the government hasn't figured out how to get those billions of dollars out the door. Lack of detail in national defence, no explanation of how Canada's new defence policy is going to be funded over the coming years. And my friend likes to talk about GDP. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has noted, Madam Speaker, and this is where I come to my question, that this budget, Budget 2018, bases its estimates on U.S. potential real GDP. In other words, the potential for the American economy to continue to grow sustainably. The Budget Officer suggests and requests
Other questions, and I've allowed the member almost 2 minutes to ask the question. So I'm going to allow the member from Scarborough-Guildwood to do an answer so that we can get at least one more question in.
I love the way that my honourable member seems to be able to extract bad news out of good. But let me, after his wanderings all over the fiscal map, may I say that the issue of growth in the United States is an issue. There isn't a government in Canada since the time of Confederation hasn't based its projections upon growth relative to our main trading partner. After all, 70% of our trade is with the United States. We wish it was less. And I don't think you can underestimate the risk that the White House is to NAFTA. And if the honourable member does read the back annexes of the budget, he'll realize that there are an itemization of risks to GDP. And the first and number one risk is the NAFTA negotiations. And if these don't go well, and I hope they go well, but if they don't go well, we will all suffer.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I would like to ask, though, if the economy under this government is doing so well, why did this government delay action on affordable housing, significant infrastructure, until well after the next election? It's kind of like that prize way out there, Madam Speaker, that maybe someday you too will see it in your own backyard. And why no action on tax havens, pension protection, pay equity, real child care, or pharmacare?
Here, here.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood has about a minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, one of the things that I learned from Finance Minister Martin and subsequently Prime Minister Martin is that you get the economic fundamentals right. And for the first 2 years, the government has been readdressing the economic fundamentals of the previous government. The previous government was a balanced budget at all costs. The mere fact that they only achieved it once in their mandate seems to be kind of lost in the mists of time. And until you have the economics right, you cannot address the issues that the honourable member raised, all of which are quite legitimate. But the issue of pharmacare, for instance, is a live issue, and we're all on this side hoping that it moves forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to start off just by taking up where my Liberal colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood left off, where he talked about economic fundamentals. What are the economic fundamentals right now of Canada? Well, the economic fundamentals are that we are living through the period of the greatest inequality in our nation's history. That is an economic fundamental that both this budget and previous Conservative budgets completely ignore. So we now have 2 Canadian billionaires that have the same wealth as 30% of the Canadian population, 11 million Canadians. Another fundamental, Madam Speaker, that this budget doesn't touch in any way, shape, or form is the fact that Canadian families are now struggling over the worst debt burden not only in our nation's history, but in any industrialized nation's history. The average family debt now is a crushing burden. Now that, of course, was created by Conservative policies as it has been enhanced by Liberal policies. That these are economic fundamentals that this budget does not take into account in any way, shape, or form. Madam Speaker, this budget is a cruel hoax for all those Canadians who actually believed that this government believed that they were going to do what they said they wanted to do in the 2015 election. And we've seen a whole host of broken promises. My colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley certainly could speak to the broken promise around democratic reform. But we have seen a whole host of broken promises. This budget just enhances what has been a drive towards more inequality and an unjust tax system. Alors, Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais...
Madam Speaker, I'd like to start with that point. When we talk about inequality and the broken promises of the Liberals. Our leader, Jagmeet Singh, and myself, several weeks ago, we held a press conference and we wrote to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to talk about all these growing inequalities that we see in our country and how to make profound changes that would help all Canadian families. We said that we had to tackle the matter of tax havens. Big businesses and the wealthiest Canadians use techniques to avoid paying taxes. And we need to close those tax loopholes, including tax havens. But instead of doing that, Madam Speaker, we now see a government that has signed even more treaties with notorious tax havens. I'm talking, of course, about the Cook Islands, Antigua, Barbuda, and Grenada. notorious tax havens, so notorious that even the Conservatives didn't want to sign a treaty with them. But now we have agreements which are effectively agreements that allow businesses to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. We also talked about tax havens for web giants, such as the Netflixes and Facebooks of our world, who don't pay a cent in taxes. Canadian businesses are having more difficulty in our communities because of those web giants. And these web giants weren't touched at all in this last budget. That is another failure.
All of these tax havens. When we talk about these special fiscal arrangements that allow some of the world's biggest businesses to not pay 1 cent of tax in Canada, when we talk about what that actually means, Madam Speaker, there is a cost to Canadians, a huge cost to Canadians. And my colleague, the Liberal member, was talking about fiscal discipline. This government has shown absolutely no fiscal discipline whatsoever, in the same way that the Conservatives did. The Conservatives, it was a free-for-all. Sign every month they would sign another special treaty with the overseas tax havens. Now the Liberals are in the process of doing the same thing. What is the cost to Canadians? Well, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer and a whole host of think tanks in Canada, whether we're talking about the CCPA or we're talking about the Conference Board of Canada, have evaluated what it costs Canadians to have this free-for-all, the most egregious signing of taxation-free agreements that allow money that is made in Canada to go overseas and not be taxed for a cent. Madam Speaker, the cost for the web giants alone is over $1 billion. That could be money that serves collectively for all of us to fight the inequalities that I mentioned earlier, to provide the programs that Canadians desperately need. And yet, the government is not willing to touch that. When we talk about tax havens, depending on the estimates, Madam Speaker, we're talking about a minimum of $10 billion a year. We're talking about up to $40 billion a year that should be those common resources that all Canadians in solidarity use to make sure that their families are taken care of when there are health care problems or when they need medication, that they can actually provide child care for their children. All of these things that Canadians have said very clearly, certainly in the last election, said that they believed in a society where we actually collectively provided those resources and provided those supports for families. And yet Conservatives and now Liberals have been frittering away tens of billions of dollars each and every year by refusing to close all of these tax loopholes. Now, Madam Speaker, I have to mention, because there was a brave paragraph in the budget, and I want to praise the government for its very brave paragraph on page 69 in the English text, Madam Speaker. The Finance Minister and the Liberal government actually say they're going to combat tax evasion and tax avoidance, and that the government will invest money to address these issues of tax evasion and tax avoidance that, as I mentioned earlier, are in the realms of tens of billions of dollars each and every year. Well, this is what the budget says. This is what all Liberal MPs stand behind. As the CRA has a proven track record of meeting expectations from targeted compliance interventions, that's to combat tax evasion and tax avoidance, Budget 2018 accounts for the expected revenue impact of $354 million over 5 years, Madam Speaker. $354 million over 5 years, about $70 million a year, that with that enhanced compliance, the Liberals are expecting to get. Now, each and every question period when we've raised the egregious issues of the massive amounts of money going offshore for tax havens, the Liberals have responded by saying, well, we're going to spend over $1 billion in 10 years to get some of that money back. And now we know what they're targeting. They're spending $1 billion, $500 million over 5 years, Madam Speaker. They are expecting to get back, and Liberals very, very rarely actually meet their targets, but they're expecting to get back $354 million, spending $500 million to get back $354 million. It's almost laughable. It would be a comedy, Madam Speaker, if it didn't have such a profound impact on Canadians. Here are some of the other things that they refused to close. The stock option loophole. Now, that was evaluated a few years ago as benefiting to the tune of $500 million. $500 million. 75 of Canada's wealthiest corporate CEOs. Now, those were figures under the Conservatives, but the figures today would be similar. 75 wealthy Canadians, because of the stock option loophole, got an average of $6 million each. $500 million in taxpayers' handouts to some of Canada's wealthiest people on Bay Street. And yet, the same Liberals that are defending this budget will stand up and say, no, we can't afford childcare or housing or pharmacare. They're saying that, Madam Speaker, because they have a complete absence of fiscal discipline. The fiscal discipline that says to the wealthiest in our country, you have to pay your fair share of taxes. The fiscal discipline that means standing up to the corporate sector that now has a real effective tax rate of less than 10%, 9.8% as evaluated by the CCPA. 9.8% in taxes. Ask a tradesperson, ask a nurse, ask somebody who works in a mill if they can get by with a 9.8% effective tax rate. Well, they can't, Madam Speaker, of course not. But Canada's wealthiest enterprises, courtesy of Conservative and Liberal policies, can get by with that small a rate of taxation. We have said that we need a fair tax system, and I can tell you in this corner of the House, Madam Speaker, we are not going to stop until there is a fair tax system in this country which allows us to invest and provide for families when they are in need. And Canadians, because of the record level of family debt and because of the record levels of inequality, have never been more in need than they are now. But it's not just what they refuse to do, establishing of any sort of fiscal framework. It's what the results then have been in why we tabled the sub-amendment to the budget, decrying how this fiscal framework has been so undisciplined as to give most of the nation's resources and wealth to a very few number of Canadians and virtually nothing to Canadians who are struggling. Et je vais commencer, Madame la Présidente, avec...
Madam Speaker, I'm going to start with the issue of housing. If you look at the budget document, it says that there will be the construction of more affordable housing. And this is a $31 million investment, Madam Speaker. So that means a few dozen apartments throughout the country that may be rented at a modest price. So when you put all this together, it's less than 10% of what we need this year. If we really want to address the housing crisis that exists everywhere, I feel it in my riding. My fellow citizens of Westminster Burnaby are experiencing it. Rent is going up, and people are finding themselves in more and more difficult circumstances. It's becoming impossible to find affordable housing. I met Hélène, for example, who is deaf, and even when she was working, she couldn't afford to rent. She was working with a local organization. So even though she was working, she couldn't afford one. So when you think of disabled citizens throughout the country, and we're talking about tens of thousands, it becomes an even greater crisis. This crisis deeply affects people with disabilities and people living in poverty.
Disabled Canadians that are impacted, Madam Speaker. Talking about John Young, who as a pensioner worked all his life, paid into a pension and had a modest pension, but because of the increase in rent in the lower mainland of British Columbia, in my riding, he struggled to keep his apartment, couldn't because he was going further and further in debt, and then tried to room with a friend, and that didn't work out, and so he ended up on the parkade in downtown New Westminster. These are the victims of a lack of fiscal discipline from this government that allows people to be homeless and allows people to not have the services they need while they feed tens of billions of dollars to offshore tax havens. These are extraordinarily poor choices, Madam Speaker. These are the kinds of choices that should force this government out of office in 2019. And it's not just when we talk about housing. Let's talk about First Nations, because we had a government that committed to ending boil water advisories within a couple of years, and yet the funding in this budget is only pennies of what is needed to end boil water advisories in this country. What would be needed this year, $320 million, they don't even come close. It's pennies on the dollar. It's a cruel hoax for all those First Nations communities across the north and across this country that expected that the government would care enough to actually make those investments. On housing for First Nations communities as well, this government falls lamentably short of what is needed just this year alone, nearly $1 billion to address what has been a chronic absence of funding by the federal government since the former Liberal government eliminated the National Housing Program. Canadians have been forced in so many cases to make incredibly difficult choices. And in First Nations communities, only a fraction of the money that is needed this year is actually being provided in this budget. And let's talk about universal childcare. It's not here. Any sort of investment to deal with the industries that are facing what is an intense push from the new Trump administration to push back against Canadian industries, that's not in there. As my colleague from Hamilton Mountain, who's done such an extraordinary job in protecting pensions, has said many times, there is nothing in this budget and will be nothing in the Budget Implementation Act that actually addresses the theft of pensions that is hurting so many Canadians. And, Madam Speaker, the reply of this government was to introduce Bill C-27, which will, of course, help Finance Minister with Morneau Chappelle, but won't help Canadians who are struggling to keep their pensions, and the Sears pensioners losing their pensions are only the latest, who've seen that the money that they've invested for a lifetime has evaporated because there's no pension protection in this country. I can mention as well Phoenix, where the government has to make a phenomenal investment, a significant investment, to actually address the Phoenix pay system, and they chose not to in this budget when the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer and even the Australians that would have warned the Liberals not to implement Phoenix say that it costs $1 billion to $5 billion to fix. They've only got pennies on the dollar in this budget, not enough to fix it, not enough to make sure our public servants actually receive the paychecks that they so richly deserve in working so hard for our country. Pay equity, I mentioned earlier that there is not a cent. But the most cruel hoax is the issue of pharmacare, Madam Speaker. The Liberals leaked out in the days prior to the budget that they would be taking real action on pharmacare. And we have brought to this House repeatedly motions directing the government to actually enact pharmacare, and the Liberals have refused to vote for them. But they said, no, this time we really mean it. In the build-up to the budget, it made a lot of sense that they would enact pharmacare. Because even the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has said very clearly, Canadians, all Canadians, save money when we have a universal pharmacare system. The cost of drugs, over $30 billion a year, can be reduced remarkably when there's a single pay system. We saw that in New Zealand with costs being reduced by 90%. Governments, provincial governments, territorial governments save billions of dollars. Businesses save billions of dollars. Individuals save billions of dollars. And Canadians who can't afford to pay for their medication now and take the medication they so desperately need will actually have that medication provided. I quoted in the past, Madam Speaker, Jim, who is right outside Parliament Hill begging every day for the money that he needs, the $580 he needs, the medication that will keep him alive. And yet, after all of that build-up, Madam Speaker, what the Liberals gave, what a cruel, cruel hoax to Canadians who are desperate to have a pharmacare system in place, that cruel hoax is that they decided just to study it for another couple of years. So they'll make another promise in 2019 if they get reelected. But, Madam Speaker, my point is this. The budget is a cruel hoax. This Liberal government has broken repeatedly promises that they made back in 2015. So I would say to you, Madam Speaker, and through you to Canadians, this government, on the basis of this budget, not only doesn't deserve the support of the House of Commons for this budget, doesn't deserve the support of Canadians in 2019. What they have done is kept the same cruel fiscal framework that allows the gross inequalities that we see in our country, the tens of billions of dollars that go to offshore tax havens, to stock options, to a whole range of loopholes. None of those are shut down. But what this government is saying is that for those Canadians that want to see pharmacare, that want to see, instead of struggling and having to choose between putting some food on the table or paying their rent or actually paying for the medication that their doctor has prescribed, that there is no hope. Liberals are just offering a study. For Canadians, the tens of thousands of Canadians that are out on streets, in the streets and parks of our nation tonight, that there's not going to be any housing coming, a little bit, but not nearly enough to actually address the size and the scope of the crisis that has befallen Canadians. That if you are looking for pay equity, if you're looking for your pensions to be protected, if you're looking for support for your industry being attacked by Donald Trump, don't look in this Liberal budget, Madam Speaker. This budget is a cruel hoax. Canadians deserve better. I think Canadians expected better. And in 2019, they'll be able to get better, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children's and Social Development.
The member opposite keeps holding this book up. He really ought to read it. But I'll tell you something else he might want to think about reading, and that's the NDP platform from the last election. And I'm going to read what the NDP promised in year 3 of their mandate, if elected, what they promised for introduction of incentives for affordable rental housing construction. $0. $0. In fact, they did it for 3 straight years. 0, 0, 0 for what they just described as the greatest crisis confronting this country. On homelessness, he just teared his eyes again. On homelessness, we have invested an extra $100 million on top of the $100 million base that our government created back in the late 90s that the Tories never changed. We added $100 million of that. What did the NDP promise to add in their 3rd year of mandate? What was the most pressing response they could come up with in the year 3 of the $10 million. That's not even half of what the City of Toronto spends on the subject, and that's what you put on the table. And when it comes to Aboriginal housing, $0. In fact, all they put down was $25 million for critical Indigenous infrastructure in their 3rd year of their mandate. All I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is this, is if Canadians had selected that government, it would have made about as big a difference as selecting that government. In other words, the NDP, their promises were next to nothing, which was exactly what the Tories promised, which is why both parties are on opposite side of the House. 0, 0, 0.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
It would be almost comical, Madam Speaker, except that these are very serious issues, and I wish the Liberals actually took them seriously. So, first off, what I think the member has done is just confirmed the point that I made, that the funding is far from adequate. And, Madam Speaker, as you know, there are a whole range of budgets, including the alternative federal budget, that actually said that this government gave proper direction, as we did, prior to the tabling of the budget, that actually talked about what it would take to address the amount of the crisis of housing that we're seeing. But, Madam Speaker, we have this person, this member, honourable member, inventing an NDP budget. He just invents it out of thin air, and then he says, oh, well, gee, the NDP would not do as much. Well, Madam Speaker, to that I reply,
the BC NDP government gave $1.6 billion to housing in their budget just a few weeks ago, which is many times more than Liberals are giving right across the country, because the NDP understands the housing problem. We understand homelessness. $1.6 billion coming from the BC government. If the Liberal government even matched a quarter of that, that would put more people off the street and in homes. But
I just want to, I do want to remind the member, order. The mic is closed. I would just say to the member that he needs to take a breath and allow for other people to ask questions. And I do want to remind the parliamentary secretary that he had his opportunity to speak, and he should respect when other people are speaking as well. I also want to mention that no props are to be used in the House, and therefore that includes the budget book. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know the member for Spadina-Fort York is very excited about this issue. He had to put aside the fountainhead for a couple weeks so that he could actually get this budget read. And I have to say the prose here is almost as well put together as in that other book. Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of the budget, it's interesting to hear the member from Spadina-Fort York talk about platforms, what was promised in a platform, because there is dramatic dissonance between what the Liberals said in their election platform and what they're doing today. So in fairness to the NDP, there might have been that much difference had they formed government as well. Who knows? Who knows? But we have this contest between our two far-left parties about who would tax more and who would spend more. Thank goodness Canadians can rely on Conservatives to cut their taxes. Does the member agree with me that after 2019 we would be well served by a Conservative government that's going to get rid of the carbon tax, that's going to cut taxes for Canadians, and actually going to allow the private sector to grow and create the conditions which will allow people at all levels to prosper?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, Madam Speaker, I actually was in this House when the Conservatives were in power, and I saw the massive deficits and the most egregious misallocation of spending possible. Madam Speaker, when we talk about this foundation of offshore tax havens, it was established by the Harper government. I mean, the Harper government just didn't see a tax haven it didn't love. Didn't want to sign as many tax treaties as they could. Now, unfortunately, the Liberals are continuing the practice. That is my point. When Canadians are losing anywhere from $10 to $40 billion every year because of the Harper tax havens supported by the Liberal government now, that is where Canadians fall short. And that's why when you actually talk about a balanced fiscal framework, you've got to take into consideration revenues. And we haven't had that. We haven't had a balanced approach on a fiscal framework now for decades. And that's why we need to have a new look. And in my opinion, both POCs on both houses, Conservatives and Liberals, really don't make a difference in the lives of regular Canadian families. That's why we have a record debt load, and that's why we have such crushing inequality.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children's and Social Development.
I'm going to remind the party opposite. On affordable rental housing construction incentives, in the third year of their mandate, $0. That's what they promised for a crisis they described as the largest crisis confronting the riding of the member opposite. In terms of homelessness initiatives, they offered to add an extra $10 billion. We've added $100 billion, yet they call our approach timid. Their approach, 1/10 of what we're offering. And on the restoration of funding and reinvesting in affordable housing, which is essentially guaranteeing the operating agreements, well, they put $640 million, which we're achieving, but we've also added in this budget an extra $1.25 billion over the next 3 years for housing. In light of the fact that our expenditure on housing is by a factor of 10 in some situations, 3 in others, but quadruple the size of what they promised, would they not agree that they should support the housing budget put forth by this government, $40 billion over the next 10 years?
New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, the member just keeps making stuff up. And that's sad, because we're talking about an extremely important issue. I addressed the $1.6 billion paid by the BC NDP, Madam Speaker. So what we have is more investment coming from one provincial NDP government
than the Liberals have done since they were elected. That's the difference. Now, the member has just admitted, and this is what is very important for Canadians, just admitted he's talking about 3 years from now. He's talking about after 2019. And then he's just admitted that, Madam Speaker, because unfortunately he's a little bit mathematically challenged. So he throws these figures out without really understanding what the impacts are. He's talking about after the next election. Canadians who are homeless need support now. They need housing now, not 3, 5, 10 years from now. Case closed, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, that today on my way into Ottawa, stopped at the airport, and there was a young single mom. And she said, you know, Irene, my life is not getting any better. I keep hearing these promises about how they're going to help me and my children, but our lives are no better, and I'm constantly scrambling for money. I can't even afford to go to the dentist. And so my honourable member has talked about the fact that the gap between those who have and those who have not is growing every day, and we know that. And as a result, people are desperate. They're going to payday lenders. These are usurers. These are predators. And people are being forced into that kind of economy. And I'm curious to see or hear what he has to say about that.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby, a quick answer, please.
Well, I appreciate the question from the member from London Fanshawe. It's been the best question that has been asked so far this afternoon, and I certainly appreciate that, because it really touches the core of what this should be all about, this budget debate. And she's touched on real people. It's not Liberal spin, it's not Conservative spin. It's really about the impacts on real people. Having no pharmacare in this country hurts real people. Having no access to dental care hurts real people. Having no access to housing. It's all well and good, I think, for Liberals to spin and say, well, eventually we'll get around to it. In 3 years, as the Parliamentary Secretary said, we'll do something about it. People are suffering now. Canadian families are suffering now. And the government needs to act now, not in 3 years.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight.
Public Services and Procurement, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope, Ethics, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to let you know I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about Budget 2018, and in particular, I want to talk about the great things I found in this budget for my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia. But before I do, I want to commend the Minister of Finance for bringing forward a budget that recognizes the importance of giving women the tools they need to succeed in the economy. It's clear that when we add women to the economy does better. Just like when we add women to politics, politics changes. It gets better. And I think we can all agree it needs to get better. I am one of only 9 women who have been elected to represent Nova Scotia in the House of Commons in the last 100 years. Just let that sink in. 100 years, 9 women. That's why I'm happy today to be speaking on a budget that is putting women in the driver's seat and acknowledges the importance of having women represented in our economy and in our communities. And I know that for communities across my riding, there are a lot of great things to be found in the budget that I'd like to address. Things like $250 million for small craft harbours, Madam Speaker. This is a huge investment in our coastal communities, especially because of the state of small craft harbours in my riding. It's been an issue that I've heard about so much. During the election, as I travelled across the riding, there were a lot of concerns that constituents raised to me. One of the issues I heard about the most was that our small craft harbours really needed to be repaired. Since the election, I've had constituents send me videos of wharves crumbling and flooding, message me on Facebook and Twitter, send me emails, write letters, call my office, and share their concerns about the state of our harbour infrastructure.
I've toured a lot of these harbors, Madam Speaker, and my constituents are right. These wharves need serious repairs. Small craft harbors are a major economic driver in my coastal community, and I'm sure some of my colleagues, like members from West Nova, Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, St. Catharines, Avalon, and many others, from members across the country, will agree that this infrastructure is heavily relied upon. 40% of lobster exports in Canada come from southwest Nova Scotia. Fishers rely on safe, small craft harbors for their livelihood. The fishing industry is the backbone in my riding's economy, and it relies on access to these harbors, and communities and families up and down the South Shore rely on this infrastructure as well. Having a safe, accessible small craft harbor means that fishers in my riding can sell their catch and provide for their families. By investing in our small craft harbors, we're investing in our fishing industry and allowing it to grow, develop, expand, and attract future investment. This historic $250 million investment will ensure the sustainability and preservation of a vital industry for generations to come. Much like, Madam Speaker, the commitment to protect our forestry industry in Atlantic Canada. By investing almost $75 million in the forestry sector, we are supporting and protecting important forestry jobs and the communities that rely on them, not only in my riding, but across Atlantic Canada. As I'm sure my New Brunswick colleagues can attest, the threat and damage of the spruce budworm is catastrophic and can destroy our valuable forests and natural resources. This funding is great news for our forestry-dependent communities because it means they can be protected from the devastation of the spruce budworm and ensure the survival of our forests. Because, to be honest, Madam Speaker, there are communities in my riding that rely entirely on the forestry sector. This industry is the economic backbone of these communities. So if they experienced a spruce budworm outbreak, the impact would be devastating. We know that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and it's important to make sure that we're making the necessary investments to protect our natural resources and the benefits they provide to our country. That's why our government is committing over $1.3 billion to support Canada's biodiversity, protect our species at risk, and increase our capacity to manage protected areas, including our national parks like Keji-Makuji in my riding. This new funding, along with the existing $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan, demonstrates that Canadians can be confident that their government takes environmental protection seriously. And while it's important to invest in the environment, Madam Speaker, it's also important to invest in the workers themselves. That's why I was thrilled about the introduction of the new Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit. We know that the Working Income Tax Benefit is a refundable tax credit that supplements the earnings of low-income workers. We know that it puts more money in the pockets of hard-working people across this country. The government has already committed to enhancing WICB to a combined $750 million in the 2017 Fall Economic Statement. Now, Budget 2018 wants to strengthen that commitment by introducing the Canada Workers Benefit. This new strengthened benefit is more generous and, more importantly, more accessible. Currently, there are too many Canadians who are unaware of their eligibility for the Working Income Tax Benefit, so they're not applying. Our plan would allow the Canada Revenue Agency to automatically apply the Canada Worker Benefit, which makes sure Canadians are getting the money that they're entitled to. I think we need to be clear about what this means and why it's so important. We're talking about just shy of $1 billion in new funding for hardworking people across this country. We're talking about impacting the lives of almost 2 million working Canadians. We're talking about lifting approximately 70,000 Canadians out of poverty. But I also want to highlight what it means to individual Canadians. This benefit means that a single mom from Queens County who's living paycheck to paycheck can buy her children new boots. Or a young couple living in Lunenburg who are just barely breaking even can afford to pay their power bill and their phone bill at the same time. It means that we're investing in the hardworking people in my riding, Madam Speaker, and in the hardworking people right across this country. And that is what this budget does. It invests in Canadians. It recognizes potential, and it helps us grow. It invests in low-income earners and gives them more money for necessities like groceries and utilities. Not only that, it sees their potential and invests in their future. It invests in rural Canadians like fishers and foresters in my riding. It understands the importance of our harbours and our forests and recognizes that these industries are a way of life. It invests in women and girls, Madam Speaker. It recognizes the challenges that we face every day and gives solutions to those challenges. Because we know that getting a seat at the table isn't the only problem. We know that you can't get a seat at the table if you can't make it there to begin with. That's why I'm proud to stand in the House today on behalf of the folks in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's and speak in support of this budget. This budget is an investment in all of us. It's an investment in Canada, and I encourage all members of this House to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And, you know, when I reflect in terms of this particular budget, one can't help but think in terms of how it continues what this government has started just 2.5 years ago, where we made a commitment to Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, to work hard for them. And we are seeing the results of that effort, where we've had budgets that have invested money into things such as tax cuts for the middle class, where we've seen money being larger amounts of money going to guaranteed income supplements, the Canada Child Benefit, all the money going into the disposable income of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And then in turn, it is they're spending that money. We have a healthier economy. And I'm wondering if my colleague and friend could just provide her thoughts in terms of how important it is to recognize that this is a budget that is continuing from previous budgets, which continues to help with Canadians in building our economy.
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And he's right. We've made a commitment to invest in Canadians. We've done it through the Canada Child Benefit. Now for the increase in Whitby, we've done it through increases in the GIS for our seniors and our most vulnerable population. And I think that's something that I'm very committed to, and I'm very excited to see that it's not just about investing in infrastructure that we desperately need, but it's investing in those families, and it's investing in the people who need the disposable income. And with the tax cuts and with the programs that we've been able to offer through our past two budgets, now this one, I see a great changes for people in South Shore St. Margaret's.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to make one point of correction. I keep hearing government members say that Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio, and it's repeated on page 26 of the budget. Actually, though, the numbers that go into that are federal debt to GDP. And one of the things that makes us different compared to many of the other countries we're being compared to is that far more services in Canada are delivered at provincial and municipal levels relative to the federal level, relative to other countries. If you look at net government debt to GDP, we're actually certainly much higher relative to some of these other countries. We're much closer to the average. I want to ask, though, the member a specific question. She talked about some of the gender issues in the budget, the laudable efforts to improve the situation of women and women in the workforce. In particular, one of the things proposed in the budget is a grant for women who go into non-traditional occupations. And obviously, we want to make sure that that money is going to the intended recipient. So I would just like to ask, what measures does the government intend to associate with that particular provision to verify the gender of the applicant so that it's not a man applying and asking for that money? I wonder if the member could comment on it. It seems like an important process question. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the comments and the question. I'd also like to mention when he talked about provincial versus federal, we've made historic transfer payments to the provinces, so I think a lot of that has to be taken into consideration when you're looking at your debt to GDP ratio. With regards to women in non-traditional female roles, Madam Speaker, this is something that I am extremely passionate about directly because it has affected me directly. And I've had a daughter who studied heritage carpentry and actually left the trade because of the sexism she faced in the workplace. And I think it's really important that when we're looking at making sure that women have access to these programs, that we do everything that we can to support them and make sure that they not only get the training that they need, but they get the respect and the respect they deserve in the workplace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be very quick, just in terms of how we clarify this messaging. There's some confusion, so I'd like the member to pick one of those to clarify. It sounds like she's very interested in pay equity. Why is there no funding actually allocated for implementation? Is that a concern to her? And what about the issue of pharmacare? That's a broken promise right off the bat. We heard a day later from the finance minister that there's a very specific type of pharmacare being envisioned. So I wonder if she could clarify either of those for us.
Answer from the member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague. And yes, she's right. Pay equity is extremely important. This is 2018. Women should be paid at the same scale as men no matter what. And I'm really proud of the fact that our government has taken initiative to make sure that that happens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to talk about what Budget 2018 means for constituents in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore and for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Let me start by saying that we are seeing clear signs that our government's plan is working. Nearly 600,000 jobs have been created by Canadians, and the unemployment rate is down to near 40-year lows. Middle-class Canadians feel more optimistic about their future, whether their plan is to pay down debts, to save for a first home, or to go back to school to train for a new job. The Government of Canada has been supporting this confidence by investing in Canadians and the things that are important to them. We raised taxes on the top 1% so that we could lower them for the middle class. Through the Canada Child Benefit, we also increased support for 9 out of 10 families, lifting 300,000 children out of poverty in the process. At the end of 2017, child poverty was reduced by 40% from what it was in 2013. These are important achievements for Canadians, but we also know that some of our greatest challenges present the greatest opportunities. En créant ces possibilités, le gouvernement
By creating these opportunities, the government is taking action through Budget 2018 to ensure that more people are feeling the benefits of the growing economy, by helping to support women and girls, by reducing the gender wage gap, by encouraging more women to participate in the workforce. We are, therefore, ensuring that this economic growth benefits all Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, here are some important facts to support these statements. McKinsey Global Institute estimates that taking steps such as these to improve equality for women, measures like ensuring more women are in the fields of technology, and by stimulating participation of women in the workforce, Canada could add some $115 billion to the economy by 2026. RBC Economic Research estimates that if women participated in the workforce at the same rate as men, today we would grow the economy by 4%. Offering women the same opportunities for success would not just guarantee a solid economic growth. It would also encourage a more inclusive dialogue on issues that shape our future, in addition to improving the quality of lives for our families and communities. That's why, in Budget 2018, the government wants to help new parents to care for their children for the initial months of their lives, which is a period that is so important for a child's development. Madam Speaker, supporting young families and gender equality at home and in the workforce, the government is presenting a new shared parental benefit, EI benefit, that will help to better and more fairly support the distribution of family and responsibilities as well as professional responsibilities by granting an additional 5-week period in cases where both parents agree to share the leave period, or a period of 8 additional weeks for parents who apply for extended parental benefits. This measure, to be taken or left, will encourage a second parent in 2-parent families to participate more fairly in the tasks relating to educating their children and give new mothers some more flexibility to return to the workforce. Fairer parental leave could lead to fair hiring practices, which would reduce discrimination, conscious or unconscious, by employers when it comes to women.
Budget 2018 helps those in my riding in a number of other respects. Last November, I met with constituent Ruby Alvi and her two sons, Adam Ahmed and Yusuf Ahmed, both of whom were falsely flagged through the Passenger Protect program, or no-fly list. Their concerns and dissatisfaction were echoed by many in my community, which is why I'm proud that Budget 2018 proposes to invest $81.4 million over 5 years to improve the Passenger Protect program by establishing a centralized screening model and a redress mechanism for travelers affected by the program. For those families and children who have been falsely and unfairly named on the no-fly list, this investment is an important step forward to address and fix this problem. Madam Speaker, we know that Canadians are working hard to build a better life for themselves and their families and deserve to have their hard work rewarded with greater opportunities and a fair chance at success. That is why Budget 2018 introduces the new Canada Workers' Benefit, a stronger, even more accessible version of the working income tax benefit, as it will allow low-income families to take home more of their hard-earned money. This means that an employee earning $15,000 could receive up to almost $500 more in 2019 than she would have received under the WITB in 2018. Overall, nearly 2 million Canadians will receive benefits through this new program, and 70,000 Canadians will be lifted out of poverty. Like the Canada Workers' Benefit, Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit is a cornerstone in the government's plan to strengthen the middle class and to help people working hard to join it. In my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore, the Canada Child Benefit has helped families give their children a better start in life. Between July 2016 and June 2017, 17,130 children in my constituency benefited from the CCB. With the extra help provided through this program each month, families in my community are better able to afford things like nutritious food, sports programs, music lessons, and school supplies. To ensure that families can keep up with the rising cost of living, the government is proposing to strengthen the Canada Child Benefit starting this July. For a single parent with $35,000 of income and 2 children, the increase in the CCB will contribute an extra $560 toward the increasing costs of raising children by the 2019-2020 benefit year. But it's also important to make sure that everyone who qualifies for the CCB receives it. In particular, Indigenous communities in remote and northern regions face distinct barriers to addressing federal benefits such as the CCB. To address this problem, Budget 2018 proposes to expand outreach efforts to Indigenous communities and to conduct pilot outreach activities for urban Indigenous communities. These efforts will ensure that Indigenous peoples are better able to access the full range of federal social benefits, including the CCB. In
the 2018 budget, the government wants to help young people by investing in the youth employment strategy to double the number of workplaces under the Canada Summer Jobs Program. The 2018 budget will also bring about a new incentive program for apprentices, and a 5-year pilot project will encourage a better representation of women in specialized trades dominated by men today. These are better paying jobs. Underrepresented groups like women, Aboriginals, the disabled, and new arrivals will also benefit from the new apprenticeship training preparation program. It will help them find jobs in the trades, gain more work experience, make enlightened career choices, and help them acquire the skills they need to succeed. Madam Speaker, this is part of our long-term plan to draw up a list of skills which our economy needs, to look at programs and services provided by the government, and to help people coordinate their skills with the right opportunities and trends.
Have always understood that it is possible to do better, and time after time we have harnessed our curiosity, courage, creativity, and collaboration to create positive change in Canada and also around the world. Through Budget 2018, the government is acting on this understanding to create new opportunities for Canadian innovators, from junior researchers to scientists to corporate leaders. With $6.6 billion committed to science in Budget 2018, I'm proud that our government is making the single largest investment in fundamental research in Canadian history. The government will invest $3 billion in the next generation of Canadian research and researchers, the people behind the ideas. Madam Speaker, this means more support and training opportunities for the work of about 21,000 researchers, students, and high-quality personnel every year by 2021-22. Budget 2018 also proposes over $1.3 billion over 5 years to provide researchers with access to the state-of-the-art tools and facilities they need to carry out their work at Canadian universities, polytechnics, colleges, and research hospitals. With all these investments in Budget 2018, our government recognizes that new opportunities and equality are at the heart of Canada's future economic success. Canadian women and men work hard every day. They take care of their families, they run businesses, they teach in schools and universities, they invent new technologies, they protect communities, grow food, take care of each other when they're sick, they create the music, books, plays, and art that shape culture and remind everyone of what it means to be Canadian. This is as true for my constituency of Mississauga Lakeshore as it is true for those in every other riding across our great country. By promoting equality, this budget and this government will help to create long-term prosperity and growth for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to my colleague's very thorough speech and had a question about financial literacy. We try to teach our kids that we have to live within our means. And we all know that when we were in government, we faced the worst economic crisis ever. Now that the world economy's picked up, typically people take that time to start paying down debt and becoming financially literate. Now, I've heard this government's economy is called a credit card economy because they're borrowing and borrowing and borrowing to stimulate. I was wondering if my colleague has ever heard of a movement called Generation Screwed. It's a group of young people who are trying to raise the awareness of the debt because ultimately young people, we as a generation, are leaving them huge amounts of money that they're going to have to pay back. So I was wondering if my colleague has any concern about not being able to balance the budget within the time frame that his government and his Prime Minister promised. But would he tell us if there is any plan to balance the budget so we're not going to be leaving a huge financial debt for generations to come?
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague from across the ways for this very important question. The question of fiscal discipline is indeed important, and it is raised often and frequently by constituents. But equally important is the conclusion that Canadians reached in 2018, which is that the Canadian economy in 2018 in a globally very competitive environment requires investment. Canadians will always do well without that investment, but they will do better if we invest in our infrastructure, including our digital infrastructure, in our human resources, in all those things that make us globally competitive. Left to our own devices economically over the Harper decades, we didn't see the success that Canadians believed we could reach. We're starting to see, with the investments that we made in 2015, that those results, these improvements are possible, that we are at the top of the list of the G7 or near the top of the list of the G7 with respect to economic growth. Investment is required for an economy like Canada's, but equally important is the question of fiscal discipline. The term spending isn't the right term. The right term is investment. One constituent to whom I spoke just a couple of weeks ago likened it to a home improvement loan. She said, as long as we invest in Canada and increase the value of our assets as a nation, we will do better.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague about some pressing issues that we experienced in the past year with regards to some irregular border crossings. So the issue of immigration and indeed of multiculturalism and of accepting refugees. This had been a theme that we were very vocal about last year, and I'm extremely perplexed and disappointed in this budget. I wonder if the member has any insights with regards to that.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. She raises the question of immigration, including the question of refugees. And immigration, of course, is a cornerstone not just of Canada's social success, but our economic success, and it will remain a cornerstone for generations to come. Canada was and is being built on immigration. We just celebrated our 150th anniversary, and the next 150 years will be as profoundly, equally profoundly marked by immigration, by people joining us from all corners of the globe. and specifically with respect to refugees, to correct some of the misperceptions that might be out there in terms of refugees receiving unfair handouts. In my own view, and in the view that's shared by many Canadians, nobody is more motivated socially or economically than a person who's lost everything to natural disaster or to a war-torn social setting in their country of origin. And the economic contributions that we're starting to see by our community of refugees are nothing short of extraordinary. We need to continue to make sure that we integrate refugees speedily and successfully into the Canadian experience. But I'm very, very optimistic that immigration, including refugee inflows over the decades to come, will contribute very strongly to our success as a nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to represent the people of Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke. I participate in this debate to share their concern about the deteriorating state of the finances of the Canadian government and what that means to average middle-class Canadian families who bear the brunt of bad spending. Everyone knows today's deficit budgets are tomorrow's tax increases. Borrowing money to pay for borrowed time only works for so long, as the disgraced Premier of Ontario is about to find out when she faces the Ford Nation. I take this time before I continue to thank the members of the Conservative Party of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke for their overwhelming vote of confidence in once again confirming that I will be our party's candidate in the next federal election, an election that cannot come soon enough for the overburdened taxpayers of this country. The democratic nomination process in my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, which coincided with the delivery of this disastrous federal budget, attracted individuals who previously had been identified as supporting the Liberal Party. This is a reflection of how badly they want to see the government defeated. It speaks volumes that former prominent Liberals publicly supported my nomination as the Conservative Party candidate for the next election. That anti-Liberal sentiment includes the Liberal candidate who ran against me in the 2015 election, a veteran. He condemns the Liberal Party on social media for using him as a party prop in a picture during the election with no intention of honouring any promises made to veterans for their votes. It looks like the Prime Minister's party will be looking for a new candidate. Here's what he had to say. 3 years ago, I decided to seek the nomination for the federal Liberal candidacy in Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke. My only goal was to play a role in assuring that no other brave Canadian would be penalized at home due to their service. I was inspired by promises to fix things. I was inspired by the presence of other veterans lining up to win nominations for the Liberals. I legitimately felt hopeful for the first time in a long time. I believed them. I now realize I was wrong. The Prime Minister recently stated that Canadian veterans want more than Canada can give. I stood on a stage behind the Prime Minister in August 2015 when he made a promise to veterans, a promise which was obviously, in retrospect, a political bargaining chip. I have first-hand experience as a service member, stakeholder, and party member with respect to the way our military is regarded and treated. At some of the highest levels, I have personally witnessed the way in which our injured and ill are regarded with skepticism, suspicion, and cynicism by members of the governing party. It needs to end now. And that's the end of quote, Madam Speaker. This budget is a huge disappointment, not only to veterans, but currently serving members of Canada's armed forces and their families. Canada has returned to the days known as the Decade of Darkness that passed for Canadian defence policy. The policy decision by the last Liberal government to interfere in the equipment procurement process with the decision to cancel the EH-101 helicopter contract cost the lives of Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan. This marked the beginning of the Decade of Darkness for serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces. The similar political decision to buy used junk from the Australians, most reasonable Canadians know, can only end just as badly. That decision marks the return of darkness for our military members. To get an idea of how poorly the budgetary policy of this government treats men and women in uniform, I draw attention to a new tax measure that targets military families. On average, about 15,500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces and 2,200 members of the RCMP, along with their families, have been authorized each year to receive relocation services. To quote this government's own propaganda, military families are the strength behind the uniform. Family members of Canadian Armed Forces personnel share in the stresses and strains resulting in the deployment of their loved ones to dangerous operational duty and the prolonged separations they entail. They also make important sacrifices and face challenges associated with frequent relocation, such as finding new family health care providers, reestablishing daycare, moving children between schools and education systems, professional licensing, and dealing with inconveniences such as changing drivers and vehicle licenses when moving between provinces. They must also deal with the financial instability resulting from frequent moves, whether it be the loss of employment, different tax systems, or changes to post-living differentials. Members in uniform are only now just finding out, or will get a rude surprise in the mail come tax time, that effective December 1st, 2017, the posting allowance will now be taxable. Members will no longer be able to roll the posting allowance into RRSPs or buy down their mortgage rate. This announcement is the Minister of Finances and the Minister of Defense's idea of a comprehensive military family plan. The posting allowance was incorporated into the Integrated Relocation Program, or IRP, as a non-taxable posting benefit as a result of a recommendation from the Standing Committee on National Defence and Veterans Affairs made in their report, Moving Forward, a Strategic Plan for Quality of Life Improvements. I remember when this change was made. I was a newly elected member of Parliament and a new member of the Defence Committee when this change was coming into effect. At that time, there was all-party agreement for this change. I was pleased to support replacing the posting allowance that existed at that time with a new non-taxable posting benefit to adequately compensate all personnel for the disruption caused by new postings. As the Member of Parliament whose riding includes Garrison Petawawa, the largest Army base in Canada, I've been made only too familiar with the financial stress placed on military families when a soldier is posted. I can tell this House that when members of the Canadian Armed Forces have found out about this new Liberal policy to tax posting allowances, the reaction goes from disbelief to outrage. The Auditor General has clearly outlined the growing gap between the total number of regular force members who are needed, including the underrepresentation of women, and the inability of this government to recruit, train, and keep in uniform Canadians to fill that gap. Why is this Prime Minister so insensitive to military families? Why has this Prime Minister refused to consider this anti-family policy as a barrier to recruitment, retention, and gender equality? And most importantly, why has the Minister of Defence done nothing to protect those who he used to serve alongside? It's hard to believe that the Minister of Defence would support taxing soldiers this way. But for this Liberal spending government, taxing a Canadian has a higher priority than protecting Canadians. Only in a Liberal spending government is the Revenue Minister more powerful than the Defence Minister. It's clear the Minister of Defence cannot defend the women and men who defend Canada from being this Prime Minister's next tax target. We need a Minister of Defence who will fight for the Canadian forces. That's why I will be inviting all Canadians to go to cherylgallant.com/posting tax. From that webpage, they will be able to send a letter to the Minister of Defence and their local MP to express their opposition to the posting allowance tax. If members on the opposite side of this House hear enough from their own constituents, they may find the courage to fight the posting allowance tax. That's my hope, Madam Speaker, that Liberals will start listening to what's going on out there. There's a rising level of anger and frustration with a federal government that's out of touch with regular Canadians. The pre-budget decision to target people of faith for their personal beliefs has angered people of all religions, Many small business owners and doctors have told me they will never vote for the Liberal Party. Canadian veterans feel particularly betrayed by an aloof Prime Minister when he tells veterans he does not recognize their sacrifices. There are millions of dollars to give to a convicted terrorist, however, no money for the victims of roadside bombs. The posting allowance is just the latest example of how Liberals will continue to sneak in new taxes on regular Canadians. All this anger and this Liberal spendthrift government only offers more of the same. The 2018 borrowing binge budget is filled with bad spending and higher taxes. Canadians deserve a balanced budget, smarter spending, and lower taxes. Canadians deserve a conservative government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Selkirk. Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Pembroke, Nipissing, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, for her excellent speech and for standing up for our brave men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, and to point out the folly of the government in taxing our troops and taking away special benefits for those that are also serving but are injured in the line of service and are unable to return to duty within 6 months, lose their special benefits and allowances. Now, in this budget, Madam Speaker, and I know my colleague for her long service on the National Defence Committee is well aware that this budget was mute on the entire Department of National Defence. There's less than a paragraph dedicated to national defence. There is no plan on how taxpayers' money is being used to fund procurement and activities of our Canadian Armed Forces. And I'd ask that she comment on what that represents, the shameful nature of this government, of the Liberals, not standing up for our troops and failing Canadians on transparency and providing the strategy and the plan on how we're going to actually implement strong, secure, and engage the Liberals' defence policy.
The member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, the member from Selkirk Interlake. And certainly the promise we received of transparency during the last election certainly has not materialized. The government doesn't know the difference between transparency and being invisible. Barely a word in the budget on national defense reflects how low regard the government has for the National Armed Forces. And there has to be a plan somewhere. Somebody has to have the fiscal framework. They have to be going by a budget somewhere. What we're looking for is an actual document showing what the spending is for the military, and we haven't seen that yet, Madam Speaker. That's an insult to all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Amazing to hear lessons, Madam Speaker, from the Conservatives on defence and defence procurement and respect for our troops. When you had a former minister being chased down the hall by a veteran's widow. When you have now today a defence white paper, strong, secure, and engaged, with a fully costed $62 billion plan to put planes in the sky, to put boats in the water, to equip our men and women in uniform with the very materiel, the very equipment that was denied to them for 10 long, lonely, dark years of the Harper administration.
Thank God that's over.
It's ironic to watch members over there twist themselves in knots saying that we're spending too much and then wake up and suggest that we should spend the billions of dollars they didn't spend on defense procurement during their 10 long, sad years in office. What we have now is a plan to put planes in the air, a plan to christen and send boats out to sea, and a plan to maintain and upgrade the equipment of our men and women in uniform. How could the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke have missed that this is the biggest spending defence budget in the history of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, the member opposite has plans to buy this, buy that, but we actually bought. We got a fleet of C-130s. We got the C-17s, and they're so used now, it's difficult to keep enough pilots in the program to keep them flying. We bought new Lavs. We had new Coyotes, and just a couple weeks ago, we launched a new supply ship, one that was uniquely procured. A combination of civilian and military working together. Very unique situation. We've needed that supply ship, and we've got it in the water now, and they'll be on their way right shortly to continue on exercises in the Pacific.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to focus my remarks today on responding to the budget's main rhetorical thrust, issues around gender equality and the participation of women in the workforce. For context, I think it's important to begin by defining what the objectives are when we talk about gender equality. I don't think that many, if any, of the leading advocates of women's empowerment and gender equality undertook their efforts principally in pursuit of higher gross domestic product. GDP growth and government revenue growth may be nice ancillary benefits, but they ought not be the principal objective. This is for three main reasons. First of all, GDP is not a measure of well-being. It is a measure of the economic value of the final goods and services produced in a society. To point this out is not to undercut the importance of measuring GDP or seeking GDP growth. Higher GDP means greater capacity at the individual and collective level to invest in things that do contribute to well-being. But GDP is not a direct measure of well-being, and the pursuit of higher GDP may run at odds with the advancement of well-being in certain cases. The advancement of gender equality seems to me to be about well-being, not GDP. That is, it is about making the lives of women better, not about making society richer. Parenthetically, this is why it is important for societies to consider alternative measures of well-being instead of using GDP growth as a proxy for well-being. Many proposed alternative measures are problematic for their own reasons, because they weight different aspects of life in ways that reflect the relative priority of those designing the indices instead of the relative priority of those whose well-being is aimed at. As such, I personally favor the greater use of a simplified metric which asks individuals to self-assess their well-being on a scale. Such a metric has limitations, but it provides a much better basis for assessing well-being than either arbitrarily constructed well-being indices or metrics like GDP. Now, also parenthetically, it is striking how women's self-reported well-being in the industrialized world has actually declined in recent decades. According to an article published by the Econometrics Laboratory at Berkeley, by most objective measures, the lives of women in the United States have improved over the past 35 years. Yet we show that measures of subjective well-being indicate that women's happiness has declined, both absolutely and relative to men. The paradox of women's declining relative well-being is found across various data sets, measures of subjective well-being, and is pervasive across demographic groups in industrialized countries. Relative declines in female happiness have eroded a gender gap in happiness in which women in the 1970s typically reported higher subjective well-being than men did. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, there's still much work to do. Now back to the main point. GDP growth should not be considered the objective of gender equality because GDP is not a measure of well-being, but also because it is paternalistic to assign an objective to gender equality other than the empowerment of women to pursue their own chosen projects and objectives. It is not for us as parliamentarians to decide whether women ought to use greater empowerment to pursue increased paid work, to pursue more leisure time, or to involve themselves in other worthwhile projects which do not involve the economic production of goods and services, such as community involvement, personal enrichment, or family-related activities. Surely a commitment to women's empowerment should leave us to be enthusiastic about whatever choices a person makes, provided that those choices represent authentic self-expression and due consideration for the common good. Thirdly, and most importantly, we ought to regard the affirmation of equal dignity and value of all people as an end in itself, not merely as a means to achieve some other end. To justify the advancement of equality purely or primarily in economic terms is to imply that economic growth is a thing of primary importance. I would prefer that we justify economic growth in terms of its implications for human dignity, rather than justifying the affirmation of equal and universal human dignity on the basis of its impact on economic growth. How we frame the basis of gender equality has practical policy implications in terms of the kinds of policies that we will pursue to advance it. If you believe that gender equality is an end, not merely a means, and that it is best understood in terms of empowerment and well-being, then you will seek policies that empower women, and you will be generally agnostic as to how they use increased agency. If empowered women make different choices on average than men in terms of their time and resources, that is not a problem for the state to solve. It is rather the result of free and empowered people making free decisions in a free society. Seeking equality is not the same as seeking sameness. If, however, you believe that the objective of gender equality is GDP growth, then you will pursue policies which push certain kinds of choices over others, in particular choices that involve more paid work. It is clear that Budget 2018 delivers a GDP-centric vision of equality as opposed to a well-being choice or simply equality-centric vision. The introduction to the budget tells us in January 2018, only 61% of women were participating in the economy compared to 70% of men. Again, we might wonder if the principal thing of value in life is participating in the economy. Why is this the metric of equality? Many women and men who are not in the paid workforce are choosing to undertake activities that they consider and which could objectively be more important. Further, the assignment of certain tasks to part of the economy or not part of the economy can be quite arbitrary. If I am the caregiver for my children and my neighbor mows his own lawn, neither of those activities are considered part of the economy. But if I hire him to watch my children and he hires me to mow his lawn, then all of a sudden those activities are both part of the economy and contribute to GDP. That is, in spite of the fact that nothing actually separates the former situation from the latter, other than that the government is better off in the latter situations since it can now collect taxes on this new economic activity. Now, the budget bemoans uneven sharing of caregiver responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, frankly, every marriage is characterized by uneven sharing of certain responsibilities based on the desires, priorities, and aptitudes of each partner. In my family, I do most of the gross jobs, like cleaning bathrooms. If we're both at home, I'm more likely to change diapers. My wife, on the other hand, does most of the cooking. If we each did the opposite, she would lose her appetite twice. Now, it's unlikely that you'll find any marriage in this country where both partners do exactly 50% of each activity. Each partnership should involve recognition of the equal value and dignity of each individual, which is not incompatible with mutually agreeable complementarity in which different people agree to do different things. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that there are not troubled situations in which division of activities does not arrive from mutual agreement, cases in which tasks are taken on because one partner is unwilling to participate or one person is pressured into doing things they would rather not. But in those cases, surely it makes more sense to attend to a lack of agency and empowerment as opposed to introducing a blanket policy which seeks to reorder how all couples divide their responsibilities. This budget bemoans the unequal sharing of caregiver responsibilities. Page 45 of the budget notes that 92% of EI parental leave are paid to women, while 8% is paid to men. The graphs do presume a gender binary, but we'll leave that for another day. Now, this is quite a stark gap, 92 to 8, but it's not at all obvious that all or even most of that gap is the result of sexism or disempowerment. Most women claiming EI parental leave benefits tend to be relatively young, between 25 and 34 years old. These women grew up in a relatively different world from that in which many members of this House grew up, especially in terms of opportunities for women. They also have an experience which is not yet fully reflected in overall pay equity numbers. About 34% of these young women have a university degree, for example, and that compares to 26% of men the same age. So young women, the ones most likely to have children today, have a dramatic educational advantage over men, and yet are also much more likely to take parental leave. So why is that? Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's because they want to. Maybe that was their personal choice and that's all there is to it. Maybe in the privacy of the discussions that happen between couples, women are statistically more likely to express a preference for having that extra time with an infant child. Some ideologues might say that this is a problem, that that's the result of patriarchal social programming and false consciousness, but I would argue that as long as women are freely making this choice, there's no problem. Now, I would note as well that parental leave is for those caring for newborns. It may be that the division of caregiving responsibilities is somewhat different for older children, but perhaps women are more likely to take on caregiving responsibilities for infants because some women choose to breastfeed. Reliable statistics show that 100% of breastfeeding done in this country is done by women, and perhaps the finance minister aspires to change that in the next budget. But at a very practical level, if a mother wishes to breastfeed, it is difficult for her to forego parental leave. I'm sure that there is more that we and the private sector workplaces can do to make it easier for women to breastfeed on the go, but that will not change the fact that it is not always practical for the non-breastfeeding partner to provide the ongoing care and then also to cart the baby back and forth to an external workplace every time the child needs to eat. It is in these practical details that most families live their lives and make decisions about the division of caregiving responsibilities. But on the issue of men taking parental leave, I hope that if the Prime Minister's family are blessed with another child, he will consider leading by example and taking parental leave himself. I know many of my constituents would appreciate having the Prime Minister thus occupy. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of higher GDP, this budget limits women's choices by setting aside a portion of parental leave for each partner. It prefers a system of more limited choice to one in which parents have full freedom to divide up their leave as they see fit. Our approach is to seek more choice, not less, because we believe that the objective of equality is well-being, empowerment, and equality itself, not ideology and not GDP. Our leader has proposed a private member's bill to eliminate the tax on EI parental leave, regardless of who takes it, when, or why. In addition to tax reductions, many parents I talk to are looking for policies that give them more choice and flexibility. Many want to spend more time with their children through flexible work arrangements that allow them to set their own hours, work from home, and receive some parental leave benefits along the way. If a woman wants to breastfeed while working from home, often more practical than bringing a baby to work, policy approaches like simplifying the work from home tax deduction and reducing the clawbacks for those who work while on parental leave would go a long way. Incidentally, that would likely also lead to more women doing paid work, the finance minister's apparent principal objective, though it would not lead to a reduction in the proportion of leave claimed by women. But most critically, it would increase the empowerment and range of choice for women, not constrain them. In our view, that is both the right approach and the truly feminist approach. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I do want to note that I agree with the budget's desire to collect disaggregated data which helps us understand the experience of visible minority Canadians. A first step to addressing inequality is gathering data. And further, I recently had a constituent highlight to me how efforts by the government to get cheaper prices on drugs can inadvertently lead to delayed drug approval. So I do hope this issue is considered in the context of the upcoming pharmacare discussion. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. And I was trying to follow it. He was moving a little quickly, but I think I got the gist of it. The problem with his argument about the male versus female choosing who's going to be in the workplace, and that it seems to be that more men are choosing it, is the fact that our system right now is systemic in the sense that it favors the man going to work. The fact that males make more than women do statistically is part of the decision-making process. So my wife's pregnant right now, Mr. Speaker. If we had to make that decision of who would return to the workforce, we would probably include the assessment as to whether or not who's likely to make more money. And that's the problem. And that's what this budget is about, Mr. Speaker. It's about setting the stage so that men and women have the equal opportunity to getting paid for the same work that they do. Does the member opposite not think that there is value in that? Think that there is value in making sure that those equal opportunities exist for both parents, regardless of which one wants to enter the labor force?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I think we actually disagree less than maybe he thinks we disagree, because my speech was about a very specific aspect of the budget's approach on this. It was that the budget takes a GDP-centric view. It holds up GDP as the objective, and it specifically tries to engineer the choices that people make with respect to parental leave. Do I agree that there is a problem of sexism that women face? Absolutely. It continues to be a problem that women face in certain situations in this country, and it's a problem that we need to address. But I don't think that limiting their choices, limiting their flexibility, is the answer. What I said quite specifically is that I think we can attend to issues of disempowerment where they exist to seek greater empowerment and greater opportunity for women without the kinds of policies like the parental leave policy that the government brought in, which is designed to constrain the choices that people make.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
So this is a curious debate. We're talking about parental leave and opportunities for women and men in the current economic context, where a Liberal points out that they need to bring in this program to allow women to stay at work and perhaps the father to take paternity leave because of pay equity realities and the lack of pay equity in this country. The Conservatives argue against that philosophy, but the Liberals argue that philosophy. So one would maybe look to the budget to see what the Liberals did about pay equity if that's the problem, which they admit and identify. Nothing in the budget to address pay equity in Canada, where women do not receive equal pay for equal work. Not even money to study the issue, which was the most basic request from the Canadian Labour Congress. So Liberals identify the problem but don't want to do anything about it. Conservatives don't identify the problem at all and say it's all about choice. And Canadian women are wondering, where are they actually going to get somebody to put legislation forward to make it illegal to pay women less than they pay men for equal work of equal value?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a substantial portion of that was directed at the government, but I will just maybe correct the record for the benefit of the member. I hope he'll listen to this, that Conservatives strongly support equal pay for equal work. We've been clear about that, and I'll be clear about that again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to go down a little bit different rabbit hole right now. The Liberal member who spoke previous to both of my colleagues here claimed that this Liberal budget was not spending tax dollars but investing in Canadian futures. Yet we know they're rescinding over $2 billion of infrastructure investment while spending Canadian tax dollars, substantially growing government bureaucracy, and spending on overseas ideological colonialism, such as tying foreign aid to abortion access in Africa, where even in cases of rape, which is used as a weapon of war, women do not blame the conceived children for the horrific crimes they face and have no desire to abort children they conceive. Can the member please speak to how inappropriate it is that Liberals are funding their own political ideologies with this budget, with hard-earned Canadian taxpayers' money, rather than improving the lives and the freedom to self-directed prosperity for Canadians and their families?
Yeah. Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and for the passion that she brings to this place. The approach we took as Conservatives when we were in government was that our foreign aid should be something that brings Canadians together. That's something that all Canadians can agree is a good idea, that isn't divisive for Canadians. And I think we were successful in promoting programs like the Maternal and Child Health Program that provided basic access to medicines, to health support for people who needed it around the world. And I would say let's focus on those things that bring Canadians together, that bring the world together, that should be our priority, that should be where we invest our resources, because there's so much need in that area in terms of basic medicine, basic nutrition. Why wouldn't we focus on those kinds of things? Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise today to speak to Canadians regarding this budget. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Louis-Hébert. Since forming government just over 2 years ago, we made a commitment to putting the needs of Canadians first by increasing equality, fairness, competitiveness, and we did this by making investments that strengthen the middle class and investments that will grow and continue to grow our economy. Thanks to the hard work done by Canadians, those investment decisions are paying off. My riding of Mississauga East Cooksville is a riding that's made up of hard-working Canadians, that's diverse and multicultural. Speaker, I'd like to touch on now how our government is taking the next steps in its plan to grow and strengthen the middle class by promoting equality and investing in the economy of the future. We're doing this by building on our successful Innovation and Skills Plan, launched in 2017 through Budget 2018. This plan was introduced last year's budget, was an ambitious effort on our government to place Canada as the place for innovation, a plan that helps create more good, well-paying jobs, that helps strengthen and grow the middle class. It's a plan that builds towards having Canada be home to the most skilled workforce in the world, a nation of innovators, and it is a world leader in the innovation economy. At its core, the Innovation and Skills Plan is about improving and sustaining an economy that works for everyone to ensure that Canadians have access to high-quality jobs. It's also a plan to ensure that Canadian businesses are well placed to compete in a rapidly evolving and competitive global world. In Budget 2017, our government announced a review of all business-facing innovation programs with an aim to make them more simple and client-centric, leading to better support for Canadian businesses and entrepreneurs. The review took place across 20 federal departments and agencies, making this the first review effort to date of the entire Canadian Business Innovation Program suite. As a result, our government is proposing in this Budget 2018 a historic reform of business innovation programs, as well as $2.6 billion over 5 years in additional support to help create competitive advantages for our Canadian businesses. That means our government will be increasing total funding while reducing the number of business innovation programs by up to 2/3. Specifically, the reforms will streamline business support programs, in part by designing 4 flagship platforms that will bring together multiple programs. First, to help Canadian entrepreneurs and small business owners develop innovative technologies and successfully commercialize them in a global marketplace. Our government will provide $700 million over 5 years and $150 million ongoing to the Industrial Research Assistant Program, IRAP. IRAP's proven to be an effective resource for growing Canadian companies and innovative entrepreneurs, and is well positioned to support funding for larger projects above the current contribution threshold of $1 million. That's why our government will also raise the project contribution threshold to $10 million. This will enable IRAP to support business research and development for these larger projects. By widening the range of this financial support, it allows entrepreneurs, small business owners who live in my riding, Mr. Speaker, to access support easier as their businesses grow, alongside assistance to help develop and get products to market. Secondly, to allow for more focused support for business research and development projects over the $10 million mark, the Strategic Innovation Fund will move away from supporting smaller projects in favor of larger projects that can lead to significant job creation and shared prosperity for Canadians. The fund's role in facilitating the growth and expansion of firms and attracting large-scale job-creating investments will remain unchanged. At the same time, the fund's role in advancing research and development through collaboration between academia, not-for-profits, and the private sector will be expanded. Third, to help Canadian firms unlock growth opportunities through exports, the Trade Commissioner Service will undergo transformative enhancements to simplify the client experience, modernize tools, and offer innovative services. With the recent decision to sign on to the CPTPP and CETA and exploring other opportunities for trade, Mr. Speaker, it is providing new markets for our businesses to join and succeed. However, there's a lot of involvement for business owners, a lot involved for them and entrepreneurs to do, to know, to navigate in order to reach this full potential. It will help businesses in my riding, like Borges Meat and Cheese or Tavera Foods, and others to succeed in a marketplace that's tilted towards the bigger companies. The fourth and final flagship platform is the regional development agencies. Our government recognizes that all regions of the country do not have always the same needs. Canada's 6 regional development agencies support economic and community development by leveraging local networks and abilities. To foster economic growth in communities across Canada, the government proposes to provide an additional $511 million on a cash basis over 5 years to the regional development agencies to support the innovation and skills plan across all regions in Canada. This initiative will also provide nationally coordinated, regionally tailored support for women entrepreneurs and help workers and communities in the West, in the Atlantic region, adapt to Canada's transition to a low-carbon economy. In addition, as part of the broader review of innovative programs over the next year, the government will explore ways to simplify the existing suite of 22 programs offered by the regional development agencies. Our government's proposed reforms to streamline business support programs will benefit Canadian workers, entrepreneurs, small business owners, as well as Canadians employed by large companies over the long term through stronger growth and less paperwork. Mr. Speaker, providing Canadians with the opportunity to realize their full potential isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for our economy. We know that women entrepreneurs face unique barriers, such as limited access to capital, supply chains, and export programs compared to their male counterparts. Women entrepreneurs may also have a hard time receiving training and finding mentorship. To address these ongoing barriers, the government's announcing a new women's entrepreneurship strategy. It's a comprehensive and coordinated approach, Mr. Speaker, to supporting women-owned businesses across the country to improve skills, mentorship, networking opportunities, important factors for all growing businesses. The government proposes to provide $105 million over 5 years to the regional development agencies in support of women-led businesses. In addition, for women-owned companies, our government will make available $1.65 billion in new financing over 3 years through the Business Development Bank, BDC, and Export Development Canada, EDC, to improve access to capital. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to give businesses the confidence they need to grow and take risks, Budget 2018 proposes measures in support of a new intellectual property strategy that will help Canadian entrepreneurs better understand and protect intellectual property, and to get better access to useful and relevant intellectual property. This includes increasing intellectual property literacy of Canadian entrepreneurs, reducing costs, creating incentives for Canadian businesses to leverage their intellectual property. Mr. Speaker, you know, this all builds on our plan, Mr. Speaker. So over the last 2 years, we've seen our economy grow. So we're leading the G7, 3.7% growth, 600,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. But we can't stand back on those laurels. We can't just stand on those laurels, Mr. Speaker. What we need to do is double down. With that success, we need to work harder. This budget, the measures that are proposed in this budget, will secure a more prosperous future for all Canadians. I therefore urge all members to accord to this budget in their full support, Mr. Speaker, because this budget will not only ensure the prosperity for today, but for future generations to come. So I wholeheartedly support this budget, knowing full well that it will grow our economy, it will bring in more women, will join the labor force. Mr. Speaker, we need everybody at their best, and this budget is here to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, as some, looked forward to this budget to find out where the Liberals' priorities stood. And one of the questions was around, I guess, the general sense of integrity, what a promise made. It seemed that we had to drag the Liberals to their promise of lowering the small business tax cut, which, if those who know their parliamentary history and debates over this issue was first proposed by Jack Layton and resoundingly rejected until it was accepted by the Liberals as a good policy. Always happy to lend good ideas to the Liberals to see if they'll actually implement them. Another one was to close the stock option loophole. Now, this was something that the NDP proposed, brought a motion forward in Parliament. Liberals supported it. Liberals then campaigned on it. And just for Canadians who are not familiar with this, because the vast majority of Canadians don't use stock option loopholes to avoid paying taxes, most of the people who are in the middle class are working hard to join it, as the Prime Minister used to be fond of saying, have never encountered and enjoyed the privilege of having stock options as their source of income, where they then pay a much lower threshold. So we proposed in the last campaign, and the Liberals eventually supported it, the idea of closing that loophole, which between $800 million and $1 billion a year is foregone revenue from the government that shows very little economic benefit. My friend talks about opportunities and economic benefit. Liberals promised to do this. Liberals have said, as the Prime Minister did just recently, we can't fully support veterans because we simply don't have the means to do it. We can't support more seniors to lift them out of poverty because the government says we don't have the means. My question is this. If the Liberals thought this was such a good idea that they campaigned on it, all as individual MPs in their riding, and the Finance Minister said he was into it, where is it in the budget and why didn't they do it?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. I thank the honourable member also for putting forward, his endorsement of our promise to lower the small business tax for really the engine of our economy. And we're very proud that we've been able to actually lower the small business tax this year. We'll be lowering it again next year down to 9%, Mr. Speaker, where we will have the lowest small business tax in the G7, Mr. Speaker, making us very, very competitive. So that opportunity, and I have to say, when the member talks about promises, and I'll talk about promises kept. When we talk about driving our economy through the Canada Child Benefit, when we talk about a middle-class tax cut, which even in our first budget, Mr. Speaker, our budgets have been about really what this budget is about. It's about equality, it's about fairness, it's about competitiveness, and it's about having all Canadians at their best and providing those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Mississauga East Cooksville for his presentation. He's hit on part of the budget that I get really fired up on, and that's innovation. Page 100, my favorite page in the budget. And that page is looking at filling in some deficits. I know that the members opposite talk about a financial deficit, and they've mentioned it over and over and over. But we do have a deficit in infrastructure. We have a deficit in social programs. We have a deficit in innovation that we're now addressing through our previous budget as well as Budget 2018. I wonder if the honourable member could talk about the deficit that we have in the equality between male and female or other people in Canada that choose to identify themselves in other ways.
Honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Guelph, and just for his passion, his experience when it comes to innovation, and when he talks about equality, and he knows full well in terms of how that can drive our economy. I've heard the member speak eloquently here about equality, about fairness, and what that means. But I'll give you a couple of examples here. RBC did a report, and they looked at our labour gap, and if we were able to close that labour gap, Mr. Speaker, that would mean 4% to our GDP. That's huge. Huge, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you look at internationally, we have the Christine Lagarde, the director of the International Monetary Fund. Here's what she had to say. Equal pay and better economic opportunities for women boost economic growth for everyone. It's an economic no-brainer. So the member is bang on. You know, I thank him for the work that he does for his community and for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je vais reprendre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to pick up where my colleague left off on Budget 2018. I think this is a historic budget in terms of gender parity. By building on equality and growth, this budget will allow the Canadian economy to grow for the entire middle class. The Canadian economy is doing well. It's at full steam ahead, and now we need to make sure that it reflects what we really want to be as a country. Everyone can contribute to our collective wealth and benefit from it. The economy has to work for everyone, and everyone should be able to find a high-quality job. As I will say in the minutes to come, this will promote equality among Canadians. I think we all believe in that principle. It's a principle that is profoundly rooted in our culture. It's non-negotiable. But beyond in order to really have a clear picture of things, you have to look at the facts. And unfortunately, there's still a lot of work to be done. Canadian women are among those that are the most educated in the world, and yet here in Canada there are fewer opportunities for women in the labor force than there are for men, and women earn on average 31% less than men annually. They're underrepresented in senior positions and among owners of small and medium-sized businesses. So the participation rate of women differs from that of men, and that's a situation that needs to change in our view, not just because it's morally right, but because it's economically justifiable. And studies show that promoting equality between men and women, having more women in technology and more women working, that causes the GDP to grow, according to the McKinley Institute, and it will grow by billions if that can be accomplished. And there's an RBC study that shows that if there was equal participation in the economy between men and women, that would cause growth to increase by 4% annually. That's huge. And as the finance minister said a couple of weeks ago, we fight for every percentage point of growth. So it's not just the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do economically speaking too, to increase our growth rate. Budget 2018 takes concrete steps to contribute to offsetting the shortcomings in our economy that make it harder for women and girls to get jobs. So this will pave the way for economic growth and will be beneficial for all. If more women are in leadership positions, that will not only strengthen the economy and create jobs, make our communities better, but it also promotes equality. And salaries should respect the principle of equal pay for work of equal value. In Budget 2018, I'm very proud of this. We have embraced the notion of equal pay for work of equal value. So women and men working in federally regulated workplaces will be paid roughly equally for work of roughly equal value. And it was high time that we went ahead with that. The budget also provides more information about federally regulated workplaces, so employers will be able to adopt fairer pay practices, and others will be held responsible for any discrepancies in their pay system. The Prime Minister earlier this year in Davos said that pay equity was just a first step. Pay equity doesn't necessarily mean equal opportunity or equal sacrifices. And this brings me to family leave, parental leave. Very often it's the mother who takes the leave, and that's a good thing often after the child is born. But unfortunately, the mother often ends up with a bigger burden when it comes to child rearing. And that's why we have proposed 5 extra weeks for fathers who, when the parents agree to share parental leave. And this is a good thing. We've seen it in Quebec. 80% of men in Quebec, new fathers, take advantage of this parental leave, whereas in the rest of Canada, it's only 12% of new fathers. So it's encouraging when you think about what the Status of Women Council in Quebec has said. This will promote better sharing of parental responsibilities from the get-go. It will make it easier for women to get back to work earlier if they so wish. So this is a strong step we're taking in this budget. We're very hopeful about it, and we hope that we were inspired by what was going on in Quebec, and we hope that this measure will be equally beneficial in the rest of Canada under Budget 2018, which I'm very proud of. With this budget, our government is taking leadership on equity, but we can't do it ourselves. We have to do it in partnership with the provinces and territories and the private sector, community groups as well. With this budget, I think we're taking a first step, a step in the right direction, a major step, and it will make it possible for more women to find jobs and participate in the economy. And we should see more businesses headed up by women, and that should promote economic growth so that our economy can be on an even stronger footing in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear my esteemed colleague from Louis Hébert and Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary started by saying that this is a historic budget. And technically he's right, because this is the first time in our country's history that in good economic times, a budget is being tabled which will only increase the deficit. I'm sure the Liberals were elected on the promise of small deficits with a maximum of 10 billion and hitting fiscal balance in 2019. But we haven't seen anything which would explain why the Liberals have not kept their promise and when we will balance the budget again. I've asked the question clearly in the past, and I will repeat. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has had enough of Liberal improvisation and wants to know when Canada will actually balance its books again. If we are not being respected here in Parliament, can the Parliamentary Secretary tell us and the Parliamentary Budget Officer when we will balance the books against? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. I respect him and his question much. As for the historical aspects of this budget, well, I mentioned the fact that our government is truly striving for gender equality. We are investing in basic research, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, my friend comes from the Quebec City area, and I would invite him to the Université Laval to show him just how much basic science is important to this country. It's been neglected in the last 10 years, and investing in this field will contribute to long-term growth. Quebec City has a fantastic high-tech park, something that the Conservatives never understood in their 10 years in power. What is also historic is the decade where there was very little, if not the worst, economic growth. This happened under the watch of the previous government. Whereas now, we on this side of the House, we've chosen to take a different approach. We will invest and we'll keep our debt to GDP ratio on a descending trend line. We have the best growth in the G7, and it is precisely because of the measures we are taking.
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite had been sitting through the testimony we've been hearing at the Status of Women Committee, which has been studying federal barriers to women's economic justice in Canada over the past year, he would have heard some devastating stories about how women right now in this country have fallen so far behind. Women who have worked their whole lives who are ending up at the homeless shelter when they get evicted from not being able to find affordable housing, women that retire in poverty because they have never been able to put aside a pension because they've always worked in part-time precarious work with no access to EI or benefits. So I really would have thought, if this was truly a feminist budget, that the government would have funded implementation of pay equity, and that at a minimum it would have taken up the Canadian Labour Congress's call to establish an office of a pay equity commissioner to start to put the works in place so that we can get action for women and get more money in their pockets right away. It's not just, and I want to hear from the member, why there was no funding for pay equity in his budget.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense sur les points auxquels...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the issues... I'd like to thank my colleague for the issues she raised. And in fact, in Canada's budget process, we need gender-based analysis, because this way, when each department makes its asks for funding, it will be easier to ascertain what effects these budgets and the spending will have on women. We want to make sure that there will be no unexpected effects on women. We aim for the equality of men and women. And this is the first budget. It is a historic budget because we've subjected it to a gender-based analysis, and we want future budgets to go through the same process.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me if I crossed the line. I've been away for a little while, in case you haven't heard. I'm back, though, and I'm a little frustrated, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to stand in this House. It is always an honor, and I have a greater appreciation for the work that is done on all sides of this House, Mr. Speaker. But it has been frustrating for me to sit back at home recuperating and to watch and listen to the debate and have our colleagues across the way, the Liberals, stand up with their hand on their heart and tell us and tell Canadians time and time again how they are seized with the issues of the day, how it is the most important issue for them. And then they table Budget 2018. And, Mr. Speaker, as I always do, I always bring it back to my riding in Caribou, Prince George, and what this budget would mean to my riding. And I want to bring you back to, it was July 31st, where the Prime Minister and some of his cabinet ministers stood in my riding, in Williams Lake, before the cameras, and he said this: "We will be there for the rebuild. We will be there for the challenges to come in the months to come. And this is a time for us to stand together and for the federal government to once again say, we will be there for Canadians in times of difficulty." Well, Mr. Speaker, it is months past that date. And as I toured my team through our riding last week, and we met with family after family, business owner after business owner, logger, forester, farmer, tour operator, municipal councillors, they are still waiting for that support. Mr. Speaker, we have seen over the last year whether it is the flooding that happened just kilometers away from here, or the wildfires that happened in British Columbia, the unbelievable wildfires that we had in 2017. We are seeing some unprecedented natural disasters. And when our leaders of the day stand up and say they will be there for you, well, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, if somebody says something, I take it at their word that they're going to do it. And Mr. Speaker, this government has failed Canadians. It's failed rural Canadians. This budget 2018 does nothing for rural communities such as those that are in my riding of Cariboo Prince George. Mr. Speaker, we have some trying times ahead of us. The increasing protectionist agenda of our closest trading partner to the south, the one that we do most of our trade with, is getting harder and harder for Canadian producers and Canadian businesses to plan ahead. It's getting harder and harder for companies to invest in Canada because we're sending the wrong messages. We're sending mixed signals. As a matter of fact, it was the CEO of Suncor that recently said things are too uncertain within Canada for us to further invest. See, Mr. Speaker, the government's job is not to necessarily wade into our private lives or tell us how we're going to do this and tell us how they can do it better for us or we should be doing this better. Their job is to create an environment that all can be successful, that industry wants to invest in our country, that other countries look to us and hold us in high regard because of the way that we are setting policy for our own countrymen. And it's interesting, I've stood before this House time and again and I've said, it seems that when the cameras are on, the Prime Minister and his ministers can stand there with their hand on their heart and pledge all the support in the world. This is what we're going to do, and we're with you. And maybe even a little tear can come out. But yet when the cameras are off, they're nowhere to be seen. While I was gone, and this is, Mr. Speaker, forgive me, this has nothing to do with the budget 2018, but I was tagged in a social media post. It's been 2 years since the Prime Minister stood in this House and pledged to the Chief of Ottawapiskat, Bruce Shashish, said that he would be there for them. He would be there with them. He would visit that community when they were having that terrible, terrible suicide epidemic. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? As soon as the media left, did the Prime Minister go there? Did he attend? Has he to this point? No, he hasn't. See, if it doesn't garner a lot of attention, why should he be there? And that's like Budget 2018. There's a lot of fluff in there, Mr. Speaker. A lot of fluff. Not a lot of meat. As a matter of fact, he is spending today like we are in a crisis. There's no thought about what happens if. When they were campaigning, they said they'd post a budget or a deficit of about $10 billion, and then just a couple of weeks ago, we see that when they tabled Budget 2018, it's now $18 billion with no plan to get us back to a balanced budget. I don't even know how many times we've asked. Our critics on this side, or our shadow ministers on this side, and the opposition have asked time and time again, and there is no plan. For somebody that campaigned and said that they were ready to lead, Mr. Speaker, all we see is them pointing fingers and pointing blame and assigning blame to everyone else. And we've seen, don't get me started on the international faux pas that we've seen on the international stage, Mr. Speaker. I promised myself I wouldn't bring that up. It's been really hard, as you can imagine. I have already. Mr. Speaker, it's been really hard sitting at home and yelling at the TV. And as I told my physician, I said, if I can yell at the TV, I can yell across the way. But it's been difficult. And, I went and visited the riding last week, and there's a lot of despair. Whether it's a no softwood lumber agreement, the new tariffs that have come in, there's a lot of concern. We have lost much of our fiber in terms of our annual allowable cut and our harvestable fiber in our neck of the woods. Our farmers are having a difficult time. You know, we hear our colleagues talk about the inaccessible, there's no grain, there are no cars, rail cars to move grain to market. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, there's no cars available for our forestry producers to get their product to market. So in this budget of 2018, they really want to do something transformative. Why don't they invest in something like our rail system? Why don't they do investments that can really have meaningful change, that can set Canada up, whether it's policy or the investments that can set Canada up to really realize some huge potential. And it's disappointing, but again, this is kind of what we've seen as par for the course. And it's disappointing. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's some great people on the other side. There's really some good people. And I'm looking through, I can see a few of them there today. But you know what? But I've said this before. I think the Prime Minister is not only failing Canadians as a whole, but he's failing the back 4 rows of this House on that side. Because they have to go back into the riding and explain the things that this guy in the front bench is doing. And it's disappointing. It really is. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is getting short, but I want to just end with this. It truly is an honor to stand before you and in this House. And I'll say this probably time and time again, I just want to say thank you to you and to all of our colleagues for the support along the way, but I'll end with this. Our Prime Minister is failing Canadians, and it's disappointing, and it's unacceptable. Thank you.
It being 6:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that the House approve the general budgetary policy of the government.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Bergen, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. La Chambre rejette l'exposé.
The House rejects the government's budget statement because it fails middle-class Canadians, women, and business operators by
on over 90% of Canadian middle-class families, B, announcing new tax hikes on local businesses, C, borrowing an additional $18 billion, D, jeopardizing our future generations by choosing not to balance the budget by 2019, and E, spending so much to achieve so little.
And now, another sub-amendment. Mr. Caron, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words because it, and substituting the following. A, does not adequately address tax havens and tax loopholes that benefit the rich. B, does not provide any funding for the immediate establishment of a universal pharmacare system. C, does not immediately address the nationwide housing crisis. And D, does not provide the necessary funding to eliminate long-term boil water advisories and upgrade water and wastewater infrastructure in Indigenous communities by 2020. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, no.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Order. The question is on the sub-amendment. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Mr. Scheer.
Amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. The House rejects the government's budget statement because it fails middle-class Canadians, women, and business operators by A, raising taxes on over 90% of Canadian middle-class families, B, announcing new tax hikes on local businesses, C, borrowing an additional $18 billion, D, jeopardizing our future generations by choosing not to balance the budget by 2019, and E, spending so much to achieve so little. Mr. Caron, appuyé par
Mr. Caron, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves the following sub-amendment. That the motion be amended by substituting the words because by what follows. A, is not properly tackling the tax havens and tax loopholes, which are only profiting the wealthiest. B, is not allocating any fund for an immediate implementation of a universal pharmacare system. C, does not immediately address the housing crisis that is raging across Canada. D, does not provide the money needed to eliminate long-term boil water advisories and to upgrade water systems in Aboriginal communities by 2020. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Carmelin Colchester.
Mr. Casey Copeland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knowles.
Mrs. Gros.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Retenzi.
Ms. Retenzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevsneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur
Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dema.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aylofson.
Mr. Aylofson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lametis, Matan, Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lamropoulos.
Madame Lamopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, c'est chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rake.
Ms. Rake.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Dertel.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultief.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Starmont, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Ayes pour 49, 49, ayes contre 254, 254.
Je déclare le sous-amendement.
I declare the sub-amendment rejected.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mrs. Vecchio relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mrs. Vecchio, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that in the opinion of the House, organizations that engage in non-political, non-activist work, such as feeding the homeless, helping refugees, and giving kids an opportunity to go to camp, should be able to access Canada Summer Jobs funding, regardless of their private convictions and regardless of whether or not they choose to sign the application attestation. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Conference Townsend, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Town.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Starmont, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
His mate, Sanish Gulf Island.
His mate, Sanish Gulf Island.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Pittspat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. North.
Mr. North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Chiefcake.
Monsieur Chiefgate.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Gabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mandicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jeffnesky.
Mr. Jeffnesky.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislam.
Ms. Alislam.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ayelson.
Mr. Ayelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Mr. Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Vignon-le-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Cabrera.
Mr. Cabrera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Coif. Quash.
Madam Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Ayes pour 93, 93, nays contre 207, 207.
Declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division at second reading stage of Bill C-69. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moved that Bill C-69, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Pursuant to Standing Order 69.1, the first question is on Part 1 regarding the Impact Assessment Act, Part 2 regarding the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, the title, preamble, schedule, and all clauses in Part 4, except clauses 85, 186, 187, and 195. All those in favor of these elements will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Pettit-Taylor.
Ms. Pettit-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lausanne-Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Duke. Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jeffnesky.
Mr. Jeffnesky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossiou.
Mr. Bossiou.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Elielfson.
Mr. Elielfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-Lamétis, Matane, Metapedia.
Mr. McCambridge.
Mr. McKay, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McConnell.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rooney.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mesquite Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangler.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Roger.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to these elements will please rise.
Finley.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse de Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Camels Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboutier.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon Stormont South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil. Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notice that the member for Cladone and St. Paul was not in the House for the previous vote on the Canada Summer Jobs and came into the House well after the vote on this motion on C-69 had started. So I believe if you check with that member, she would indicate her vote should not count for this this vote.
Member for Cladone and St. Paul, can she confirm that she was not here at the beginning of the vote when the question was read?
I believe I re-entered from a short absence, but if I wasn't here for the reading, I'll excuse myself from the vote.
Good.
Yeas pour 204, 204, nays contre 97, 97.
Declare ces éléments adoptés.
I declare these elements carried.
Is on Part 3 regarding the Navigation Protection Act and Clauses 85, 186, 187, and 195 of Part 4. All those in favor of these elements will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin-La-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin-La-Petite-Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Manicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jeffneski.
Mr. Jeffneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Aliceland.
Mrs. Aliceland.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchin.
Miss Hutching.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rooney.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Rescue, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Dantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Those opposed to these elements will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Gary.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Gary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leifert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Yeas pour, 205, 205, nays contre, 97, 97.
Declare these elements carried. The House has agreed to the entirety of Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts at the second reading stage. Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members to make their way to their respective lobbies, take their conversations out of the chamber if they can. We're going to start with adjournment debate. Before we do that, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About a month ago, I had the opportunity to stand in this House and ask the Minister for Public Service and Procurement about the Phoenix issue, and I took the opportunity to congratulate her on her nomination for the Teddy Award. The Teddy Award, of course, is an award given by the Taxpayers Federation for government waste. Now, I made a big error in that comment. What I overlooked was mentioning that this is the second year in a row that that department and that minister had received a nomination for waste regarding the Phoenix system, the Liberal Phoenix fiasco. Now, one of the things I also overlooked is some of the other Teddy Awards, including the $8.2 million that Heritage Canada wasted on a parliamentary skating rink, $100,000 for the health minister for her Twitter account to do 2 tweets a day. I overlooked also commenting on Finance Canada spending $192,000 to receive a Teddy Award nomination for their money wasted on their Budget 2017 book. So I do apologize to the Liberal government for overlooking the nominations they've received from the Taxpayers Federation. Now, getting back to the Public Service and Procurement Minister, we've been at this for over 2 years with Phoenix. We've asked again and again, how are you going to fix it? What is the plan? All we've received is empty platitudes and talking points. So again, I ask the Minister, when will you deliver a plan to this House? When will you end the empty talking points, the platitudes, and deliver a plan to fix the Liberal Phoenix fiasco?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Obviously, a bit rich coming from the member across to get up here and give empty lectures on a pay system that, let's just go through a little bit of the chronology with your indulgence. The member across conveniently omits several facts. The first fact that he admits is that the Phoenix pay system began to be planned in 2008. And it was his own friend, the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka, and his colleagues in cabinet who ordered, dictated, ordained that this system must save money. This system must, we learned later, save $70 million annually. They bragged about that. They bragged about that. Where did that $70 million come from? I tell you where it came from. It came from firing summarily some of the most experienced, dedicated people in the public service of Canada, those who serve as compensation advisors. Between 2008 and 2015, the Members' Party cynically, wrongly, and as has been identified in countless reports, at every turn, systematically, at every turn in the planning process, broke every single rule in the Enterprise Information Technology book.
Shame.
The minute that member stands up and says, we don't have a plan to fix the Phoenix pay system, he should look in the mirror, he should look all around the benches, all around those Tory benches. 700 people are out there this evening that could be helping us that they fired, Mr. Speaker. They fired them. My riding in Gatineau, like many ridings across the country, is full of dedicated public servants.
Hear, hear.
I want to say to them that they owe our best, we owe them our best efforts. We owe them our dedication. We owe, as the minister says so often, leaving no stone unturned. And so for the member over there to get up and talk about a Teddy Award from some weird right-wing interest group, to talk about the fact that we're spending too much to fix the mess, that reeks, as I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, of the arsonists complaining when the fire department shows up. That's what it reeks of, Mr. Speaker. It's almost comedic. It's almost comedic for this member to stand in his place and say, on one hand, you're spending too much to fix the problem that we caused, and on the other hand, you are taking way too much time and don't have a plan to fix the system. We have both, Mr. Speaker. We have identified the resources, yes, to fix the problem, and yes, we do have a plan to fix this very sorry, sordid public administration debacle that party left us, and they ought to apologize for.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from Gatineau for the enjoyable rant. I want to go back actually in time to 2008, though, when the OGO, the Operations Committee, came up with a suggestion to solidify the department in one roof. Let's see, who was on that? Well, it was actually made up by a majority of Liberals who came up with the plan to actually make the Phoenix changes. That's one thing this government refuses to acknowledge. The very origins of this era goes back to a Liberal-dominated committee made up of, including the member from Mississauga, Milton, the member from Ajax Pickering, who's still here, the member from Mississauga Centre, who are still here. So maybe he needs to look at them for blame. Maybe he needs to take a look at the Auditor's General report that clearly places the issues and the blame of the Phoenix fiasco at this government's feet. I think if the members spent more time fixing the issue instead of blaming others, we wouldn't be in this situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think if that party quit making sad platitudes, quit getting up here with their false outrage, and took responsibility for the disgrace that they left the public service of Canada, the disgrace of a ticking time bomb of a disaster, if they would stand up and take a modicum, a small bit of responsibility, maybe we take them a little more seriously, Mr. Speaker. Until then, they're just a sad joke every time they open their mouth about the Phoenix pay system.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 4 months ago, I got to ask the government about how it seemed like Liberals always were taking care of themselves. They always were able to get a free taxpayer-funded nannies, for instance, or free trips to private islands, free helicopter rides on private islands. They had set up complex accounting schemes to protect their family fortunes. The finance minister had done that. The prime minister had done that. But they were going after ordinary Canadians who just work hard to create a small business and to employ other Canadians, put food on the table. And what I asked was why it was that Canadians always had to foot the bill to pay for the lifestyles of the rich and famous Liberals. And we've seen it since I asked that question. We've seen that the Ethics Commissioner came back with a report where she confirmed that the Prime Minister of Canada was guilty of breaking the law in 4 separate places because of that trip to the Aga Khan Island, to Billionaire Island. He was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner of improperly arranging his personal affairs. He was guilty on the charge of accepting illegal gifts. He was guilty on the charge of illegally accepting a ride on a private aircraft, and guilty on the charge that he engaged illegally in discussions about government business. Now, when I raised that question at another time, the government House leader said, but he was found not guilty on 3 other charges that were brought forward. So she was actually proud of the fact he was only found guilty on 4 of the 7 possible violations of the Ethics Code and Members' Code of Conduct. And it's really unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, that a Prime Minister who's found guilty of breaching that 4 times, the government's actually proud that he accepted the report. The report, the only thing it did was find him guilty of breaching those sections. And since I've asked that question as well, the Finance Minister was found guilty of failing to disclose the corporation structure around his French villa. Well, I know on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, none of us have a French villa, but if we do, we certainly would know that we needed to file the right things with the Ethics Commissioner to properly adhere to the Code of Conduct, and he violated that as well. So I wanted to ask the question, though, since my question originally was about why Canadians always have to pay when the Liberals get the free ride. I wonder if in the recent budget, was there a single change to the tax structure that caused the Finance Minister or the Prime Minister to pay 1 additional cent of tax because of their trust funds or their complex numbered companies? Was there anything in the budget that raised taxes on those Liberals, or were the tax hikes just reserved for average Canadian families and small business owners?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome this opportunity to speak about the question posed by the honourable member about our commitment to combat offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, in budgets 2016, 2017, and now in budget 2018, our government is investing nearly $1 billion to crack down on tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Budget 2018 alone would bring close to $130 million in new investments over 5 years to combat aggressive tax avoidance while improving our domestic and international rules to close tax loopholes used by certain large multinationals. Mr. Speaker, thanks to these investments, the CRA is now able to expand the tools and have tools at its disposal to help close in on any individual or corporation that tries to avoid paying their share of taxes. And, Mr. Speaker, our plan is working. In particular, I commend the actions by Minister of National Revenue for getting us where we are today. Canadians can be proud of our government's international leadership on these matters. Collaboration with international partners is crucial to identifying and taking action against those who are evading and avoiding paying their fair share. In fact, because of our government's action, in 2018, Canada will be able to automatically exchange information with other countries to identify taxpayers with offshore accounts through the OECD's Common Reporting Standard. Compliance actions will be taken according to the information available in each case, including referrals to CRA's Criminal Investigation Program and, where appropriate, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada for possible criminal prosecution. But I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that CRA does not depend on leak lists such as the Paradise Paper on Panama Papers to tackle the issue of tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Thanks to our government's investment in the CRA, by the time such leaks occurs, the agency is already well advanced in carrying out its work and identifying and pursuing those who are not paying their fair share. For offshore-related files alone, Mr. Speaker, as of December 2017, the CRA has been conducting audits on nearly 1,100 taxpayers and has conducted criminal investigations in more than 42 cases of tax evasion. It will continue to apply its penalties to all cases of serious tax non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering on what we promised to Canadians, and that's exactly what we'll continue to do now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that answer. Unfortunately, it wasn't to the question that I asked. What I asked was there anything in Budget 2018 that caused the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister to pay one additional dollar in federal taxes, or were tax increases reserved solely for people who own small businesses and Canadian families?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I stated, our government is firmly committed to combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We want a fair tax system, Mr. Speaker, for all Canadians, and our actions are producing results. We will close the net on any wealthy individuals or corporations that try to avoid paying their fair share of taxes and that drain resources away from the services that improve the quality of life of all Canadians. We will continue to work needed to combat offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, Mr. Speaker. Our government stands on solid grounds on this regard. We are on track, Mr. Speaker, and we're meeting our targets, and we will continue to deliver the results. Thank you.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last time I was in conversation on this topic, the Inquiry for Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women had just filed their report. This is the very beginning of November. We'd identified that 8 out of the 10 challenges raised by the commissioners of the inquiry, things that were making it difficult for them to get their work done, to get to the root of the terrible problem of murdered and missing Indigenous women, were all government interference, 8 of the 10. When I talked with the Minister for Indigenous Affairs and Reconciliation in question period, she said, we're going to get a quick answer. We're committed to removing barriers. Here we are all these months later and have not yet seen a change. One of the top and most compelling recommendations of the commissioners in their November report were recommending that the government work collaboratively with provinces and territories to create a national police task force to which the national inquiry could refer families and survivors to assess or reopen cases or review investigations. This is extremely important. We've heard repeatedly from families that where police found their report of a missing or murdered family member to be unfounded, something that just had not been investigated and pursued to its very end, that it left families in limbo and with no closure. New Democrats, my colleague from Desenepe, Mississippi, Churchill River, and my New Democrat deputy critic for Indigenous Services, she said, quote, I'm hearing the desire for law enforcement to be involved and given the necessary resources to solve cold cases of missing Indigenous women from all over Saskatchewan, cases like that of my friend Myrna Laprise and her family who want to know what happened to her aunt who disappeared years ago, end quote. The Native Women's Association of Canada also, this is again the summer before last, saying that, again, this is a missed opportunity that the terms of reference did not specifically invite investigation of cold cases. NWAC said, quote, there does not appear to be an opportunity for families to pursue or reopen cases through the justice system. In fact, for families who want to pursue justice or reopen ones that have been part of the justice system, the terms of reference direct that the support of the commissioners can offer is to redirect them to appropriate provincial or territorial victim services. Families are not looking for mainstream counseling services through victim services, but justice. This is a missed opportunity, end quote. Now, to our disappointment, there still has been no government response to this very pressing recommendation, interim recommendation from the inquiry commissioners, and nothing in the budget released last month to address other vital recommendations from the inquiry. There's no response to any of the requests. In the report, there's no money to establish a commemoration fund in collaboration with family survivors and national and regional Indigenous organizations, as asked. And so my question to the government is, what are you doing with the recommendations? What assurances are you giving to families and survivors that their asks have been heard? And why was there no money in the budget to specifically address the inquiries appeals for us to resolve the situation once and for all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Indigenous Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in the traditional territory of the Algonquin people to answer the question that have been posed by my honourable colleague. Our government remains committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. This is why, when previous governments failed to do so, we immediately moved to establish an independent inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. As we have announced and have indicated many times, we have provided nearly $54 million by the federal government over the past 2 years to ensure the success of this national inquiry. The inquiry released its interim report on November the 1st, and the commissioners stated in their interim report that they are striving to make stronger connections with families, with survivors, and women's and Indigenous organizations who are their key partners on the front line. The government will respond shortly to the recommendations of the inquiry's interim report, and we will outline further action at that time. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs has met with these commissioners on several occasions, including since the interim report was released. On the broader recommendations, the Commission is right to raise the important issues because they are all connected. The government took immediate action on these points because they produce better results for communities, they lead to stronger and healthier families, and they support self-determination. A working group has also been created and is meeting regularly with the Commission to help resolve the administrative issues faced by the Commission itself. The working group is providing solutions to ensure the Commission can complete its work. And we are also discussing the Commission's recent request for an extension to the work that they're doing so that they may deal further with families, Indigenous partners, provincial and territorial counterparts. Mr. Speaker, we have said all along, and we continue to say, that families must be at the centre of this independent Commission's work. The families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls remain at the heart of this inquiry. We know that we need to bring healing for the families, justice for the victims, and to put an end to this national tragedy once and for all. We are determined to do this right for the survivors and for their families, to honor the spirits and memories of those who have been lost, and to protect future generations. I thank the member for her question this evening.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
My difficulty with what the member opposite is saying is that nothing has changed to the public since the inquiry interim report was released the beginning of November. We don't see evidence that the Liberals are keeping their promise to help to the families, to help the inquiry succeed at every level. The Prime Minister said he would review the report and pay attention to its recommendations, but nothing has changed. We've had witnesses from the department at committee saying they're preparing options. This is just in January. We're going to have a response very soon. Well, now it's the middle of March and still nothing. We don't have time. So again, through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague representing the minister, when will we hear the government's response to the inquiry's interim recommendations? We need to act quickly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member opposite would like to have this happen within her time frame. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that we are truly committed to real reconciliation with Indigenous people, and the independent national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is vital to that process. We are determined to get this right, and we remain committed to working with Indigenous governments and with communities, provinces and territories and other key partners to end the unacceptable rates of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Yes, we have received the interim report. Yes, the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs is undertaking that review. She has also met with the independent commissioners, Mr. Speaker, and we will be responding to the interim report. At the end of the day, this is a government that is determined to end the violence that have been perpetrated against Indigenous women and girls in this country, and this is the reason that we have committed to this process and committed nearly $54 million to support this process over the past 2 years.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.